अरे नहीं
नहीं मेरे पास था आपको याद है तो
नहीं पढ़े
वही मेरे पास है
मैंने फिर रहा है
आउटपुट हाँ जी चश्मा भी चलो प्रैक्टिस चलो आप सही बात ठीक है
So what do we do if nobody joins? Like how do we approach it?
We have the local master आएंगे ना और we invited everybody to come. We want also I told people to join. What to do? We have to just create interest with the people. I don't have any mechanism to force them to come. So much of appeal has gone. You observe in the area where people's interests are very little, you know. रिपो को बोले वहां पे बाकी लोगों को ज्वाइन करा दें रिमोटली कुछ लोग को टेक्निशियन स्टाफ ज्वाइन करें ट्रेनर टेक्नीशियन बोलो सब ज्वाइन करें इसको बात करना था
नहीं मैं बात कर
बोलो कुछ लोग ज्वाइन करा रिमोटली कनेक्ट करें क्योंकि कनेक्ट करके रख ले ज्वाइन करें ना करें पार्टिसिपेट है सबको बोलो कनेक्ट करा दो 8-10 लोग बोलो कनेक्ट करा दो बोलना है नहीं क्यों ना कनेक्ट
सिस्टम हो जाए
इंटेंशन ग्रुप में सेपरेट किया था इसको इंटरेस्ट नहीं
ऑलरेडी सर्कुलेटेड है सर्कुलेटेड है जिन्होंने मतलब पहले से लॉगिन कर लिया
मतलब
रजिस्टर्ड है ना सर ये आफ्टर रजिस्ट्रेशन ही इसमें
और रजिस्ट्रेशन किया हुआ इन्होंने, जो रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं किया फिर कैसे करेंगे वो?
उनको लिंक भेज देंगे।
पर विपु तो बोला था 80-90 रजिस्ट्रेशन किए थे।
सो उनकी तो कंफर्मेशन है, जिन लोगों ने रजिस्टर किया था कंफर्मेशन आया था 80-90
तो किया नहीं।
रेडिएशन ओंकोलॉजी का है ना?
हाँ
ठीक है, तो खुल जाएगा।
आप लोग संस्थान की तरफ से हैं कि
नहीं, मैं तो संस्थान
की तरफ से।
मैं परमानेंट हूँ और ये दोनों जो थे आउटसोर्स में।
जी जी। आप किस डिपार्टमेंट में आते हैं?
मैं कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम।
अच्छा। थोड़ा सा ना आप, जैसे ये नई फील्ड है ना, इस पे थोड़ा सा ध्यान दीजिएगा। इसमें आपको थोड़ा सा सीखने को मिलेगा।
है कुछ बहुत कुछ, हमारे यहाँ मैन पावर इतना कम है ना, मतलब मेरा केवल ये पूरा कंप्यूटर
जी जी
सारी चीजें मुझे पहले देखने को मिली है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा टाइम का।
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, मैं तो बहुत लोग ऑनलाइन कराइए पहले।
ये ऑन हो गया ना?
हाँ,
तो ऑनलाइन करें, कॉल करें, करेक्ट करें, जॉइन ना करें, करेक्ट। मैं पानी बनाइए, वो चाट खा गया, चाट तो ऊपर स्केच पे चूल्हा का अंदर
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good to see you. Same here.
Please.
Yeah. You got it time. So I took 10 minutes more. He was on time.
You are in time, but participants are not in time.
So I'm not surprised.
We know each other.
Okay.
So knowing my state, home state, it's not surprising at all.
And that's the only thing. They will take time warming up. It's raining also. Problem is that.
First, we'll have the other things that you planned in the first half an hour, right?
Yes, we just basically, it was just an initial recap of what
Oh,
we
it's just a
wanted to
recap.
do.
Okay.
With
Okay.
what
So you
we've
may
done
not
today,
actually take half an hour,
we
right?
might not take half an hour anymore.
Sticking
Right.
Sure.
In any case, even if we don't have a good or enough audience size today, we will record this session. We will follow up to this, we will be planning in Delhi and back in Delhi also for our own building of the toolkit that we're doing.
Sure.
So yeah, we'll have your inputs anyway. Very
स्टार्ट हो गया सर।
Sure.
हाँ,
अरे पवन दिखेगा उसको बात करने को। अभी नहीं, 1 बजे तक देख जाएगा, बात ठीक है।
Dr. Nityanand is now has both the charges, right? And the primary charge King George's. Right?
This is still no director there.
She came home a week, two weeks ago, 10 days ago actually.
Okay.
So she was mentioning it's a huge responsibility, you know.
Yes. A bit university, lot of people.
हाँ, कहाँ पे? क्या है? अच्छा, ठीक है। कौन है? thesis से या
जल्दी करो
सब कोई है?
start with you and we'll go around.
Yeah, myself is Dr. Mishra. I'm working here as endocrine surgery professor as well as helping them to make this workshop, telemedicine workshop here in collaboration with experts.
I'm Dr. Shalik, working as assistant professor in the same department, endocrine surgery, RML. Did my MCH in SGPG only from Lucknow.
This is Arun Kumar. I am working as a telemedicine technician at SGPGMS Lucknow.
You're from SGPGA?
Yes, I am from SGPG.
The School of Telemedicine there, so he's.
And Dr. Sandeep Singh, technician at SGPJ Lucknow.
So I'm Dr. Manish Singh. I'm associate professor in community medicine at RMLMS.
Community medicine.
Yes.
Dr. Saksham at medical oncology, assistant professor. Dr. Rajesh, non-effective junior resident in Indian surgeon, and I have done my MBBS from King's Medical University.
Would you want to introduce
Yeah, oh, sorry,
yourself? Or should I?
No,
However
whichever
you
way.
So today, the way we planned is we met him coincidentally at a social engagement day before, and we've heard of his illustrious career, and we wanted him to come as a guest speaker. So I'm just. So he's currently serving as the CEO of the Foundation for Advancing Science and Technology, that's India. He's had an illustrious career. He's been with Skill India's mission as CEO and the CEO for the National Skill Development Corporation. At TCS, where also he served, he was the Director of Life Sciences and Healthcare for a global audience. And so we thought he can bring in some perspective to share with us that will, for us also, we've been hearing from doctors for the last 2 days, have an outsider perspective, also come in a little bit about what he has seen, because he's worked at the interlinkages of healthcare and technology. And so we wanted him here. So in a bit, we'll hand over for the guest address, but in case you just want to say something, well.
I think that's fine. I mean, I'm neither a doctor nor currently a techie. Been a techie earlier in my career for long enough, but I think the closest I had when I headed TCS is a global practice for healthcare and life sciences. Now they've split the practice. That time it used to be combined. So I think that's what took me very, very close to hospitals, to pharma companies, and so on and so forth. Kind of a thing, and I got a very good exposure. So my in the subject, but as an Indian, as a well-intentioned Indian, who has embraced globality in some form or the other, I am also pained very often looking at our healthcare, what we have. While efforts are on everywhere to address the gaps, but we are still a far, far cry from where we should be. So I think I'll speak from that point of view.
I'm Udita Chaturvedi. I work with the International Telecommunication Union as a project coordinator. A lot of workshop work that we will do today, basically. Mo and I have built it together over the last year or more, actually. More years of work have gone into this. I'm actually from Lucknow, but now I live in Bombay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mohammed Bhai. You can just call me Mo. And I basically coordinate all the topics about shaping the digital ecosystem for so countries can really be able to unlock their own potential through innovation and entrepreneurship mostly. And we're happy to be here and also happy to welcome everybody to this workshop. I think the workshop will be very interactive and very provocative. If you think I've been provocative in the past 2 days, you have not seen anything yet, so open up your mind.
Hello everybody, I am Dr. Shalima Mahajan, professor in the Department of Dentistry, and also the nodal officer for Eastern Jubilee at our institute, RMLIMS, and also the organizing institute. Welcome you.
I'm Dr. Vishnu. I did my MBBS from Wisdom Medical College. Currently, I am a non-academic chair at Endocrine Surgery. Myself, Dr. Ashish, working as non-academic chair in Endocrine Surgery. Done my MBBS from Mother Industrial Medical.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Are there some participants online also who would want to introduce themselves? We have some new people in the room here sitting physically, so it might be nice if you can just go around and introduce yourself.
And Jain sir is also there. He was
Yes,
there.
maybe we can start with Mr. Jain. If you can unmute yourself and introduce, and then we'll go around the virtual room.
Hello everyone, I am BK Jain. I am representing health sector from Government of UP Bihar. I hope I am audible.
You can introduce yourself, Mr. Ripu Raman.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ripu Daman, working as School of Telemedicine and Biomedical Informatics as a manager telemedicine network. And I'm looking after the National Medical College Network under Regional Resource Center as a regional resource center for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare.
Anyone else want to introduce from there? Arvind?
I'm Dr. Raghavan from NIT Trichy. And
Right.
in a way, I am a disciple of Dr. S.K. Mishra also. So I feel very happy to take part in this session. Thank you very much.
Very good, sir. Mr. Raghavan is far away in the south. He has joined. Thank you very much, sir. In Trichy, right? Trichy, yes. So, anyone else in the remote audience, please, you'd like to introduce yourself? Deepak Vijay from the Arnet. Please introduce yourself.
Good. Deepak, please unmute yourself, then speak.
Sorry. Myself Deepak Mishra, Manager Operations, CS Technologies, looking an MCN project, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare.
Anyone else want to introduce? Okay. So let us start. So I think first thing is you want to recap today's event.
Yes.
You do or hold? What will you do? Okay, great. So good morning to all of you. We want to just let you know that what we have done in last 2 days of the workshop. The first day started at 22nd of this month, and we have a little brief introductory ceremony. And the workshop was inaugurated by the director of the Ramallah Institute of Medical Sciences and the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Sunil Nityanand. Then we had a guest speaker from HGPGI Lucknow, Professor A.K. Dhiman. He talked about the telemedicine activities at HGPGI. Then we have a speech from Mr. Mohammed Ba, our IT expert, explaining the design of the workshop that he is going to conduct here and whatever expected outcome. Then we had our Chief Medical Superintendent of the Institute, who talked about our institutes and some of the activities we are doing in the IT. And Professor Mahajan, our Sally Mahajan was the operating secretary. She also spoke about the activities we are doing in the E-Sanjeevani at RML-IMS. And after that ceremony, we had a opening lecture by Mr. Mahmood about this thing in this workshop and this concept of this systems in successful outcome of the digital health projects, telemedicine projects. Then later on, we had a workshop at the Ramallah Loya Institute of Medical Sciences telemedicine activity. In that, we have 4 speakers. So one was the Professor Sally Mahajan herself. She talked about the E-Sanjeevani projects that she has been monitoring, mentoring here in this institute, and what is their data statistics and what are the challenges they face. And subsequently, Professor Nazat Hussain, Madam the Dean, she spoke about her work in the telepathology and also the remote technologies using telemedicine for capacity development in the field of the laboratory sciences. Then Professor Manish Singh, she's from the community medicine here, so he has a lot of experience in the carrying out telemedicine during COVID time. She took the leadership in contacting all the nodal officers and doing a survey and coming out with the result of the survey of during telemedicine practice during COVID time. And last presentation was from this institute by Professor Dr. Salek Mohammed and Salek Moidu, and he spoke about the usage of the social media of WhatsApp in the patient care management in the Department of Endocrine Surgery at RMLMS. So we after that we concluded the meeting on 22nd, and on 23rd we moved the next venue of the workshop that is at Sanjay Gandhi PGI Institute of Medical Sciences at Lucknow. So there we visited the facilities are there, the infrastructure created for telemedicine practice, education, research, etc. And also they presented us the 5 projects which they have been doing it for some time there. One of the national medical study, the East Sanjamani project, like here, how it is done there. So it is different there. They have dedicated medical officers manning this hub there, and they are spoke where many of the CSCPs are connected. So the medical officers handling those calls, consultations are they explain to our visiting expert, IT expert about the difficulties they face in managing this network, and what are the challenges they face also in terms of satisfaction relating to the teleconsultation services they are providing. They expect something more, like the feedback is not available, and sometimes you get prank calls, sometimes the network is not so good. So that kind of ground reality positions, so they really explain to us. So then we have a presentation from, again, from the same institute, basically working on the smart city telemedicine. In the Lucknow, they have 100 odd kiosks installed around the cities in different wards, and how they manage this smart city telemedicine. So they explained about that. That is also kind of Howard spoke. And so our visiting expert and ourselves, we all had a little experience. This is the difference between Sanjeevani and the smart city telemedicine there. And there also they interacted with the doctors handling also smart city project there. Then we moved and saw the mobile telemedicine bus there. The facilities available in the bus. What kind of telemedicine services or even healthcare services they can be given in remote areas connected to the hub through networks. There are 2 presentations coming from the faculty there. One is the continuing post-operative care using telemedicine, that is the post-surgical follow-up for patients to avoid travel, long-distance travel, which that is a project been investigated there, and the faculty surgeon herself also informed that it's a very useful thing for them to avoid the travel of the patients. And also this work was published in the literature, so this is one of the eye-opening for us. The subsequent another presentation was in the cancer care, where one of the practitioners of this tele-oncology practice, he himself is a nuclear medicine person. So he said that many of the patients of thyroid cancer he is managing through the telemedicines and only calling the patient other when they require. Since the facility is not available in many places, so he gets patients from far off places to give services. So we finished that pre-launch session there. Then we moved to King George Medical University. So they also had a very long-standing record of practicing telemedicine there, especially in Sanjeevani. They started many years ago, and in fact, they had the accolade for doing maximum number of teleconsultation using Sanjeevani. They got the award from Prime Minister. So we went around the infrastructure there, the telemedicine consultation room, and it's a beautiful room with 5 doctors employed there. And we saw the setup. And also besides Sanjeevani, they also explained to us some other telemedicine solutions they are also adopting for Japanese encephalitis in Gorakhpur. One project, they also had some artificial intelligence based telemedicine practices there. And in that meeting also we had a meeting with the Vice Chancellor and along with some faculty of the institutes. They are very keen to reorganize themselves, and they sought help of our visiting experts from IT to help them to reorganize and how to integrate the efforts of the all 3 institutes in Lucknow to go for massive kind of campaign with the state government to make interdisciplinary or inter-university central departments or units in different medical colleges. So this is the need of the hour to have that kind of infrastructure in each and every medical college. So then we had the last part of our yesterday's activities was presentation by 3 speakers. One was from the Japaigo. This is one of the organization was dealing with many state governments, studying their projects and auditing and giving a third-party opinion about that. So she spoke about her experience of analyzing the e-Sanjeevani deployments in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the ground realities and how these systems can be improvised. where these lacunae and other lacunae can be filled up with other inputs. So we had a very good deliberation on that discussion and that session. And she's Smita Padi from Japaiga from Delhi. Then we had presentation from the technical officer from Siddharth Mohali, so who talked about the difficulties people face, and they came asking what is the support system that Siddharth Mohali is extending to the medical officers in the periphery handling the disease. What are the different spectra of observations or complaints they receive from the remote audience and how they solve it. And also at the central level also what kind of issues they get in analyzing data and all those things. So that is also kind of eye-opener for all of us because in e-Sanjeevani what happens is we do not have access to the dashboard at the education point. So these experiences are definitely going to help for the future activities in e-Sanjeevani, and the inputs that we are getting from us is go back to the e-Sanjeevani management team. So they will definitely look at those deficiencies that we feel at the education level and fulfill that return. So we had this 2 days very successful event, very interactive. In fact, we exceeded the time of working out, and we exceeded almost reaching 12 hours. And unfortunately, the weather was not so good, so a little bit of logistics problem and difficulties in traveling from place to place. Hand over to Udita.
Well, thank you so much for the detailed recap. I think we're very grateful to have had the opportunity to partner with RMS that because neither of us are from the healthcare sector, neither of us live in Lucknow at the moment. So to have that context that you helped arrange for us was really useful. I'll hand it to Mo quickly and do a quick recap of like in terms of the insights that we've had of this learning journey that we've had over the last 2 days.
Thank you, Odisha. And I mean, you're right, neither of us, just like our guest speaker, are really expert in this domain to some extent. But we have been here, I think we came here. We went into the belly of the beast, right? I can use that term. They're like simple stories, right? We went into the belly of the beast. We saw how the beast is operating. Now, why we're here is a different story. I think why we're here is that we have a Global Innovation Center in Delhi. Within that scope, we're trying to support countries with several capabilities. And one of those capabilities is to really do this strategic foresight. And I think as our guest speaker said, there's still a lot to be done in India in healthcare, right? But we also have to be concerned about what's coming, because that gap will only be growing. And now, stepping back to where that is, where we're going, and to what we have today, what capabilities do we need to shape for the future to not only fix what needs to be fixed in the present, but also for the future. And if we don't do this, we will not have a digital equitable world. So that's a bit of my recap. I turn it over to you.
Thank you. I will now, in the interest of time, turn back to you, Mr. Jain. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you for this opportunity. We all know that very recently India's population crossed that of China. We have become the most populous country in the world today. About 1.4 billion people. If you look at how much India as a country spends on, jaldi kar dijiye isko, disturb ho raha hai, excuse me, jaldi dekhi chali aayiye, I'll stop. Then yeah, so resuming from where I left, very recently, as you know, our population crossed that of China. We've become the most populous country in the world today with about 1.4 billion people. We have a huge set of healthcare challenges. Any slice of the Indian population you look at, while things are improving on the ground, but the pace of improvement is not good enough. That's what I feel. If you look at India spends almost 3.2% of its GDP on healthcare. This includes government spend as well as private sector spend. You know. Look at only government spend, which is both federal government, the central government, and state governments put together. It's almost, and UTs put together, it's almost 2% of GDP that we spend on healthcare, which is very, very low and perhaps among the lowest. Among most of the civilized countries. On one hand, we say, and we are perhaps the fifth largest economy in the world in absolute nominal GDP terms. If you look at purchasing power parity, we have become the third largest country by GDP ranking in the world, and even in absolute terms by nominal GDP, in next 2, 3, 4 years' time, we would emerge as the third largest. But if you look at the per capita income, if you look at the Human Development Index, largely talks about things like healthcare indicators, healthcare facilities, the quality of life, education, skills, these kind of facilities. There our ranking is about 130, 134, around at that level. I don't remember the exact one. It has worsened actually couple of notches, kind of thing. And if you look at the names of the countries beyond that in Human Development Index, beyond our rank, which should be 131 or 34, whatever it is. Believe me, most of us sitting in this room would not even know where those countries exist in the global map. So, I mean, when you talked about giving a shock or you've not given enough, I think we have to start from a position of shame, because unless we are ashamed of what we have on the ground today, the embers for improvement would not emanate. That's what I feel. So as compared to 2% of our GDP or 3.2% of GDP that we spend on healthcare, if you look at US, they spend almost 18.3% of the GDP for a population much less than ours, much less than ours, and for a country's GDP being many fold that of India. So I think even if you look at a small country like Philippines, they spend almost 9.7%. Most countries, civilized countries, spend anywhere between 6% to 5 to 6% to 20% of their GDP on healthcare. So where are we? And out of 3.2%, if 2% is state government and central governments put together, I mean, I have no shame in admitting you all know that there are leakages. Even that money doesn't reach 100% to the last mile, to the kind of a thing. Even private sector is not completely free from these kind of things. A lot of over medication, lot of extended stays in the hospital, too many tests which may be not required. So that also that is also a leakage of a different kind. There may not be leakage in the form of corruption, and in government system which is prone to corruption also. So what I'm trying to tell you is not that I'm here to prescribe a prescription as to how to remove the corruption in the government healthcare delivery. But I mean, whatever we have 2%, the government spend, it gets further reduced very substantially in terms of actual reach to the patient. Sometimes I feel we are a country of paradoxes. We have a creamy layer of healthcare facilities like Medanta, like Apollo. 2 of them are in Lucknow itself, not too close, not too far from there. You have Fortis, you have Max, you have Beach of the world, which rub shoulders with virtually the best in the world in terms of healthcare facilities, kind of thing. And on other hand, we have a very desperate situation where even a rural person, poor person facing a healthcare challenge, sometimes you feel that there is no light at the end of the tunnel for that family or that patient, kind of a thing. COVID exposed the inadequacy of our healthcare very badly. So much so that, our government of India's claim figure for COVID deaths is about 5 lakh, whereas a lot of researchers have happened internationally, and they've talked about the actual number of COVID deaths being of an order of 50 lakh in India. So why is it there's so much of difference in the mortality data due to the pandemic? I think this is something that we need to look at. Look at any healthcare intervention, especially from a last mile connectivity in the country. Look at the load eventually, especially in rural areas, there's a lot of load on ASHA workers, on Anganwadi workers, on auxiliary, nurse and midwives, the ANMs, kind of a thing. So how much? And these are the people. Many of them are not actually a part of. They're not government employees per se. We know that. The difficult situations under they work. So there's more. Any new scheme, any new delivery, be it in nutrition, be it in healthcare. They are loaded more and more and more and more. What does the system think that these are representatives of God, that they will do some miracles and ensure the last mile is happening very, very seamlessly? We have one doctor per 1,800 patients in our country, which boils down to about 0.7 doctor up in a population of 1,000 people. WHO's standard is 2.5 doctors per 1,000 population. So where are we? I mean, our 3-tier healthcare system, the comprising of PHCs, the primary health centers, and the community health centers at one level, then district hospitals at the second level, and state level or national level hospitals like Ram Manohar Lohia, King George's, or Sanjay Gandhi PGI, or All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. These kind of institutes, at the tertiary level. There are gaps, and what is worse is the connectivity between them from a data flow point of view or an automatic patient referral point of view is not as seamless as we would like it to be. And the poorest of the people, they really face a lot of music. I have seen those are the times when the corporate hospitals were not there in Lucknow. I've seen my own mother. She had she died 20 years ago. About 30 years ago. Then she had. I'm forgetting the name of the disease, and she was in King George's Medical College. I would still say the doctors took very, very good care, but the paramedic care was so miserable. I can't tell you what all we went through. When my father had a stroke, which is just about 15 years ago, and despite us being educated, I being in Lucknow that day, everything, but there's no way I could ensure that he reaches a healthcare center within that golden period, which is prescribed for, and after 2 years he died, kind of a thing. So if this happens with the educated people for whom the money is not a problem, they're in a state capital which has reasonably good, as we claim, the hospital facilities, you can imagine what will be happening to the poorest of the poor people. Sometimes I get a feel. We have a national health policy, 2017, which talks about health for all at affordable rates. But where we are, these are all very, very good slogans to have. But where we are in actual delivery, how proactive we are in healthcare rather than just being reactive. I think the proactive component is tending to zero. Everything is reactive. There's a problem, and then doctors or whatever it is will Ayushman Bharat, I thought, was a very, very good measure to look at that every family, this thing reaches the healthcare benefits reach them to 5 lakh rupees in case of hospitalization per annum. But again, those of you who have seen the CAG reports, see, it's a very, very good concept, poorly implemented, the way I see it. You have seen the CAG reports, which just came a week, 10 days ago. Look at the kind of leakages they have talked about there. Huge, enough things they have pointed out which can actually derail the program. So even the well-intentioned schemes of the government, at the implementation level, they fall flat. The PM Jay or the Jan Arogya Yojana. I think every scheme we do launch in a bit of a hurry without doing enough homework to ensure that the processes are robust enough, which are required to put up something like this. On one hand, we have such huge shortage of doctors. I somehow have always been saying, as I said, I'm no healthcare expert, but as a commonsensically, how did China fight this? They had, at that time, they had a population more than us. I think if we still expect our doctors like them, who have done expensive medical education, either they were very meritorious, they got it because of their merit, or they paid a lot of money through capitation fee, or even, we all know how private sector medical entrance fee is for students in our country. Either way, you expect them to work in a primary health center in a village. Believe me, no matter how much government would face and the kind of facilities you have in rural areas for their own children's schooling, for their health care, for their quality of life, social infrastructure being so poor in most villages, how do you expect them to be there? I'm not justifying that if they run away or live in a bigger city and just go there once or twice a week. I'm not justifying what they're saying is correct. But you have to look at from as a human problem. I sometimes feel, can we experiment on something on the lines of what China did in the form of barefoot doctors, where you don't need full MBBS for 90% of healthcare challenges, could perhaps be solved if we create a category of a diploma holder doctors, or let's say an auxiliary degree doctors with just 3 years of education. And attachment with hospitals where and these doctors, they just train just this much about training. If at all you call them barefoot doctors, they can take care of 90% of healthcare challenges of rural India. But why do we shy away from that? Why there is no discussion at the national level and these people will be sons of the soil or daughters of the soil, and they will feel proud by living there and working there because they are people from the products of that rural ecosystem. For them, it will be a degree of pride to go to work there and serve there. Not that they will not aspire to be in urban areas. Even they may aspire. But I think this is one way, we could perhaps solve the problem. Whole lot of, you look at even why the medical seats are so few in the country. I mean, you look at till recently, I don't know whether it has changed on the ground or not. I mean, there used to be a certain number of acres required for new medical colleges in private sector to be set up, I believe there's been some dilution in that, and what happened that made the cost of land itself so expensive that many of these new medical colleges actually came up in rural areas. Now, if you set up in rural area just to fight the cost requirement because of certain number of acres which medical college must have, eventually what will happen, in the rural area, again, where would they get the faculty of doctors from to run the medical college? So it's we somehow, it's a self-defeating cycle that we run, somehow that's a feeling I get, I look at your own UP's data. Most healthcare parameters in UP, they lag behind very, very substantially vis-a-vis national averages. And many of the healthcare goals which the country has embarked upon, we will not achieve as a country unless UP delivers, because that's where maximum number of people live, India being the most populous country, UP being the most populous state in the country. Looking at the NITI Aayog data itself, it says there are just about 13 hospital beds in district hospitals per lakh of population in UP, which is again, and in the district hospitals vis-a-vis the IPHS norms, only 16% district hospitals meet the prescribed numbers of doctors which they have. And nurses, it's even worse, 7%. For paramedic, the number is slightly better, 55%. But the fact is, many of them are actually, they are not in the hospital. They are working at the residences of doctors, and I'm sorry to say that, but actually all these 55% are actually there in the hospital and helping the hapless patient. I don't think that's the case. Telemedicines, I didn't have the privilege of going through the earlier talks here, which she told me, which have been delivered. I'm sure those are good interventions, But let's do some soul searching, while we have tested the technology, we know it works. But what is the penetration? How many patients we are able to do through telemedicine? How many the best-in-class doctors give their hours every day, or let's say every week, to telemedicine, or we just put anybody who's there, We have to look at how vis-a-vis the penetration we have versus the people who would like to be benefited by telemedicine, because they are remotely located, they are in rural areas, and they need that benefit. It can work wonders, but rather than being in a self-congratulatory mode and saying that, we got this award, that award, we have to look at what is the efficacy of that. Are we still running those programs as mere pilots, or we are able to scale up with the volumes and the scale which a country like this, and especially a state like UP, deserves. I think that is very, very important to my mind. I can look at OPDs, I've had the chance of going to OPDs of many hospitals, including your own Ram Manohar Lohia or King George's or SGPDI. I think sometimes the look is that as if you've come to a Kumbh Mela. And sometimes I wonder with those kind of numbers, I pity doctors also. If, despite these pressures, many doctors do a fantastic job. I think, but what is the resolution to this? I believe OPD load could be reduced if telemedicine is scaled up big time, big time. Problem is in healthcare system, even some of the doctors I've spoken to, they are non-believers that telemedicine can solve a major part of the healthcare gap. They are also non-believers because when they studied, there was no telemedicine, kind of thing. But technology is changing. I've seen when I had COVID, I had Vedanta was running through telemedicine, and I had a patch in the lung, which is very close to getting to the hospital. Fortunately, I didn't go there. But I think their service was pretty effective. But then, how many people can afford Vedanta? And not only that, even some of the US doctors who were treating them there, patients there, and from those advice was available to me in terms of what should be the dosage of, because our doctors were a bit conservative. US doctors were very, very aggressive in terms of not cartagons. What are they called? That category called of medicine, kind of a thing. Steroids, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so steroids, they're very, very aggressive. We were conservative. So, I could have that, but most people are not able to do that. Even if you look at an average poor Indian, even when the government system claims that healthcare is free of cost, data show that 65% of their medical costs, even under the government structure, almost 65% of the entire cost they have to bear themselves. With the cost of tests, cost of food, cost of living, cost of many things associated with the hospitalization. I think too, we have to be very, very careful where we go. Otherwise, the very you have telemedicine, which has started at all these three hospitals. I'm very, very happy. But how do you scale up? How do you ensure efficacy? How do you ensure that the best-in-class doctors are actually available for consultation? I think that's very, very important. Mobile health is today a very, very distinct possibility, very, very clear possibility. How do you leverage machine learning? There's so much advancements happening. Many of them are very, very useful in healthcare. AI, electronic health records. I had some, even in the private nursing homes and not the creamy layer, but the other private hospitals also I've seen, they have done the bare minimum automation to look at the patient billing systems and admission and discharge systems are automated, but not deep enough. Government hospitals who have done some amount of ensure that hospital level automation happens. Even the PACS integration is not there in most places. And correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of are there ultrasound reports? Are there X-rays? Are there those kind of reports also digitally available and record available, kind of a thing. I think that's something that we really have to look at. Or e-pharmacies is today a very, very clear possibility. I think, how do you trigger the deployment of technology? It could happen through government initiative. It could also happen through demand from customers. If customers become more demanding, I think many of these things will happen. Private sector investments are very, very important. Some innovations which are done by startups, those can also trigger deployment of technology big time, kind of a thing. And also global collaboration. If India thinks, we are the God's gift to mankind and everything can happen here, it will not happen unless we collaborate. I think that's very, very important, especially in healthcare. There are collaborations. It's not there's nothing. But why sometimes I feel it's a shame if 50% of IT services the market is captured by Indians all over the world globally. Why is it the deployment of technology is not as good in our own country? वो कहते हैं ना चिराग तले अंधेरा होता है, something like that. So I think why is it that we look at AI itself? The huge possibility. It can create a revolution in treatment techniques, analyzing complex medical data, and even in new discoveries. It can increase the administrative efficiency of delivery of healthcare big time. Deploy using this thing. Improved diagnosis can improve. Diagnostics can improve big time. And treatment. Because doctors will be leveraging AI, doctors will be able to take more informed decisions. I think that's very, very helpful. But are we doing it? How will this happen? Sometimes I wonder, doctors are not supposed to be AI experts at all. No way. Can you really afford those expensive AI experts within each hospital? Perhaps not. There are very, very expensive people, far more expensive than doctors. So how will it happen? I think I don't have a ready-made answer, but see, for equipment, like companies like GE Healthcare, they will ensure that they'll push through their sales pitch that you will end up having those equipment. But for AI, till the time it comes to a level, how would these three classic examples, which are King George is this country's biggest hospital, and still ranked among the top 6-7 hospitals in the country, and the largest in terms of 4,500 beds it has. So I think we really have to look at how does that happen. It is in terms of medical devices. Their data engines, artificial intelligence, cloud, blockchain, everywhere there. Lots and lots of applications in the healthcare front. Perhaps we need to set up a AI deployment in healthcare in a mission mode at a country level, so that every hospital is not reinventing the wheel, kind of a thing. I mean, they're centralized practices and they flow down, and this is very, very serious kind of a thing. I have seen in one of the visits to France that how VR and virtual reality and augmented reality can be used. I don't know that much as to how it can be used in the treatment of a patient, but in education, it can be used very, very effectively, and I've seen being used, the entire, I think we have to look at one thing which really surprises me quite a lot is India can become the pioneer in healthcare research. Why? Because no other place in the world has such a big base of doctors. But are we able to capture that data? Are we able to analyze that data? Are we able to use that data for future? I mean, but I'm not saying our doctors are the smartest. Why is it that the creamy layer of doctors in the US or the NHS of UK, very big numbers are from India, and even doctors working in India are very, very bright people, because this kind of clinical experience that they have, where on earth will they get something like this? Even China, the population may be comparable, but their economic profile of people is better, and they're a much richer country than India. So the healthcare challenges are not as huge in China as we have in our own country. I mean, I've seen our doctors working in India. They're superhumans. They're actually superhumans. But how do we ensure that the very, very rich patient data that we have, out of these 1.4 billion people, we capture it, use it, so that they're used to optimize healthcare interventions for last mile issues, for drug discovery, for drug trials, when I was in TCS, I had some role to play that for many of the drug discovery and trials, pharmacovigilance, these kind of things happen. Pharma companies could be anywhere in the world, but can India, through offshore development centers, help that process? And I a big degree of pride that I'm not having the pioneer, but in terms of driving those first level usage of India's offshore development center for life sciences companies. I think we have to look at these kind of things. I can go on. I think I've exceeded my time already. I mean, these are some of the thoughts which pain me as a citizen. Through a prism of timelessness, we can't keep blaming the system for what it lacks for all times to come. We have to be very, very serious about these interventions, and I'm sure we can go a long way, because no country, as I repeat what I said earlier, no country in this globe, in this world, has such a rich record of such a bad health profile, disease profile. We are the diabetes capital of the world. We are the heart capital of the world, from heart ailment capital of the world. You name a disease and we have it in. Look at the infectious disease. You look at rainy season is there, and so many different things. Entire focus of the healthcare delivery will go on fighting those diseases which emanate only during the rainy season. So we have such lovely this thing. Why we are not capturing it and analyzing it to have wonderful results which can be deployed not only in our country, for all over the world, because the kind of clinical experience our doctors have. So it has to be, our data has to be in a state of preparedness so that it can be leveraged much better for healthcare research than what we have been doing. So I think I can go on, but we have to shamelessly embrace technology. We have to shamelessly embrace. There is no other way, and without that you cannot deliver. No matter how many doctors, even if you double, triple, 4 times, you multiply the 4 times the number of medical colleges in the country and nursing colleges in the country and paramedic colleges in the country, you cannot meet the challenge that we have that easily. Unless we leverage technology big time, some of the technologies I talked about. But especially, I believe that especially AI is something that we have to do in a mission mode. AI, not in absolute terms, AI in healthcare, that we have to do in a mission mode. Otherwise, through a prism of timelessness, as I said, I will keep on blaming the system for all times to come. And in the process, a few more lakhs of people and perhaps millions of people will keep on losing their life, just like that. So I think we have to be very, very sensitive towards it. If I have caused a degree of hurt, that was not intended for sure. But unless we start from a degree of hurt, I don't think, I think let that hurt be a preamble to interventions, which can have, far, bigger response, outcomes. And obviously, these outcomes will not happen unless we increase the outlays. That's also very important. We have to. Many things are beyond you. If we as a nation are spending such a small sum on healthcare, these things are beyond you. But we have enough. Now India is not all that poor a country that we can't jump to 19-18% of GDP. But why can't 2% of government become 4%? I think in 2 years' time we can do that 4%. We have to prioritize other areas where some, I would say even if roadways development, infrastructure development could be slowed a bit, but healthcare is far more important. So I think those national priorities have to be, the voices are to be heard. How much time beyond COVID the chief minister of UP or the prime minister of UP is actually spending on discussing with doctors, with sectoral experts on healthcare challenges? During COVID, everybody was doing it because it was required. We didn't know if there'd be tomorrow at all. But after post-pandemic era or pre-pandemic era, how much time they were spending, and in post-pandemic, how much they were spending. I think it's not even 2% of GDP, 2% of their time. Believe me. So I think that has to be looked at from that perspective. I can go on. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishna. I think that was captured the system so well, and I think that's how when we extend the invitation to you, that was the intent, that all the points that you raised today are around the challenges, the indicated areas, the solutions, the vision that you're laying for the future, what are the areas that we need to work on. I think that adds a layer to all the conversations we've had over the last 2 days. And again, the idea to critique the healthcare system is not to feel disappointment. It's rather to get a reality check and see what we can do now to plan for the future ahead. Whatever we've achieved over the last 20 years in healthcare, 30 years, it's been great. But I don't think that is the pace that is required for the next 20 years or 30 years. Otherwise, we'll be far behind. We cannot work on the same pace. And so the idea today is to use all of this knowledge to plan ahead, to do not just plan and implement for the future, but carry out strategic foresight to plan for the future. And we'll go deeper into what strategic foresight is and why I'm using those terms. But right now, I'll pause in case there are any comments from the virtual audience that's sitting here, any comments, any thoughts, any questions for Mr. Krishna, anything that's even coming to your mind right now, you just want to speak out loud.
Actually, I want to get up.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for that. Really stepping back, looking at the whole system, troubleshooting elements of the system, and really to emphasize that we have to, and I like the anecdote you put forward, which is to say, are they representative of God? We have to be proactive, not reactive. So I think these are very powerful statements, and also the value of technology and why India really provide data, unique data profile, the processes and the services that is happening. Now, my question is very simple. It's the same question we asked our participant before. What do you see 15 years from now? 15 years from now, how would you like to see the healthcare in India, given all of these technologies that are changing?
You know, I would, my response to this is, I would like, in 15 years down the line, I would expect a digitally integrated healthcare infrastructure, worlds and India becoming emerging. My vision is it should have a complete digital integration. India should become the number one, much ahead of the US and China, number one research, medical research powerhouse in the country. Number three, which is allied, may not be pure healthcare, but my vision would be in 15 years down the line that India becomes the largest health, pharma, life sciences, and vaccine manufacturer and supplier to the world. This and obviously health for all, at affordable cost, not remaining a pipe dream, but an actual reality. I think you have to start from there and do a back calculation, like what all it takes to get there, kind of thing. And it has to be done at the highest level. Yes, yesterday our Chandrayaan, our 3, which was, it went to the moon and landed safely, soft landing, kind of a thing. Everybody is in a self-congratulatory mode. How many people remembered that Vikram Sarabhai is the one who started who the father of India's space technology mission, and he had to argue with the then Prime Minister Pandit Nehru and later with Indira Gandhi that why it is important. These scientists went to them and exhorted them to dream big, to think big. It's something of the future. Why can't doctors do the same? Their job is not to attend, organize mega events and with the political leaders. It is their job is, even at the cost of lack of clarity, even at the cost of being snubbed, but they have to escalate that. Look here, you better start taking these areas very, very seriously. I mean, India is today, the disease profile is frightening. You look at diabetes, you look at cardiac thing, you look at strokes, you look at kidney issues. We are actually becoming for all these ailments and a few more, we are perhaps the worst in the world today, even as a percentage of population. So unless we deploy technology big time, this will not change. Because it is humanly, this problem can never be attended 100%, no matter what you do. I mean, ours is a country of 6 lakh villages, 600,000 villages, 600,000 villages. It's not how would you reach? You will never reach. And no matter growing urbanization and all that, even today, almost 65% of India lives in rural areas. And many of the so-called urban areas are also very close to a rural character. I mean, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Lucknow, these are all exceptions. You go to any of your own district headquarters beyond the camel towns in UP itself, it will be a horror story, other than Allahabad, Varanasi, Kanpur, perhaps Agra. You have to dream big. You have to start from that dream and do a lot of work at evangelization. I think somebody has to evangelize. I mean, you have world-class medical education in this country, world-class doctors who despite challenges, while I've been critical, these doctors do fantastic work in places like King George's, PGI, or Ramanoh Lohiya. Fantastic job. But is that good enough? That's what we have to start questioning. And by continuing to do that fantastic job, we will remain, far from our goal of health for all at affordable price, what the National Health Policy of 2017 talks about. We will remain far because this is not good enough. You have to look at the final picture where you want to get. And what all it takes.
just a follow-on question is again, setting up our workshop. What trends do you think that the Indian ecosystem should trends should the Indian ecosystem leverage to actually get there? These three things that you talked about. What trends should be used? Technology, social, political, environmental. What trends do you see?
I would put technology as the topmost, kind of a thing.
Which technology?
I would say AI. I'll start with the AI. I think that's something which is very, very important to be done. So telemedicine, I'll not call it a technology. It's a deployment of technology. Telemedicine by itself is not a technology. It deploys multiple technologies to deliver last mile, consultation and all that. But I think AI itself, if you set it up, I think many of the issues, because AI has become all pervasive now.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from anyone in this room or in the virtual room?
Hello. In continuation of the wonderful talk, maybe this may be slightly outside the box. I just want to say, throughout the victory of yesterday and today, nowhere people talked about Vikram Sarabhai as well as Satish Devan. So very nicely the doctor has told, people forget the originality. Second thing, he has told a very nice sentence. And the father of telemedicine, Dr. Mishra, also is there. As he has told, telemedicine is not a technology, it's a conveyor, but whereas AI is a technology. In fact, yesterday it landed exactly due to AI only. So that way AI can do a lot. As it is, Dr. Mishra is doing a lot of work of AI in IIT Kanpur. So AI will definitely it will definitely aid our wonderful doctors. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Rajavan. Yes, please.
Sir, I am Dr. Manoj and I belong to a rural background. Especially, my background is very, very poor background. My father was 8th class and my mother was 8th grade. She has no formal education. So
that's fantastic. If people like that become doctors, I think that's a fantastic achievement of independent India.
But sir, I have contrary you of you. There is no change. There is a lot of change I witnessed from the last decade. Sir, there is very substantial reduction in the infective diseases. Substantial reduction. I talked with many doctors who is working in the rural areas. They are saying that there is substantial reduction in the infective pathology, especially diarrhea, and people are getting aware about the sanitation and the internet. That thing you are thinking how will approach to the villagers. The internet is going there, and many people, if we see the reels, YouTube reels, the many people from the rural India are making reels.
Making what?
Reels.
YouTube
Reels. Okay. They are getting viral. So we have enough opportunity and we have enough technology to reach our villagers also. So we don't have only the wrong things. We have a lot of possibility, and we can use this telemedicine for better future and better possibility. Even in the diabetes, we have different profile from the US and the UK populations. We have a special, our adipocytes are the different from the US population. So we are prone to the diabetes, not here due to our economic challenges, but we are also have same problem in the US and UK. Studies shows that the population from the South Asian regions, they are more prone to the diabetes and other metabolic things.
Genetically,
sir. Yeah. Actually, we don't say the genetically because it is the racial term, but we have. So it is not a problem of India because we are now diagnosed. We are enough capable to diagnose the disease. So we have also increases our survival, etc. So most probably in the last 15 years, we are seeing our Indian future in the bright way and hope it will be the best.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with you. I mean, let me make a quick comment. I agree things have improved on the ground, right?
Yes.
But should we be happy with the pace of improvement? That's all I'm saying. We have to raise the bar and go there, with the velocity of changes happening in healthcare has to be faster. At no point of time I said that things are as bad as they were. I mean, look at the life expectancy after independence. It used to be, if memory doesn't fail me, 37 years. Whereas an Indian born at the time of independence was expected to live only 37 years. If it has improved to 63, 64 years, something around that level. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor. But I think things have improved on the ground, kind of. But is it good enough? That's what I have to keep the question.
We are moving in the right direction.
So what I'm saying is you accelerate the pace of movement.
I think.
Yeah, the world is changing faster than you are moving. Let's put it that.
I think the India way, the problems are so many, and we have tackled so many of those problems so beautifully. But we've done that when we did not even have technology. A lot of things were improved, right? Now the way technology is evolving, the things are coming into place. So many things need to move at a much faster pace. I think as an Indian, and this is a problem that I face individually also, I think we are scared of dreaming big. We set our goals a little lower than we should expect ourselves. And that is, maybe it's a colonial thing that we have in us. We don't think too big, I think. We don't, like even our financial goals in our houses, our social goals, everything, even when we start at home, our goals are not big enough. And if you don't set the goals big enough, you will keep achieving the goals you've set, but they're not big enough goals. I think that is the point we're trying to do when we're doing this future focused workshop today. The idea is to, as he used that word and it's stuck in my mind, that we need to dream big. Professor Mishra, the father of telemedicine in India, he's achieved tremendous in 20 years. We were so impressed with all that we saw. But I don't think if the same pace continues, 20 years later, he will be happy with the same pace. 20 years, abhi tak bahut acha kiya, wo pace sahi thi abhi ke liye. But 2040 agar aapko jana, 2042 usi pace pe shayad chalna would not be very good because our population is increasing also faster now. So we, of course, we respect all the achievements that have happened here, but we're just pushing for that speed to be increased now.
So I also want to say something. So you talked about barefoot doctors. So that would create a team of quacks in rural India.
No. Yeah, they're going through 3 years of extensive education. How will they be quacks? Quacks, as you know, have had no education at all. They have not even had a school education.
So even nurses, they are 3 to 4 years in, then they become nurses.
No, sorry. Let me, for
and
importance
for that, so for that purpose,
so let me.
They
don't know how to. Let me. Asha workers or Anganwadi workers are not subjected to 3 years of rigorous study. They are not. Surely not. It's a very, very small, short training that they go through. So I'm not saying that they'll replace doctors. They'll never ever be able to replace. But many of the things at the rural levels they'll be able to sort out on their own. And I'm not jumping that this is the best solution. I'm saying that there be some discussion on this. That's all I'm saying.
Doctors can be trained more. And I know the overburden. It's not about creating a new system.
So don't think barefoot doctors will be quacks. Quacks are.
You can call them something other than doctors if that would solve the problem.
We already have a system like that. I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Sir, we are producing.
I mean, you have engineers, you have degree holders, you have diploma holders, right?
Sorry, we are
now we are producing 1 lakh doctors per year.
Yes.
Per year. So it is enough number. After 5 years, it will be the 5 lakh doctors. And every MBBS doctor said
they are deployed for 2 years in the rural area.
There is government is planning like that. And from the 2018, there is no PSC job. PSC का recruitment ही नहीं हुआ 2018 के बाद. If we are blaming that there are no doctors, you are not recruiting the doctors.
So there's a huge.
It's a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue also.
So enough number, workforce is there.
Workforce is there, can be better.
Ma'am, better हो सकती है.
So
in the last 10 years, so many people.
Let's look a bit deeper.
Why? Progress
see why these recruitments are not happening. Because there's inadequate money. You have to look at money also, right? Somewhere there are recruitment processes to be blamed. Sometimes the overall budget available is not good enough to augment kind of a thing. So I think we have to look at it. We have to be in a state of restlessness when it comes to healthcare. That's all I'm saying.
So I would like to add
You have to be paranoid, otherwise if you're not paranoid, change will not happen. Yeah. So
the system, like he was mentioning, there are a lot of people, like even doctors also are they're made to settle in urban areas. I am a dentist myself, I'm an orthodontist. And if I say like graduates, there are a number of BDS doctors who are recruited and they don't have those kind of setup. Even if they are posted in those rural areas, they need to have a dental chair, they need to have that setup where they can actually foster the medical services or the dental services to the people around. But the government doesn't have those kind of setups for, it is very easy to install a chair and a table and you can have these pharmacists and other people, paramedical people to cater that kind of service. But as dentist, you need to do the surgical process on the patient. So when they are not able to do it, and then that is the failure of the system at one point of time, that you are recruiting the doctors, why they are not doing, what are they going to do, sitting there and not have anything to do with the specialty as such. Absolutely. So we are not able to, we are just able to give the preventive maybe measures of how the treatment cannot be.
In dentistry, these interventions become more capital intensive, right?
Yes. So that is also one of the areas, but we have ample number of doctors. Like as I would agree with him, we have ample number of doctors who have been trained. Even in dentistry, there's 2-3 years of that. We are taught about MBBS, and for last year is the one where we are talked about the specialty in particular. But there are ample number of doctors, but only the policy makers have not given that vision that where it is supposed to be, how they are supposed to be placed. In rural areas, there are no sanitation. So even if anyone would go, there is no proper space, security reasons. Absolutely. Like we have these prank calls and on the ECG we were talking about.
Real issues, absolutely.
They are real issues.
So I think.
Sorry, we'll just take one final comment from Mr. Jain. He's had his hand raised for a while, and then we'll segue. Mr. Jain?
Yeah, just to add what Mr. Krishnan has said, in the rural areas of UP, we have a target of 25,000 plus health and wellness centers, out of which government has already placed 17,000 CHOs. CHOs are having a qualification of BSc nursing, which is a 3 years plus degree. So what you mentioned just now, that placement of diploma holders, doctors, CHOs are supposed to provide basic diagnostic services to rural patients. They are also given the responsibility of connecting them to the doctors who are sitting at CSC level. So that problem government is addressing right now, and very soon we will be having around 25,000 CHOs at the grassroots level.
It's good to hear that. If they're experimenting with something like that, it's good to hear that.
It is already in place. 16,000 plus CHOs are already there. Ashas are not supposed to provide diagnostic services or representative services.
Ashas and Anganwadis, no way.
Yeah.
They're very useful in their own way, but they can't do that work. Yeah.
So CHOs are playing a very important role. They are also doing NCDC screening of 30 plus population, and they are acting as a catalyst in the field right now.
All right. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Jain. This is really insightful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Pleasure. Okay.
All right. So are we ready? Hopefully we have a good overview, right? We heard multiple perspectives. I think perspective is often what we lack. We get the overview. I think we don't know what we don't know that we don't know. Always. And the purpose of things like this is actually to get everybody to talk each other. On that note, we heard a lot. Oh, there we go. So we're all proud that India is able to land at the far side of the moon. But as was mentioned, this took some time. Somebody had to think ahead, drive this future. The future that we have is here now, today, right? Yesterday, it was yesterday that this happened, right? The one I'm showing on the right is another headline. It's called The End of Reality. Okay, it's an article, we can share the link with you, but it's actually a book, but I wrote an article about it. It says, there are 4 billionaires. Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook, Peter Thiel, right? And Mark Anderson. And who's the fourth one? I'll tell you. No, Jeff Bezos. It's of course our friend Elon Musk. Elon Musk. We all think they're visionaries, right? We really all think they're visionaries. And what future are they driving? So somebody went ahead and looked at everything that's happening and basically wrote a book, and I say, these people in the future are actually trying to create an autocratic society where they control everything. Because you will be subservient to the machine, you will be subservient to their systems, and they just talk about four trends, right? Which are trends that they're using for their purpose to drive their future. And we'll deep dive into those trends. One of them is the metaverse. They're trying to create an alternative reality. I can tell you, you may not be aware that kids today are in that metaverse. I was walking in Geneva with a friend and her 5-year-old kid. We walk in not so desirable area of Geneva called Paki, for those who have been there. And 5-year-old kid walk in front of a nightclub and say, Mommy, nightclub. We say, what? Nightclub? What? So where did he even hear that word? And then we ask, what do they do there? And she says, they drink and dance. We say, what? So where did you learn this? A game called Roblox that kids play. It's the first instantiation of the metaverse. It's been around for years now. The kid is going there in that world, and the kid then goes in and says, Mommy, I need to buy some Roblox coins. Why? Because if I buy this, it will unlock this thing for me, and it's so cool. What does mom do? Take out her credit card, swipe it, real money, give the kids this to go through God knows what else. Metaverse, first trend. Not used, maybe not in the future you want. You would not want your kids to grow up in that future. All of the culture will be lost. Every single great culture you have and identity will be lost. Number one. Number two, of course, this metaverse is related to other things going on, right? So we're talking about AI. AI is an underlying technology, right? So we're talking about, you're all in the medical doctors here to some extent. Have you heard the term transhumanity or transhumans? It is that we're going to be augmented humans. What are the signs of that augmentation of humans? What is it happening? CRISPR, DNA modifications. In the future, the billionaires will like their kids to self-select which trait their kids will have. The profile of no diabetes, they would pick. Done. Right? That's another one. Coins, cryptocurrency. I just explained the cryptocurrency example. That's what they're doing, the cryptocurrency. You have companies today who are scanning your eyeball under the pretense that they are trying to identify as humans in the metaverse from the fake. And they're generating an issue global ID. Wait a minute. Where is the nation state? Where are the borders? No longer borders. The world is controlled by a few people. And I just gave you that reality, but this is happening today. Amazon, robotics, right? Yes, we have robotic surgery, but we've seen the state. There is none happening. It's just you need to get to difficult access areas And like GE and those people, they will come sell you that machine, but what else are you doing with it alternatively? Amazon, like they have a factory controlled by 5 people, I don't know, 5,000 robots. Where did all the workers go? So you take all those trends, they're driving it that way. But you are healthcare workers, all these technologies, who is going to create that solutions for you to get that equitable healthcare? That's the reality, right? The same trend. Everybody uses it for their purpose. They're driving their futures. But what? You're going to be in their futures? Think. So now, this is a reality. Before, we saw the past. Somebody had to get that thinking to get here, to the landing in the moon. Now, we see what these people are plotting. Scenario, right? Okay, if you know, remember I talked about the valley of death? Yes. We have seen a couple of good ideas that died in the valley of death, POCs, right? When we went to the other side. We saw that, right? You remember the initiatives that died? I think it was the African Network and some of the other Pan-African Network. Couple of, many of them were there. And also some are on life support right now. Some of the initiatives related to healthcare, they're on life support. And as I mentioned, e-Sanjeevani literally was dead. COVID came and gave it a shock and resuscitated e-Sanjeevani. But now COVID is no longer here because it's not built right. Now, it's not for me to judge, right? But again, think about this, right? What future do you want to drive? How are you using these technologies to get there and what you need? So how do we shape your ecosystem to get there? But for that, we're going to step back and go to August 24, 2038. What will the headlines from this future be? Please, you want to expand a bit more on this?
No, I think.
What do you want to do 2038 from now?
You can think of healthcare, you can think of outside of healthcare, because there are interlinkages also.
What would you like to see? Well, we can pick within the last mile healthcare. Let's talk about that because we narrowed it in that sense. What would you like to see? Right? But remember, it's not just about healthcare because remember, the healthcare is supported by the social processes. What is happening in your community? What is happening in a political level? What is happening in a technological level? What is happening in a social level? Right? 15 years from now, what vision do you want to see? And then we'll deep dive. But this is your warm-up exercise. There's no right or wrong answer. Nobody, by the way, if in case you have not noticed, my shirt.
Fortune teller today.
We're all going to be fortune tellers. I wish I could give you all this stuff so we can do it, but let's do it. Okay? What do you want to see? Be as descriptive as you can. Write a story because stories are very visual. We need to imagine this picture. And let me also tell you why. The POCs that died in the Valley of Death, we are going to forecast scenarios. We need to know that which valley are we going to take? Why are we doing this? We're going to look at 4 valleys eventually after the end of this exercise. One valley is where everything is great. It's everything we want. One valley is nothing changes. One valley is there is real decline. Things are getting worse. So you're going to make and think, use your neurons for this process. So now we're not telling you which one, but you just tell us which scenario. You can take the bad side, you can take the good side, you can always think the good side, it doesn't matter. What do you see? And on August 24, 2038, you have to get posted. Everybody.
Please, why don't you already seats for join because how many bed, man?
And if you want, just to get your warm up, you can discuss. Pair 2 people to discuss. Okay? And agree, and then you put it. Okay.
I think the online audience can also participate. I will share links with you. You can put your inputs directly on the sticky notes that you will see on your screen. So I will just share the link with you.
Yeah. Write a story, okay? Don't write points like bullet points. The best way for us to realize this feature is if I can say, for example, in 2038, I'll be coming to Lucknow. The city is greener. There seems to be really great traffic controls. And I've just passed by, RML, and RML looks really fantastic. All the doctors are so happy. Patients are really happy. Like, again, be descriptive of that future, because this is how we can tell, right? Yeah, storytelling. All right, you can use anecdotes, you can use whatever. Stories are the oldest thing we have done as humans, right, to convey the knowledge. So if you want to project, please. So does our audience online understand what they have to do? And have you told them how to use this tool?
Yes, I'm just going to do that.
Okay.
I was waiting for this.
So I'll let you do that.
So you should have a link in your chat. This is for the
And
online.
how long they have?
You should be able to see a link in your chat. If you go to this link, you will be redirected to the page that I am showing you on screen share right now. There are these blue colorful sticky notes that you will see on your screen. And we request you to type in what you think should be the headline, that story for the future of August 24, 2038. You have about 5 minutes to put your thoughts together. You can put more than one headline also. So if एक headline नहीं डालनी है, you can put as many headlines as you want. If you're facing any technical issue, please let me know so that I can help you. इधर वाईफाई नहीं मिल पाएगा ना?
No, ma'am. Only thing.
मेरे बार डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है. आप एक काम करें, जो लिंक मैंने चैट में डाली ना, आपको अपनी तरफ से खोल दीजिए फिर. तो अगर मेरा बंद होता है तो आपके पास भी फिर वो लिंक का एक्सेस होगा. जी. I agree with Mr. Raghavan. Medical breakthrough should happen, and so if you have to think about a headline for the medical breakthrough, something that will happen on August 24, 2038. What will that headline be for you, Mr. Raghavan?
Is our future becoming crystal clear? Remember, you can all be fortune tellers.
Virtual audience can also just unmute themselves and share their thoughts if they want. If they're facing technical issues with the software, they can just unmute themselves, tell me their headline, and I will write it for you over here.
It's taking too long.
Right? If you
Taking too long.
then you can write it in the chat and I will collect it from the chat and post it to you.
Okay, okay.
It's a little heavy software. It might be taking some time to load. Just a habit. I will also share with you photos of what we are typing here so that you're aware of what's happening in this room also, please.
So, and remember, we can collectively shape that future. That's the idea. But if you don't paint where you're going, somebody else is going to paint it for you, and then you will just be a participant to that future. The post-it are free, ideas are free, but everything starts by an idea. As a human being, we have what? What's the statistic? I think something like 50,000 thoughts a day, and only about the most prolific of us have about 5 to 10 ideas, right? So have that thought, put it there. Let's see how we merge this collectively.
India on top of happiness index. I love that one. Longevity is now reality through induced cellular reprogramming. Vaccine against most of the infectious diseases include. India emerges as biggest economy and adopts 5 poor countries. Robots perform.
I love it.
Robots perform major surgery. Technology replaces majority doctors from chronic conditions and preventive care. Preventive healthcare is the biggest profitable sector. Amazing. Doctors embracing technology. Healthcare with physical consultation beyond affordability. Integrated. Sorry, can somebody help me with this? Integrated hand phone with medical care.
That would tell us, my understanding.
Sorry. Doctor's prescription handwriting.
Integrated hand phone.
Can you guys think even beyond this? Would we have aliens who will come here and give us some new technology to be better? Again, expand your mind.
AI is predicting illness before clinical evaluation.
Amazing.
Getting medical services at home and workplace. This is ubiquitous healthcare access.
Connected health in
Digital ecosystems, critical care and home settings.
Cybercrime, cyber frauds like data theft at all-time high. Hackers using AI, or maybe AI program has become the hacker. Oh, nice. Very nice. Great policies by government to deliver health. Beds for all in hospital, no waiting time. Amazing. Seamless OPDs. Good reimbursement for doctors for their contribution. Absolutely. Appointment-based consultations. Personalized good health in a capsule. People will be how to dial with it. Sorry, what is this? People will know how to dial with deal with infection. Sorry. Personalized good health in a capsule in approach to you. Telemedicine specialists are the highest earning specialists. Brilliant.
Hope so. And online, do we have?
We have 2 online. I'm just going to read them out. I'm checking if there are more. Chat में और कुछ आया है बच्चा? From the online audience, I have 2 right now. One is AI-inspired medical technology becomes the norm, and telemedicine becomes an integral part of the Indian healthcare ecosystems. Okay, we have more. Doctors performing better with the evolution of advanced technology like AR, VR. Customized treatment plans are now a reality. Great. Engineers and doctors should join together. Absolutely. We have an engineer here. We have doctors here. miracles to happen. Healthcare workers are fully empowered now. Proactive patient solving problems of doctors now. Amazing. This is good. This is good.
That is brilliant. Who put that? That is out of thinking. Patient solving doctor's problem. Financial problems.
I think that's good.
Maybe like there is a software called Kundli, like this is based on astronomy. So before a child is born, this artificial intelligence and all through the parents, they decode everything, whatever is going to happen
Write it down.
in future.
So it is going on. And there is a concept of the designer baby.
Designer babies. It's
Write
already
it down, please.
No, sir. CRISPR-Cas9, it is actually happening.
Well, that's what it
already
is.
happening a lot in Dubai, apparently.
Please write it down again. We're gonna sort through all this, and then we're gonna figure out what we want to do. Now, again, this is an idea. We'll probably cluster this into some, but actually everybody thought positive here, right? Right? Nobody really thought about some negative here. Okay, we'll get to that later because we will force you to the scenarios later, okay?
Because we are on track, so that we are thinking just positive.
No, you want to have positive outcome. I don't want the whole to end tomorrow, right? And by the way, why are these billionaires trying to come up with all these technologies? Because they just don't want to die. They want to live forever. That's why all these concepts, right? I mean, Elon Musk wants to have 30 kids. What is he trying to do? Read the signal. He's trying to ensure that his progeny is going to be still controlling the money in the world. Yes, that's all it is. You don't have to go very far. You have to use your creative mind to really understand what they have seen over the times and what they're doing. They match. They really match the signals. If you add the signals, you connect 5, 10 signals, you will see clarity. And this is what we're going to do. This is foresight. We'll get to that, okay? And then based on this clarity, then we will, if you have an understanding of what the type of problems are there, you can then prepare
Post it.
and immerse yourself in the scenario and then take actions, right? We heard it. People are being very reactive. I mean, come on. React is not solving anything, right? You have to really drive this very strategically. I mean, why do you think, and by the way, they're doing all this money with public money. Huh? Elon Musk, what does he do? It's a defense. By the way, the landing of the shuttle in the moon, right? You know, that's public money that's doing this. Do you know how the startup ecosystem in the US got started, the whole Silicon Valley? It was spending by the military and defense. It was all the investment that was done to get the shuttle to the moon, the first astronauts to the moon. All of that technology that get created, and then they figure out a path to commercialize that. So there is a seamless. They did not die in the valley of death. They know how to do this very well. And now they have also figured out that the biggest spender of money is government. So now they're coming to government. What somebody convinced NASA to stop flying shuttles. Why? Because they want to take this money. They take a couple of billions from NASA, which is what he did. NASA only wants to send a KPI is 5-10 astronauts per year to the space station. He takes that 20-30 billion. He comes up with 1,000 ideas. Government only wants one. He used the 999 other ideas to commercialize. I mean, come on. You know, that's, if you're a US citizen, that's public money. Is that creating public equity? Now, some stakeholders are more powerful than government. Government at the international, you think, huh? Let's take the very classic example. There is a big debate about AI. I explained this to you. What do? What did I say? The people who created the AI problem, when people start talking about the AI problem, what do? They come up, they paint the future. The future is, no, AI is bad, we need to control it. What have they done? They put the narratives they want. Everybody else go back to sleep. He's solving it. He created it, solving it. He's the best person to solve it. But then what he's done now, he's creating another business to benefit for it, which is going to create an even bigger problem. And that business is sold to you as this is solving the problem, but in reality, it's creating an even bigger problem. And this is completely outside of state control. Government not issuing global IDs, their passport anymore. Government not the financial control cryptocurrencies. Now, I'm just saying this in this realm, right? But these are the same technologies that are used for this purpose I can use to solve all this. That's what we have to focus on. But we need to understand that these other things are going there. They can also be counter to the vision that you want. And how you act on it. So I'll let Turida take over from here, and then she'll tell us all about foresight, how foresight is done, and why foresight is important. Why it's important, I think you're starting to get a feel of it.
Sorry, you'll have to give me 2 minutes. We're trying to figure out this internet issue. Do you have a pen drive that I gave you yesterday?
What do you need?
I need to transfer the file onto that computer because.
So during decades, when the Elon Musk's progenies are going to become adults, so you'll have 30s of Elon Musk around the world.
Yeah,
30 of them.
Maybe going to grow a couple of evil people to keep dominating the world. Yes. If you want to look at it that way. Or maybe some of them will decide they don't want to be like him.
But there's still Elon Musk father is.
You know, the thing is, you have to understand about the tech companies. The first generation of tech companies, they were really great. Intel, Microsoft, they are good companies. You can see the founder of Intel actually was a preacher. You know, he's the one who instituted in the Silicon Valley the practice of stock option because he believed everybody should be fair. The second generation had the Cisco's and the other ones. They are becoming less good. The third generation, the Facebook and stuff, they completely want to completely rule the world, and they're literally breaking every rule that's possible on earth and getting away with it. Now, you live in that world, you think that you live in a country, you don't live in a country anymore. You live in a place that's controlled by a few people. And I give you an example. If you have a kid, right? And what is the child development? I'm not a doctor, but I read a lot, right? Child development is what? At the first 5 years is when the child can be taught many things. They have neurons, 110 trillion neurons. We have to train them. The child comes in and play peekaboo, peekaboo. What are you doing? You're on the phone. The algorithm is making you do something. When you do that, you're on Facebook. You're training the machine. Your child is crying out to you for help, for training. You're training the machine, you're ignoring it. You're in this world, you don't even know it. And there's a million things happening like this. You don't even know it. You are all in a world that we don't even realize. And I'm not being dramatic. This is reality. Just tell me I'm wrong because I will go to your house. If you have a small child, I will observe it and I will come back and prove it. But for us to do it, we need to step out. We need to see where we're going and we need to be steady about it. Just like India landed something on the moon, somebody had to fall and drove it. You drove the idea of telemedicine for 20 years, 25 years, I don't even know how long. But that new generation to drive this have to think even faster because the world has changed. In your time, things were changing very slowly. Now things are changing very, 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 very fast. You're all good? So what's going on?
I need to send in the file. The bandwidth here is not good enough. Let me go out actually. I'll probably get better network. Sorry, give me a minute.
Yeah. Any questions, by the way, while we wait for that? I mean, this is again a brainstorm, it's a workshop, it's a shared understanding. Please feel free to tell me.
I
I'm
just
full
want to make these young people more aware about the new technologies and where do they think the health is taking them forward. See, you are talking about so many things in the emerging technologies for the healthcare, talk of the AI, of course, you have been talked about so much about AI, right? And people think that AI can replace the pathologist, radiologist in giving reports and all this. So that can never happen. I mean, but in personal perception, that can never happen that you send a report of pathology or radiology films and the machine or AI machine diagnosis and get back. Do you think, first of all, first question is whether everybody in the next generation, youngsters, who has more knowledge towards the technology, you have heard about AI, you know the potential of AI, you know the disadvantage of AI. Do you think you'll accept that report coming from somebody, some center, using AI, reporting on air pulmonary chest X-ray nodule, what it can be, or what you should do further on that?
So, like, what is happening? Like, technology is entering in such a big way. Even I think that this radiology people and all, they are actually using the artificial intelligence tools only to prepare the diagnosis. Now, Chat GPT has come. If all these PG students and those interns are using Chat GPT, you talk to that, give a problem, it will give you all solutions. And every time you give the problem, it will give a new solution.
Yeah. All of these things you say will not happen, will happen. I promise you.
That's okay. So
it will happen, and it will happen faster than if you. In fact, it's happening today.
So you said one thing that I want again a little bit expand on that it is destroying the culture.
Yes, sir.
Right? And we just heard from our visiting guest that we are having best medical education in the country. Many of us who are kind of the old tradition which is being followed now, and now it's all distorted, is the bedside teaching based on clinical science. We have been taught in the bedside with the clinical, we call it British way of teaching education actually. So analyze the symptoms, what can be the cause of the cough.
That's no longer good enough. So being the fastest is what's good enough.
So now I'm talking about, if I'm talking of asking a student, the person having cough, what are the differential diagnosis? So instead of going to the book, you just use the Chat GPT and I'll come back.
Patient will ask Chat GPT.
I'm having cough.
Yeah, and you look like a doll, right? So after the patient asks Chat GPT.
My next question is, how do you think as a doctors, we should be handling this future world? Where patients are dictating us.
So let's hold that thought. Right now, we're just thinking about the future that can be.
Yes.
The immersing ourselves, what we can do, this is the last part of our workshop. Let's hold that thought.
Okay, fine. Right.
If you want to add more to the future, please add. So please, let's just build the layers like map.
There's one gap that I see, like I am interested in telemedicine, but then I know about medical science, but I have a little bit of less of knowledge of the different technologies that are coming up and how I can use them to benefit healthcare. So is there some way which I can access those things and see, practice some online courses, something like that?
Okay, can you take Post-it and tell me the challenges that you face? We put it on this one. Just this is an open board for, we call them the table ideas or table question, big question we have. Like the question Professor Roche had about what do we do? Put down yours. We will, at the end of the workshop, we'll figure out what we have done with this, okay? If we have answered it or not, yes.
What is the big challenges?
The big challenge is any question you would like to ask them, anything that's still like not so clear to you. Okay? Put it there. We'll come back to it.
Okay, I have network now. I have a presentation on. So between today and tomorrow, we're going to go through a set of tools and methodology that ITU has created. And it's a workshop again. It's not a conference. We want every one of you participating in it, using the online sticky notes on Miro, who are joining us virtually, or the physical sticky notes here. But in terms of what we're going to do right now is I'm going to give you a little bit an overview of futures thinking. We've been using the word strategic foresight and vision for the future, but what does that really mean is what we're going to cover right now in this first section. So can you go to the next slide, please? So one of the things when we think about the future is that we think about a future, and that is where we're wrong essentially. We need to think of the possibility of multiple futures. There is a future that you have imagined, but there are so many factors that you don't think of, and that is why when we think of future, we need to think of future as in the plural word. Because, for example, there was enough research to anticipate there will be a pandemic, but when it actually happened, nobody knew that on that day, COVID-19 pandemic would come and we would go into a year-long almost lockdown, and how things have taken a different turn for so many other things. Go bizarre, think bizarre. What if Lucknow is flooded to a level that it's non-functional for a year? What if some city somewhere is bombed and all the doctors from Lucknow need to go somewhere else? We're not thinking, these are gory futures, but there will be gory futures and there will be great futures also, right? So we need to be prepared for multiple futures, and that is what we're trying to do. And the idea of these futures is it affects a lot of things. It helps you in decision making, it helps you in policy planning, it helps you in building strategies, it helps you in just understanding what are different signals, trends, things that could come in place. How, as we said, Chat GPT, how will that change the nature of OPD? It might not change so much maybe for the patient demographic that's coming here, but maybe it's slightly different from another hospital where people are much more tech savvy, like a Medanta, maybe where everyone is very comfortable in technology. It might change for them. So we need to think of the possible futures when we're creating any technology. For example, when we saw yesterday also these telemedicine units like the YOLO Health and all, we're thinking sometimes in a unidirectional way that this is what we want to achieve. We're not thinking of things that are not in our control that affect the future that we've planned. Next slide, please. And the reason why we need to do this, and the reason why I was using those gory ideas of possible future, was we're living in a world which is VUCA, which means it's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, it's ambiguous. We are not trained to think in always these possibilities of what can go wrong or what can go right also. And there's a whole history. I'm not going to go into the details of how futures thinking came about and all of that. But the idea is that futures thinking helps you create systems, methods, policies, structures in place. And strategic foresight is a way of dealing with futures thinking. It's an approach to futures thinking. There's a great example of why we should do futures thinking is, and we mentioned this day before yesterday, so some of you who were here day before yesterday would remember that the British government wanted to tackle the situation of cobras, and they said that whoever will kill cobras will get hypothetically 1 lakh rupees, okay? And so to get that 1 lakh rupees, people started breeding cobras in their house to kill them. So the problem became bigger than it originally was. It's because the British government at that time did not anticipate this could be something. They did not think of the possible futures that could happen. And that is why we need to think of futures thinking again, always with a plural after the future. Next slide, please. In the theory of futures thinking, and I'll go through this very quickly, that there are 3 P's of foresight essentially. Prospective, participatory, and policy related. But we believe that when we bring this workshop to you today, it's not just policy related, but it's beyond that also. It's strategy related, it's governance related, it's decision making related, and it encompasses a lot more to help you plan for the future. It gives you the capabilities as an institution, as an individual, to maybe fight the system, to maybe fight the future and be ready for that future that may come ahead. Next slide, please. So there's this thing that Mo used to keep saying, and I thought it was just something that he used to say, until I started reading enough research about foresight, and I came to know that this is a very popular understanding where it says that what you know, aapko jo pata hai, wo pata hai. Then there are things that you know that you don't know about. मतलब अगर मुझे नहीं पता पाइथागोरस थ्योरम क्या है, पर मुझे पता है पाइथागोरस थ्योरम एक चीज है जिसके बारे में मुझे नहीं पता है. And the third is thing that I don't even know that exists for me to know कि मुझे के बारे में पता ही नहीं है. And so for the things जो आपको पता ही नहीं है, things that you don't know, there are 2 ways to approach them. You can either think of the scenarios, be proactive, खुद से उसके बारे में you can go and look for those things कि वो क्या है, और आप बैठ के देख सकते हैं कि क्या होता है. तो जब वो ChatGPT जब आएगा, you'll know about it when it becomes viral. But finally, the technology for ChatGPT has existed for more than 30 years.
There is one more I would like to add to this. There is what you don't know. Basically, what you know that you not what you know what you don't know, but what you don't know that you know. Do you know what that is?
What you don't know?
That you know. Gut feelings.
Ah, yes.
Gut feelings. Your gut feelings. It means, and I'll tell you the gut feelings. The gut feelings is it's something, you know how our brain processes things. We process by filter, quick reaction, right? It's that somewhere the filters in the back of your mind is processing and is telling you something is not working here, right? But you have not been able to connect it. That's that one. That's the gut feeling.
Sense, I think.
Well, sixth sense, you can call it whatever you want, but it's actually what it is that the signals you have seen in the past, your brain stores it, right? You just have not processed it. You're not like, it's like, have you had like, there will be a moment where you have the aha moment. Aha, you know, or the deja vu. That's what this thing is, right? And from that context, so many things happen. You just don't pay attention. Have you, if you buy a car now, it's one type of car, right? Suddenly the whole world has that car. You never noticed it before, right? You never noticed it before. But suddenly you see that the whole world has that car. Why is that? Simple. You had the gut feeling, but you just never connected. So sorry,
So finally, the technology for ChatGPT was developed decades ago. The only difference is that the computers are much faster today to let you use ChatGPT. The technology is really old. So anybody who was in the technology space, who was reading about it, should have already known and informed the other communities also. But what you don't know, you don't know, you don't know, right? Next slide. Next slide. And so the way how do you think of the futures approach? How do you engage with the futures approach? Strategic foresight is the ability or a method, like a broader method to help you plan for the future. It is not a decision-making tool. It is not a policy-making tool. It is not a strategy-making tool. It is a tool to help you have capabilities to do each of these things and more, right? If you look at that graph, you are standing at the starting point. The future of possible futures are many ahead of you. Next slide. And so what foresight lets you do, or the technique that we learn today and tomorrow, is that it helps you identify those signals, the weak signals, the strong signals, the threats, the opportunities, and the drivers that will affect the possible futures that you may have as we go ahead. And this could be different. The signals, trends, and drivers for next 2 years will be different from what it may be for the next 10 years, which will be further different from what it would be maybe for 100 years from now. Next slide, please.
And can you just stop here? Just go back to that slide. And as a medical doctor, when a patient comes see you, usually the diagnosis you have based on certain signals, right? But then when you have a patient that does not respond to any of these other signals and nobody has that blueprint, what is it? It's a new case. You have to figure it out, and eventually what do you do? Maybe they name it after you, right? That disease or whatever it is. But it's the same thing, it's the same concept, right? But now think of this in the world, everything that's happening in our world. This is the thing. Okay.
Will the camera be able to point to this later?
Yes.
But next slide. So when we do strategic foresight, the cone of possibility is a very popular tool we use. Essentially what we're trying to do is that this is today, this is the future. Future jo aapne socha, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever you're planning. This is the time that it takes to get to the future. But we're talking about the possible futures. This can be one future, the blue line. This can be a second future, a third future, fourth future, fifth future. Now think of this, if you were looking at the cone of possibilities from the front, it would look something like a dartboard, right? You throw the darts to it. Everybody wants to reach this point to get 500 points. This has 500 points. This probably has 10 points. This has 200 points. This has 300 points, right? Everybody, when they're targeting a dartboard, their goal is to get here. Sometimes
That's what they want.
That's what they want.
But the reality may be different
But
because.
your dart may land anywhere on this board, right?
And you know why?
And this.
Do you know why? It may lie there. And do you know why you're attracted to this one?
This is the goal. So
Huh?
some reward.
Yes.
No, it's because what you know, the certainty you have for this future is very high. But in reality, external factors happen. So as you go outside, the uncertainty grows. There is a lot of things. This is what we call the black swan effect, or the things like the pandemic actually is not on that the further. And I think we're just lazy. We did not prepare for the pandemic, right? Because we wanted to believe that as a medical practitioner, you know the pandemic will come. So the uncertainty goes up as you go out of this circle. That's the thing that's really, because everybody wants certainty. It happens before, therefore it can happen. We never had lockdown before, so we wouldn't believe it, but we could have predicted this if we had done enough thinking, right? So what happens to drive you here, depend on external forces. Like Mr. Musk, who is trying to have 40 child, and then he's creating a system to give it to his children. Okay, I'm just making this up. Don't know for sure, but everything tells me maybe that's what he's doing, right? But you get my point. It's external forces. Go ahead.
No, thank you for that. So again, back to the point that we want to get here, but there could be wind in the room. There could be noise that distracts you. Any other, किसी ने धक्का दे दिया आपको, कुछ भी और हो सकता है कि आपका aim ही बुरा है. आपको लगता है you are smart enough to reach or very you're good at shooting to reach this, but maybe you're not good enough. Your target is not, your aim is not as good. So you could reach anywhere, which is fine. You may not get 500 points, but you can get 300 points. You can get 200 points. But what if you land here or here? Or you hit somebody in the eye, right? We're not thinking of these possibilities when we're thinking. And that is what the future course tries to tell us is that you need to have your eyes set on a goal, the center point. But you should also be prepared what happens in plan B or plan C if you reach any of the other circles. But you should try your hardest at the same time to not reach the lowest point or the outside area. Itne area mein aap chale jayenge pehle 2-3 mein, it's still fine. Try to do all that you can to not reach the last circle or the circle even outside. Next, please. And so when we're thinking about defining that future, defining the central point, there are 3 things that we need to think of. And all of that are something that you're already used to as doctors. You use a lot of anticipation of the future to plan how you want to do medicine today or what you're teaching. You think of the history of how things have moved over the years to understand ki ye aaj tak hota aa raha hai, this is what we need to do now, this is what we need to do ahead. And the same way, what are we doing today? Today our capabilities are this. This is the medical education curriculum that we have. These are the number of doctors we have. This is the number of patients that we get on a daily basis. So the present, past and future helps you understand that future. I know in theory, all of this seems very simple and very obvious. The problem is not just in healthcare that we're not doing it. It's in every sector. We are not constantly thinking of these 3 as equally important points. Sometimes the triangle is also always not exactly the same size, right? Something will have more weight, one side might be heavy, the other side might be weak. So we need to learn how to keep all of these 3 points in unison when we think of the future. Next slide, please. So if you look at this graph, it's showing a curve of how technology is moving, evolving. This is like the foundation that we already have, the things in blue. Internet hai, social media hai, most of the people have mobile phones, you have cloud data, you have big data, those are things that are available.
Hello.
These are things under which massive research is happening across different areas. People have recognized that these are important things to use and leverage as we go forward. And these are a bunch of other things. These are things that we know of. They do not include things that we don't know. But these are things that can use the foundation of these things as we go forward, right? And these are the signals in between that we need to consider to know how will this be impacted. How will, for example, decline in fertility rate affect what the curriculum is being taught for AI, or how will AI address that, let's say, for example. Similarly, if you go to the next slide, this shows it's not a very comprehensive one because this is from 2016, but it gives you a little bit of idea, even in the healthcare space, what are the technologies that we probably are not even thinking about right now, but it already exists in the ecosystem. So telemedicine, in the way we're using it as video conferencing, or the smart biometric kiosks that we saw, YOLO Health and all that. Yeah. I'm sure there is a formal name that we use for all of that. Those are things that we're using as of today. They have some basic foundational technology. But how can we plan for things that are going to come ahead also?
Yeah. So just one thing on innovation in general. Innovation can happen long back. For those in surgery business, do you know the first mastectomy was done with an anesthesia? But anesthesia had existed like long before. It's only some guy figured out the utility of anesthesia, and then suddenly they found it, but it existed long before. So this is in many things, right? Now, you know, you're a dentist, you know, now you just go in, I got the laughing gas and I'm happy, and you know, you can do all your work without me being in pain, right? This is innovation. It does not get recognized until you find the utility, and the utility is the practical use for it. And the utility may be in some other sector, but the technology is applicable to you. So you need to recognize it. You need to create a POC. You need to set the system, and you need to use it. And I think this is how everything works. Nothing is magic. We're scientists. We have to really believe in science. If you take a couple of things will happen. It will happen. It's just a matter of time. That's about the speed that we were talking about, right? The speed is what's important today. So how do we get ourselves fit to deal with this? That's going to be one of the questions. That's going to be my question. I'll put it there. How do we get ready? It's like a marathon. We have to get ready. How do we become fit for this? And what is this? What is this? You sort of put what you want out of this. How do we get ourselves there? What do we need to do? That's what we'll get to. Okay.
And to get there, when we're talking about, there are different ways, new ways of also thinking. Like futures thinking is one way. How do we do partnerships is another way. Maybe all the way we've been doing partnerships till now have been great till now. But going forward, maybe there is a different approach to partnership we should be looking at. Maybe we should think of unconventional partners to go forward in the direction that we want to reach to the desired bullseye center. Next slide, please. So now this is the last couple of slides that I will talk about. There are more than 150 ways to do strategic foresight. These are just like, you probably on this diamond, it's called the foresight diamond. You can see about 20-30 tools listed. There are so many more tools. So any book that you read on foresight will tell you about different ways of doing foresight. It's up to you which methodology you want to use, which tools that are useful for you, how you want to do it. We at ITU are showing you one approach of doing strategic foresight.
By the way, this is one tool, one of the tools.
Possible.
No, that's another one. This is called the headlines from the future. This one, headlines from the future.
And that tool is not even there on the diamond right now. But so we have figured out that there could be so many ways of doing foresight. We want to simplify it for you here. And we have broken down our methodology into 5 stages.
Yeah, and before you go there, let me explain these 4 corners. Foresight requires some forward thinking. We need creativity tools. Yes? Foresight requires also some evidence, because we have the evidence of the signals and things happening. So we need some evidence tools, right? Foresight requires some expertise in the domain. You are all the experts in the domain to some extent, right? In fact, the first 2 days, what did we do? That was an expert panel. That's our name. You see the expert panel. We actually use it without you even knowing it. But we shaped that expert panel to make you think about this. Last one is the interaction. What you have just done here is the interaction. And you have seen me try to provoke you every single time to push you out of your boundary to get to piss at me, probably, you know, go back home and say, this American guy is just crazy. And then you come back the next day, okay, I'll deal with it. Okay, so that's what this is. Okay, go ahead, please.
So now I'm going to introduce you to the methodology that we will be using today and tomorrow, and the tools that we will be using today and tomorrow. Let me see if I can screen share. Otherwise, I'll ask you, Mr. Arun, to do that for me. One second. I will. So you can see my screen. Please, this is for the virtual audience. Please let me know if you cannot see my screen. Now, the larger process of strategic foresight, we've broken down into 5 stages. Framing and scanning is essentially where we try to understand the environment that exists around us today that helps us do our job on a regular basis. So all those factors, social, political, economic, technological, etc., factors that are affecting how healthcare is carried out today, for example. Right?
Yeah, and if I break this down into framing part, in the framing part, we had that meeting here when we asked you, what are your objectives? Remember that meeting? We had a long conversation, what are your objectives? That was the framing. What do you want to do with this foresight? Do you want to save children? Like, what do you want to do? That was the framing. Then the scanning is a bit where we're getting into the pieces that we're going to get into the political, social, etc. Go ahead.
The next piece is mapping. We want to map the signals, the weak, the strong signals, the opportunities, threats, the drivers that will affect the future that we want to go for. And we want to use that knowledge to map the different scenarios or different possibilities of future that could happen. Visioning is where we prioritize, like if you have in the mapping stage, let's say you have been able to identify 4 different kinds of scenarios or futures. In the visioning stage, we will narrow down to prioritize which is the desired future of all the 4 futures that we thought of, which is the one that we should focus our attention on, and what does that scenario include? What are the implications of that scenario on different things? Not all implications will come from the healthcare sector. It will come from different sectors, different aspects of the society, of the political landscape, of the environment, so much more. So basically, visioning is where we deep dive into the scenario to come up with your main vision and its implication. Transforming is where we start testing out that scenario, the desired scenario that we have.
Against the objective we set forward, which was the objective of that universal healthcare, but also which is your vision.
And managing at the end is about how do you ensure that now you have your eyes set on a vision, you have eyes set on a desired future, you've planned how you want to go about it, you've created all the systems and all necessary initially around it, the policy, blah, blah, blah. How do you make sure there is strong governance that is supporting it? That you started something today, but if the VC changes, suddenly that program has been left behind because it was a legacy of another VC. It's not the priority for the new VC. So how do you ensure the governance around it? How do you ensure the communication around it that if you want, for example, e-Sanjeevani to be popular, I'm using this as an example only, there has to be enough awareness communication about it. And how do you build partnerships to make it keep growing? Like maybe the partnerships that you need today for telemedicine are different, and 5 years later you realize there are more kinds of partnerships that you will require. So managing is largely that, like how do you manage those different things? And so if you look at the larger methodology that we at ITU have created for the strategic foresight, we've put down 5 milestones of play areas and about 22 different tools across different stages. For somebody who wants to deep dive into what strategic foresight is, like, as a theory they want to learn, they can start from context and mind mapping and go all the way to the end partnership strategy. What we will do today, however, because we realize we have 2 days, we have a focus here, what we want to achieve. We've shortlisted a few tools that we will go through in these different sections. So for example, under framing and scanning, we've done context and mind mapping through the 2 days immersion that we've had yesterday and day before. All the discussions, all the site visits that we did, that was our context and mind mapping. The discussion that we had with Mr. Krishna also brought in a different perspective, added that context and mind mapping. Our panel discussion was designed around a tool called 7 questions. There are 7 questions We use that basically to understand expert opinions on that could possibly affect the future. And we're going to do steeple today, right after I stop talking. We're going to do steeple as the first tool, which is basically assessing the social, technological, environment, ecological, political, legal, and values that affect it. In the mapping tool, we will not do all of them. We will prioritize driver mapping, fringe scanning scenarios. I will explain what each of them are later. Right now, I know these are just the new words that we are learning, but we'll go to them one by one because if I
TV is basically on the telecom segment. Now it has become expanded to the technology and gone beyond telecommunication neutral for all the service areas.
Yeah.
So now, if you are in that kind of organization, how wherever you talk about stakeholder and or particular environment, so there you are talking about addressing the digital technology based solutions, which needs to be kind of work upon those.
Yeah.
For example, in telemedicine or digital health, in a health sector, you're talking, right? So do you think that that is the digital technology area is the priority? Surrounding that only do the work outside digital technology?
So they're related technologies. No technology exists by itself. Our mission at the higher level, at the IT level, is to do meaningful connectivity. Meaningful connectivity doesn't mean you're watching the Kardashians on Facebook. Okay? You would know if you watch the Kardashian, you know what the Kardashian, but you understand my point. It does not mean we'd watch Amitabh Bachchan like to get, you know what I mean. The singing, the dancing, the snakes, that's not what we're calling meaningful. Meaningful is you're doing something for your life, for your, you know what I mean. You can do those things, but that should be a small part. You cannot spend 99% of your time for that. So that's the higher level. Now, in the intervention area, the mandate we got is something called to foster innovation, the scale up of innovation and entrepreneurship in the world. Entrepreneurship is what will create socioeconomic growth. Innovation together with that creates digital solutions that empower and create equity. Health, we want to understand what equity is. So to be able to deliver that, then we have all this capacity we created. Now to roll this capacity, we started rolling out centers, like the daily centers. As I say, we're actually rolling out by probably early next year over 20 centers globally. And those centers will have these capacities. Many of those centers are owned by the countries, which means then they can help you create any project you want in any sector, as long as it has digital component. That's it. The simple mission. Local capacity of innovation using ICTs, right? It's not the telecom side only, it's the ICT, it's everything. No, IoT, blockchain, crypto, whatever. We just want to show you what's at stake and how you deal with it. And this is, by the way, just the first step, because the next step will be now how do you shape up, what do we shape? So there's many, we have architected this journey this way, and we have been rolling this out, basically. So that's ITU today for you. At least that's my work at ITU. Others probably, many people are still in their silos in different things, but this is cross-cutting, cross-sector. This is not the only thing that we do, actually Udita does. Udita also does something called our digital innovation profile. Our digital innovation profile go to countries, look at the whole ecosystem, and create strategies and action plan to transform that ecosystem to a digital, competitive digital economy, right? She has done this, for example, in many places, in Brunei, in Kenya, in Oman, in many places. And they have adopted this as a national strategy, and they've adopted it as a master plan, and we actually help them create projects, strategy, vision, master plan to go with it. But that thinking is 5 years short term. So what we have added now is the component that's even longer term, because we cannot do that, right? But these things are happening already. So that's why we have a portfolio of things we do, right? So Udita is being really modest, but she is driving all of this behind. I don't know, how many countries have you done now, Udita? In DIPs? 7? Globally, everywhere? You know?
Okay. How are we on time? Can we?
No, we'll have a lunch, maybe 1 o'clock.
Lunch is 1? Okay, we can do this before that. I think the only one thing I'll say as we start, and I'll introduce you to the first tool, is that ITU is coming here as a facilitator. We are not again a subject matter expert. The idea of this is to co-create. It is a workshop and not a conference, because we want you to think amongst each other
and create those solutions that create the ambit of the solution that needs to come up in the future. We will not design a solution today or tomorrow. We will not say, oh, this is the technology that you need.
And we will not design it for you. We will teach you how to design
exactly.
it. That's our approach.
We are going to give this group capabilities, and I can very confidently say that, oh, this group will be the only one who will have this kind of capability at the end of 2 days, who can then go to college. If you want to submit that proposal for RML, LGPGI and KGME to work together, you've been doing these proposals for long, you know how to do these best. But maybe you can learn something from here that will add value for the government to realize, oh, maybe 30 crore, maybe we should give them 40 crore. They're right about this.
There is another
right?
playbook which is even more appropriate for the project you need to do, because that looks at the business model. It's like a whole bunch of things there. But for this, our purpose was to look at this feature, and now we can then go to the next stage. Okay, step by step.
So the first tool that we need Zoom for this now, for the online participants also.
This is small. We need 25%.
So we done one for each.
Yeah, at least 2 on 1, because the 3 not going to carry each other.
You can reverse it. You reverse it. You can reverse this thing and make it reverse. We don't have to check new one.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that. We check it and then hang another one. That's a good part. Okay, so we'll divide in 2 groups. By the way, when we do this, we can never anticipate. The people we put in the room and the willingness changes the dynamics, right? We don't know what we don't know that we don't know. Maybe we put some crazy person who just mess everything up, right? Or maybe progress. So our point is we want to do now.
Everyone can participate in the workshop because we need the technical people to also give their inputs. Technology unke बिना नहीं बनेगी eventually. उन्हें manage करना है, right?
So we're doing 2 groups, okay? And then you want to walk them through what the exercise is?
So, can we? Are we on Zoom now or are we connected to my Zoom?
No, Zoom.
आपका Zoom चल रहा है? मैं बंद कर दूँ अपना?
हाँ।
तो आप उस link पे जाएंगे ज़रा?
Again, please send on chat so that.
Sorry?
Chat पे
I'm sharing a link for everyone. If the online participants can also go on this link, you'll be able to participate in the workshop. The way we're doing it here is we're using offline chart papers, which will eventually, even input from here will go on to the software that I shared access to with you. And you can post your comments directly onto the software. It's a little heavy software, so it might take a little while to load. I would recommend using it on a laptop or a tablet. It will not work best on a mobile phone. And if you have great bandwidth, you should be able to connect easily. We'll just wait for the screen to load up so that I can introduce you to the tool that we're using, Abhi. I see that the online participants have not joined the link yet. I'm assuming it's because of delay in the internet connection.
How many of them are online?
9.
Will they be using on mobiles?
इस फाइल को ना बंद मत करेगा, जितनी बार इसको विंडो क्लोज करेंगे उतना टाइम लगेगा, लोग इसका खुला रहता है पूरे दिन. All right, I see some participants on the Miro board. So the first tool that we're going to use is called Steeple. Steeple basically is an abbreviation for social, technological, economic, environment, political, legal, and ethical. You'll see them on your screen also, and I'll zoom into each of those sections so you have a better idea. But largely, it's an analysis tool for scanning the external environment. It will help us identify the external factors that affect the future and get like a broader context around each of those. What are those factors that can influence your objectives, strategies, policies, operations in the future? And the way we'll do this is, if you, let me, zoom in to social में.
So you have defined some of the expected outcome here, which was this thing that you want, right? This is what you like to drive. It's like that positive healthcare that benefits everybody to some extent.
The headlines that we thought of, for example.
Yeah, the headlines, the objective we talked about previously about decongesting, all of those things, right? Now, we wanted to capture signals that you see, that you hear. Social, political, I think you mentioned them many times, like political, well, you know, I mean, political could be, you have a new administrator, right? There's gonna be another, whatever the trends, just put them somewhere. If they're not in the right place, we can move them. The point is not even that they're in the right place. The point is to make you think about signals in different domains. Yes? Like I could, for example, throw in another domain here called ethical, that we already believe this is covered by the values, right?
Values,
yeah, so it's just, so if you don't understand this, so we want you, the same thing we did here. What are some of the factors that will affect this future or that are actually affecting this future today? Actually, that's what we're looking at, right? You have perhaps a gut feeling, right? You're just not sure, right? Some of them, you know, you will need the technology for sure. So some of them, they're wild stuff, okay? But you should already see the signals. Then we'll see if the signals are real trends or they're just signals, noise, whatever they are.
And each of the signal or trend or factor, whatever you want to call them, can have sub-factors also. Like for example, Mr. Jayan broadly said AI, but AI in itself is also very vast. You can be specific. So you can be as specific or as broad in this as you want. For people who are joining online, I just want to let you know that this whole tool is infinitely zoomable. So you can zoom in as much as you want, zoom out as much as you want. On the left side of your screen, if you're on the Miro board, you'll see an icon which looks like a sticky note under the arrow.
Yeah.
Can you point to that icon under the arrow on the left side?
Yeah.
If you click on this, can you click on this? Once you click on this, click new one. You will see these different sticky notes. Just
drag it.
Drag or click on one and then put it where you want to put it. एक बार click करिए, छोड़िए.
Yeah.
And now zoom in to start typing on it. So if you start typing, automatically इसमें दिखने लगेगा.
Yeah. It will restart. Yeah, exactly.
Right? You can type in as much as you want. You can put as many sticky notes as you want. Yeah. I would recommend that the online participants who are on this tool to use the sticky notes virtually, and the people who are sitting here, you have chart papers that have the same tool that you can design on it, and you need to think of these factors, brainstorm as a group. Yeah. You don't need to think individually, it's a group exercise. We want you to agree, disagree as a group, and then put it down.
Or you can decide that you don't agree with anybody, just put whatever you want, right? For us, it doesn't matter. Put all the signals you see. We will then organize them later to figure out whether they are trends or they are just noise, okay?
So there are some cheat hints written for each of those factors, also what it includes. But if while you're thinking about it already, I will do a background voiceover to help you understand what each of them means. For example, social factors, there are a lot of things. It's about cultural changes, population growth, consumer patient attitude, demographics, lifestyle. These are just ideas. There is more to social factors. I'm just giving you some hints so that you can start thinking on those lines. When it comes to technological factors, it will include advancement in science and technology, rate of technology transfer, pace of technology adoption, the life cycle of it, technology that becomes obsolete after a few years,
changes in information technology laws, the Data Protection Act that you have, maybe actually that will go illegal. But changes in the information technology, changes in mobile technology also. For example, you used to have keypad phones, you have touch phones, technologies have to be changed, adaptable to that. Economic factors include your economic growth, GDP, economic fluctuations, interest rates, health insurance, market competition, unemployment. All of those are reasons I'm sure you see difference in OPD behavior also. Environment factors will include like natural disasters, opportunities linked to digital transformation, anything that affects maybe operation, production of services.
More viruses,
More
it could be any
viruses.
of those, like people getting more in the wrong place, awakening all these viruses, people going to Alaska, water melting now, we're discovering new microbes and new blah, 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 all of that, okay?
Political factors will include leadership, well, at the central government level, state government level, your director, VC level, all of the leadership will, leadership interest in areas, governance or organization attitude, political stability, political programs, campaigns, schemes that affect how healthcare works. Legal factors will include things like health insurance, consumer laws, tax policies, safety regulations, competition regulations, regulation around maybe what are the criteria for setting up a medical institute, what are the criteria for introducing a new code. I'm sure that you can't just decide on one day, tomorrow.
Data policy, ethics policy, ethics laws, all those things that actually make it.
And the last one, ethical factors, is about a range of social values and ethics that shape the behavior of patients and doctors. So think about it. You have time until 1 o'clock. Put in as many things as you can in the relevant head. And it's the same instructions for the online participants also. Please put in your thoughts. If you're facing trouble with technology and it's hard to connect with Miro because of bandwidth issues, you can leave your inputs in the Zoom chat and I will copy paste it for you manually.
आप बताओ बताओ बताइए
ये जो पॉपुलेशन जो वो हमारा इंडिया को छोड़ के बाकी सब जगह
एजिंग पॉपुलेशन है ये जो पॉपुलेशन एजुकेशन लेवल इकोनॉमिक लेवल
educational and awareness
इकोनॉमिक आएगा अच्छा so educational
and awareness is there a really aware we have social and secular
secular kind of secular और सोशल क्या है लिख लीजिए
अर्बनाइजेशन भी तो एक रूरल
हेल्थ केयर में सोचे ना सोशल में क्या हो सकता है
So the cost is that free, we will not charge you. Actually, it's your cost, but my point is there's no limit, okay? And don't worry too much where you put them. It's to just click that also you get to your brain now. Okay.
There is no wrong answer because everyone has their individual opinions. Your opinions come from your particular experiences. And I'm sure everyone here has a very different trajectory, journey, general to have different opinions.
So I'm just going to turn this into a big board.
For internet, the lack of access to devices.
Lack of devices.
I'm tracking the chat also, and I'm hoping that people will either put in their answers in chat or directly on Miro board. Mr. Jain, I see you typing. Thank you so much for participating.
Capacity.
more money making.
If you can use the sticky notes, then what we can do is we can combine the answers later on one board.
Yeah, so just do as many sticky notes as possible. Please do not write it down, just use sticky notes.
One sticky note per
We need sticky notes. Please.
Every point will, this is for the online participants also. If you have more than one point, put each point on a new sticky note.
Because let's say we are putting something in one header and we realize that this particular point fits somewhere else, we can move it if you have one thought per sticky note.
Awareness coming.
ठीक है बड़े चलिए
Infrastructure.
हाँ जी
Technological lack of infrastructure.
अच्छा क्या होगा कैपेसिटी क्या है ह्यूमन कैपेसिटी टेक्निकल कैपेसिटी है competency of population.
Competency.
Somebody has to put post-it, please.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Environment. आप कहीं पे भी इसको ऐसे कॉपी कर लीजिए यहाँ से कॉपी कर लीजिए environmental
We'll discuss each post-it and bring it.
environmental बताओ क्या है
And that's why I'm copying it now here past
हैं सिक्योर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लिखे इको सिस्टम में environmental मतलब
Environmental change, climate changes, extreme climate change.
Okay. So the climate emergency. Emergency और एक होता है डेजर्ट फिजर्ट नहीं थे ये क्या होता है एक्सट्रीम एनवायरनमेंट तो इमरजेंसी हो गया
Extreme environment,
geographical
variations, diversities.
geographical diversity ठीक है diversity और कल्चरल फैक्टर्स कहाँ से आएगा सोशल में आएगा कल्चरल और एनवायरनमेंट क्या है किसमें आएगा
Maybe what you're writing.
I'll show you.
ये बताइए नेक्स्ट क्या आ रहा है इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर्स इकोनॉमिक आ जाओ इकोनॉमिक आ जाओ
Per capita income.
पर कैपिटा इनकम जीडीपी ना क्या है
GDP.
जीडीपी on
Everybody, please put post-it. Everybody has their opinion. Okay? Every single one of you. I want to see post-it from every single one of you. I don't want to see one hand writing. Everybody, please. Right.
And just for the doctors, I'm copy pasting the sticky note onto the digital form, so just patient-friendly handwriting.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just joking. They're all very well written, to be honest.
GDP, so per capita.
There's no right answer or no wrong answer. We're just trying to fill this info from your brain. And put it on the wall and then we sort it out. Right? We are triage, right? Like we triage your patients. This one has this is that one has that, this is, send them to, Sanjay, send them to Ram.
Economic may include members are learning and family.
cost of the bandwidth and everything bandwidth the cost of bandwidth नहीं होता है cost of internet
Health expenditure. Per
cost of
person, like
internet
how many of them are supporting them?
cost of internet लिखिए
Cost of per person, like how many are dependent on him.
insurance system
Insurance को इसमें आएगा सर, legal में.
नहीं legal insurance नहीं आएगा इसमें आएगा and the drugs
The cost of drugs. Cost of drugs or cost of treatment?
Wi-Fi is the change.
Cost of treatment. Cost of hospitalization.
Disease management.
Dr. Malika sir, there is some jugaad for me to get Wi-Fi.
That's not
I
jugaad.
usually-
That's just like calling that jugaad is wrong.
I would have used my hotspot, which I usually do in workshop, but यहाँ पे limited connectivity of Airtel in this room. So I'm struggling with that also.
Come on, people. Post it.
Government policy.
Lots of it. Ideas. Get your gut feelings out, spit them out.
Policy and health.
Spit out what you see.
Differences.
And if you want to speculate, there's a signal, something is signal also.
Data protection.
Data protection is legal.
Policy में है ना? Legal में what is it? What is it? Huh? Lack of awareness.
Yes. Amongst administrators.
Among health policy makers. Then education policies. Educational policies.
हाँ ठीक है
Okay, next. Legal. Legal में आएगा
Data protection, consumer.
data privacy कर दीजिए.
लीगल वाला कम
Litigation. Litigation.
Litigation, yes sir.
इसका होता है rights versus responsibility.
Consumer protection.
Versus responsibility. Right person मतलब consumer जो है अपना responsibility को show करें. Rights
State का भी हमारा health providers का भी state data protection.
Health provider.
So for those online, please have one post-it per idea. I see that, I don't know, it's Jane, you put several on one post-it, have one post-it per idea. See, listen. By the way, why we say availability of internet, is that a trend or a signal? You have to be specific. Is it low availability of internet or what does it mean? Hardware availability, what does it mean? What is the signal? That's a statement. Availability of internet is a statement. What? What's the context? Right? Is it availability of internet in rural areas not improving?
No.
That's the signal. Please put context.
Technology
Age, what does it mean? We have a growing aging population. What does it mean? Those are slow growing factors or signals. But please be specific. Understood? Yes? Okay. Otherwise, it's, I might just start putting letters A, B, C, D. I'm not reading your head, so I don't know what's inside.
Deep designer लिख दीजिए.
Please put the context to your statement. I'm not a mind reader, even though it's a palm reader on my shirt, right? You know that every palm reader just has a trick, right? They will just come in and ask you a few things, and from this, you're just gonna make up a scenario that's likely for you, and you're gonna believe it. And if you dress the part even better, right? If you put the turban and the You could let the white bear grow. And I was like, wow, this guy is wise. He does it well. Right? They're just actors.
और पॉलिसी में इकोनॉमिक जो बाबू बता
Social disparity will lead to health disparity.
फाइनेंशियल डिस्पैरिटी है ना
हाँ, financial.
Even a particular take off.
ट्रांसफर करो पॉलिटिकल हो गया और क्या करना है it's like technology controlling the humans. Technology controlling humans.
I think online participants should be able to see that what I've done is some of you had put in sticky notes that had more than one thought in one sticky note. I've broken them down into one thought per sticky note. So for example, now each of these, there are 5 different sticky notes that you'll see, and I request you to follow the same format because we'll use each of these sticky notes for conversation and move them around them later.
हम एक ही है हमारा
How are you? On the way only I purchased medicine. Before reaching home, शुरू कर दिया medicine after that. He's still having fever. What is it?
Conservative.
Better take rest.
Conservative. नहीं बस थोड़ा
विश्वास ठीक कर बट कहीं यहीं स्टिक कर दो
या इसी पे स्टिक कर दीजिए जी
तो वो ड्राइवर को बुला दे
अब सर आप
बुला दे आजकल आ रहे हो
क्योंकि सर ने ऐसे लिखा है ना कई चीजें
कभी दिमाग खर्च करना पड़ता है
सही है
Who put this designer baby in Indian villages? I love your mind. Which one?
Designer baby. Sir, it is not a new concept.
Yeah, but Dubai में काफी है ना
So actually, a scientist from the China claims they will design the designer baby, and they are using a technology that is the CRISPR-Cas9. It is a special type of technology where you can cut the DNA from the specific location.
Yeah, I know.
So, and also insert the new one.
That's what Musk wants to do. He's having a lot of babies, and now he wants to customize them.
So basically, जो HIV, they did for the HIV. There were one receptor CCR5. Basically, they target that receptor and cut it from the DNA. So no baby will, the baby designer baby will free from the HIV.
That gene has been deleted.
Deleted.
Yeah.
I don't know where the CRISPR things started. It's Korea.
Korea.
So which Korea, North or South?
South Korea.
South Korea.
He was totally ethics. He was totally outcasted from the scientific community.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now this is going to be the in vitro fertilization. All these things are going to lead to that way. See, now also people time their delivery cesarean section on the in some festivals for New Year's Day. All these things,
So you're all medical doctors. I know you read a lot. So I know you have seen those signals. Please put them down. Okay? Pull in your brain somewhere, like pull it hard. put it down for us because the signals are there. They're there. First mastectomy, I didn't want to be that woman. What is her name? If you guys remember the story, but yeah, that I would not want to be that first person who got that mastectomy. Okay, I don't have it. Okay, I had, but you know what I mean. But that is, but the thing has existed longer than that.
So the same problem we face for the stem cell technology. The embryo stem cell, especially which is obtained from
put it down, because it's a signal. Please put it down. Again, we're not looking for those signals only in technology. We're looking for them in your field, because when you take that from your field, you combine technology, suddenly the utility is possible. Right? That's what it is. The CRISPR, for example, we have data now, so we can pass through tremendous amount of DNAs, genome mapping. Then we see that how this works. Now we can say, oh, then you map yours. We can say, oh, if we cut this out, this is all stuff. They're not necessarily related directly, but their utility come together when those signals are connected. That's what we look at. Okay, the next stage. But you know your field. I don't know your field. I only see a few headlines. But you read on a daily basis, so you can do the same with your patient. Right? That's what you do. You have the one you were taught in the medical school, then you were taught the approach. But then there is, I'm sure, in your daily practice, you see it every day.
X for research.
And then you write research papers about it, inform others.
You know, this is again an extreme thought actually. Elon Musk's father is one of the very preferred sperm donor.
No, the guy is actually an extremist. He is a very wealthy. Elon Musk did not come from nothing, huh? So you know. If you go back and look at all these people history, they were already way out there. They just got it from somewhere.
He is in South Africa.
Yeah, Peter Thiel is the same. Peter Thiel's father, basically Peter Thiel, his obsession is that he wants to have this cyborg. He wants to be one day to actually have his consciousness planted in some robotic thing which will last forever, right? And these thoughts come from the fact that when he grew up, his father had a cow heights, and he was like, the father at 3-year-old had to explain to him that this cow died, and then he never wants to die from there. And he got this idea stuck in the back of his mind, and he's trying to figure out a way around death. You know,
going on since mummification, na? They have been trying to figure out
this problem, exactly. And even worse, like if you get a dialysis, you get your blood changed, right? If you have younger person blood, don't you think that will do something better to you than the...
But it's not like
Sir, there is also in a research, and you can search it on the Google.
I don't know. I'm just the guy. You guys are the
fecal microbiota transplant. They did the fecal microbiota transplant in the mice, from young mice to the old mice, and the old mice got the better and the young.
Thank you. Can I have a medical blood transfusion? If you do it, sign me up. I'm coming. I'm getting gray hairs. I don't want them anymore. I will pay for it. Maybe that's your future, right? Let's make a business around that. But please, you are the specialist. I am not. Seriously. I'm just here, or we're here to facilitate the process. Okay?
So should you have exercise after lunch? Because now it's 1 o'clock.
What?
Your exercise will start from after lunch, or?
Is everybody done?
Everybody done.
Everybody's done. You run out of ideas. You guys don't really have. Shame on you. Even that, or you being shy?
I said only one, so that
Again, I will not know who the idea comes from. We just want to get a diversity of ideas, even if it's extreme, right? If you believe that, you know, you're gonna be. I love sci-fi, right? And sci-fi, cyborgs. Anybody watch Star Trek, Stargate? That's me. I believe in the replicators. I think we're gonna replicate ourselves one day. I believe that we probably might have the ability to transplant our consciousness someday. When? Don't know. Some point possible, yes, because the laws of physics and other laws tell us the possibility might be there. Because nothing disproves it today. Right? Again, I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just a guy who likes to run by science. Right? And science tells us science is about probability, about all those things. And you know what that means?
Before clinical manifestation. Illness. Illness before clinical manifestation. Yeah.
Airtel is very big. So if you are done, take your post-it, put it at the right corner here.
Thank you.
Yes. Hopefully they stick.
Because we have to stick these.
Take your post-it, put it in the right corner.
Maybe you can have one nominated person from your team too.
Yeah, we nominate.
I loved this one. Preventive healthcare, biggest profitable sector. I loved it. सारा उनका वो दुकान बनाने में लग गया ना, लेकिन यहाँ और that's very nice. Yeah, that's a great example in India.
The homeopathy based on the preventive things. They said that you have to follow the certain norms.
Yeah.
While taking the medicine.
Actually, India has great preventive care ideologies. They're just not followed enough.
And it's not for the masses.
It's for the masses, but it's not adopted anymore. Indian lifestyle
They're not getting it. It's there. There's a delivery problem. That's one. This is something that has to be fixed. But you all must also think of that future. In fact, if you can fix it for the future, you'll be even better for the future. If you fix once a day, you said already, now what?
So
always playing catch up.
जो वर्ड यूज करते हैं परहेज, कि आपको ये परहेज करना पड़ेगा तभी आयुर्वेदिक दवाई फायदा करेगी। वो परहेज ही प्रिवेंटिव है, क्योंकि हम लोग ध्यान नहीं दिए उस पे। वो परहेज बहुत बताते हैं।
जब आ गया ना आपके पास,
आपने कभी ये नहीं कहा ना कि आपकी दवा फायदा ही नहीं करेगी अगर आप ये नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन आयुर्वेद वाले कहते हैं कि फायदा ही नहीं करेगी अगर आप ये नहीं करोगे।
कहते हैं कि आपको ज्यादा पानी का इंटेक भी नहीं करना है। वो कहते हैं अगर आपने ज्यादा पानी
डिपेंड करता है पानी का कैपेसिटी। अगर किसी का हार्ट फेलियर है तो आप उसे बहुत ज्यादा पानी
5 लीटर पी जाते हैं।
So how does everybody feel right now? You're starting to get into the game, understanding the process.
Yes, sir. We are just going to predict the future.
You will become fortune tellers.
There are sequence of events. If we observe all events and we can formulate our theory,
yes,
then we can predict the future.
Exactly.
Every event, like is, I can say, कि you and I, if wake up together and this is the road. I know कि you will come from this road, I will come from this road. My mood is not good, and if somebody is watching all these events, they can predict if your mood and my mood is not good. There is a possibility of fight. If we are coming on the same road and we are observing from the third party, if we are able to observe our, so we can predict.
Yeah, within that data you can.
Future is just interaction of the event. And
you know the funny thing that's been happening to me. I've been buying vision shirts without realizing there were vision shirts. My friends have been offering me shirts with vision written on it without me telling them anything about vision. I bought this shirt. I did not even read what's there, but probably my subconsciousness read it, got it. I just bought it because, oh, it looks colorful, right? Summer. This is the kind of things that happen. You know, but the more we think about it, the more we do this consciously, then the more we drive to what we need, right? And it's about that awakening that we have to do in our brain to also see, because I promise you, other people are not sleeping. They're trying to control you, right? Mind control devices, if you believe in it, will happen. All of these things possible. Possible. Will somebody pay for it? One day, yes.
All right, thank you so much for putting these up. Even the online participation, especially Mr. Jain, you've been extremely active. Thank you so much. We're going to break now for how long is the lunch? Half an hour?
1 hour.
1 hour, okay. So we'll break now till 2 p.m. We'll come back and then we'll discuss all the sticky notes, and after we discuss these, then we'll use the knowledge from this canvas to go to the next tool with the knowledge. So we're breaking now till 2 p.m. We'll join back shortly.
रिकॉर्डिंग में चाहिए था
रिकॉर्डिंग में तो हम लोग मतलब जिन्होंने नहीं ज्वाइन
All right, so we'll start the session again. Before lunch, thank you so much for joining again, everyone.
So before we went for lunch, we basically put down all the factors on the steeple board virtually and here in this room. For the ease of the online participants, we've also copy pasted all the sticky notes from this chart paper and this board to the virtual one also. If we can screen share back to the Miro board, please.
No.
वो screen share कर दीजिए वापस, please. Left वाला नीचे left वाला. Thank you. Are we waiting for anyone else in the room? Can we start?
You can start.
No, I'll just let them be like now. We can just start the discussion.
Friend भी बुलाइए.
हाँ सर, he just want to washroom. He's coming.
It's a kind of new kind of exercise.
Yes, sir.
I wanted people to just join in, just understand.
Yes, sir. We are just learning new things over here.
So contributing more.
One thing.
ऐसा लग रहा था इनके सामने वो प्रॉब्लम्स डालेंगे तो बहुत वैसा लगेगा
लेकिन
बट भी न्यू है इसमें तो लग रहा है रियल प्रॉब्लम्स डाल रहे
Thought process are there with everybody, but to fit into particular
ऐसे वाली प्रॉब्लम जो बेसिक रूरल
नहीं सर, आपकी इधर है ये सर. But it's new learning. कुछ नया रहता.
Basically, we don't do such kind of things. These are the workshop that we have been exposed in our own specialty. They are different kind.
That
here, this is something which is what is said. It's agnostic to any kind of project you want to implement.
Yeah.
There are courses for project management.
Yeah.
Full for the Excel का course होता है. And the US वगैरह में बहुत charge करते हैं, heavy charge करते हैं. So ये जो है इसका पार्ट ही है. इश्यू तो मैनेजमेंट में एक चीज पढ़ाते हैं.
हम लोगों ने किया सर कम्युनिटी मेडिसिन
में भी आता है, हेल्थ मैनेजमेंट में आता है.
बहुत सारे कोर्सेस.
बेसिकली इट इज
सॉफ्ट स्किल पे प्रैक्टिस मैनेजमेंट डेंटल में तब भी ये थोड़ा बहुत और उसको से प्रैक्टिकल
एनीथिंग न्यू नॉलेज इज हेल्पफुल टू द लाइफ. नेवर नो व्हेन
न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट. We do something like pile sorting. This is similar to that.
You do what?
Pile sorting technique, qualitative research.
Yeah, so okay, so that's good point. Pile sorting. So we have our affinity grouping here in some ways, or we will in this case we have to group it based on do they make a trend, like those signals together make a trend and will determine the trend. So the first thing we can do here is to reduce the complexity, is to put together things that are saying the same thing because they came from multiple people. That's the first thing. So this is simple affinity grouping, pile sorting, whatever you want to do. So that's the first rule here. So Udita, is that what you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
So you're putting things that are similar together and also move them to the other boxes if they don't. Then after we do that, the next thing we will do is we will figure out things that together, the groups that together will make a trend. Right? Meaning there could be 2 or 3 sorted piles together that makes a trend. And the trend, to be precise, is habit forming. Habit forming, right? Otherwise, not a trend, it just drops, right? So, for example, I give you an example. Donald Trump is not a trend. It's not a trend. But Donald Trump and people like Donald Trump and dictators like or populism is a trend. Presidents who are using populism to get to power is a trend. So the trend is populism. The trend is not the one thing because that's a habit that's here, right? We know this. Populism, you know. Sure, you know. I'm not going to say why, but you know, right? Populism, things that creates the trend is populism. So we have 5 signals. We have Donald Trump, we have Hugo Chavez, we have, you understand my point?
Yeah.
That's a trend. So sorting it methodically, we're gonna do, first let's group things that are similar so we can label them. Then after we'll group things in terms of are they creating a trend? Okay? Vanita, what are you doing now? You're sorting.
I think we can start with social in the interest of time, and I'll keep sorting the others. We'll go through these clusters, and then in case based on our discussion, we see any sticky note is in the wrong cell maybe, or it would be better applicable to another cell. We want you to have that discussion and advise me where do you think it actually fits.
Sure.
Okay. So social factors. Key clusters around this have been about the purchasing power. This cluster talks about the purchasing power here. Levels of education overall, as well as among girl child. Lifestyle and capacity of patients. The value system, I think.
Ethical.
Age income, I think, is same as shrinking middle class, right?
Yeah.
So age income. Lifestyle of patients, I don't know, increased lifestyle, I don't know.
Like how the lifestyle of patients, I think, is affecting new diseases and stuff like that, right? The negative views about
Lifestyle
doctors.
is increasing, so chronic diseases getting prevalent.
Lifespan.
Okay, so this is the trend by itself. It's not a signal, it's a trend, right? That lifestyle is increasing. But we could have mega trend, which is several trends like it together, right?
There are many other trends in the lifestyle, like food habits, youngsters. There's also a life trend. Then even the youngsters' behavior, sleep patterns and everything is disturbances. Then addiction to the mobile phones and everything. They're all lifestyles. They're all that influence in the health also.
Burgers for lunch.
Yeah, who wanted to create the one pill that does everything for you? Somebody here wanted a vision of a pill that does everything for you. See? So we just need her pill to solve all those issues, sleeping issues, lifestyle, obesity, all of these, right?
What else is missing here? Anything in particular that you think is missing? We've had responses here from people in the room as well as people who are putting sticky notes online.
You can add more. Huh? This is a
Capital issues should be on economic side.
Yeah, that should be. Which one?
Capital issues.
Yeah.
Economic.
Economic.
I'll move this to economic.
Yeah. But at some point, it might rejoin or something else. But it's iterative, so it's not a
Negative view of people about doctors is there.
Social factors.
That's social.
Yeah.
उनको अगर कभी आप ना कोई एक मतलब if you are writing the prescription and along with some investigation, most of the people think they are just earning money from these investigations, so they are
level is
depend करता है. Unnecessary investigation.
I'm writing trust issues with prescribed tests.
Why same thing.
Is there a trust issue with?
What actually happening, what she is telling about, the entire healthcare spectrum, from earlier a public health system, it has gone more towards corporatization health systems, business medicine, frankly. Earlier you don't have what Mr. Krishna said in the morning, you don't have so many private hospitals, so many corporate hospitals. Mostly people have public hospitals to go. Now things have gone, the most toward trends is towards corporate hospital. Even government policies are also favoring some elements indirectly that they can public hospitals take advantage out of it.
So you want to put a signal there that says most people are going to private hospital?
Yes, there. See what government has there.
Is that a social?
There is something.
Only in private sector. I think in government they hardly.
No, there is some element that is connected to that. Element is government makes policies for health where the government, the private hospitals are getting advantage out of it. In the sense, they make a cancer treatment 5 lakh rupees. Ayushman. Now all the monies, this corporate hospital, they will not accept patients with diabetes and insulin. They will accept cancers because they get straight away 5 lakhs rupees for a single patient.
So you can give us two things. Again, we're not talking the challenges. We're just looking at the signal. You can say the signal is there is more things, people going to private sector hospital for some reason. That's a signal. The other signal could be government is not doing good policy, right? Because later on, what we'll do is we have to group them into some, we have to reduce the set to a solvable set, right? That's what I'm trying
basically
to say.
that falls on the trends in the health care preference, in the sense trends in the seeking behavior of the patients, right? You just heard about that doctors are good, nurses are bad, or the supporting systems are bad, or attendants are bad, the hygiene is bad. So this is a kind of trend in the society that people don't mind to spend this extra money to go to the private, and at the end they land in paupers. We spend a lot of money in that actually. If this similar advantage is a physical fabric that we are creating in the society. What kind of healthcare institutions we are making society? The basic minimum needs we are not able to give to our citizens. They get dissatisfied and they go to the congested hospital in public. They go to private, they get a preference treatment. So where it will fit in, I don't know. And because social fabric is such, because healthcare is one of the fabric of society, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of infrastructure we are making which is not conducive to the...
So I'm saying people are willing to spend extra for quality care and putting this under economic. Do you agree?
You can put in economic also.
And then, and writing policies favor some diseases over the others.
It is a social factor, sir, which is
Ma'am, it depend करता है
somebody
कि-
who does not have an income. Poor people are mostly coming to the government facilities.
Yeah.
But those who have a good
Little
income,
money, middle income person, not even good income, middle income people also are going to the private.
Yeah, so for now, the triggers for economic, social, political is to just trigger different categories. When we group and then we want to sort out those groups, the first sorting. After what we do is all of this just become driving forces. We will then ignore the political, social, we'll just see what trend they create in the environment, right? Your first task was, why did we do it, break it out like this? Because we wanted to look for signals in all these areas. But then we're gonna figure out, we'll sort out, clean that, then we will take it to a level where we remove those things, then we sort them as one trend, because many of those trends, you may have three trends coming together, one from political, one from social, but they make a trend. Like you said, people are going to more quality care because government is not doing its job, blah, blah, blah. That could be a trend to say there is an increased trend of government not anticipating policy and creating the right enabling environment. That's a trend. The positive trend, so that trend could be, a trend will have two directions. One is, this is what's happening. The opposite is, government is doing all its job, so this is happening. So this is not a problem. So we can see the trend, the negative trend, and the positive side of this. So what we're looking to sort out through this in a methodical way. As I said, right now it's fine. Let's just figure out, group them so we can reduce the set, and then later on.
I'm sorry. Actually, we are also giving a little wrong signal in that. What is happening is we are putting government in a black picture that they are not doing a government good policy. They are not making money available. They are not making hospitals. But in the record, government says that it has, okay, the GDP has not gone beyond 2%. That is okay. But on record, they are creating so many medical colleges. They are providing all kinds of insurance, public insurance systems, like the Pradhan Mantri Jan Aroggya Yojana and so many things. They're giving this for cancer treatment. They're giving a minimum this much of treatment. They're making subsidized investigation. They're giving generic medicines. They're having Amrut systems where low cost medicines available. For on record, on record, everything looks so bright, everything government is providing. But in the ground reality?
But the private sector is exploiting that.
And Namora, they are right. Private sector is exploiting, how private sector is exploiting that? If there is insurance system for the cancer, the entire 5 lakhs rupees, amount X, whatever it is, taken away by the private corporate sector. And what has been done in it? First thing is they do the PET scan, the first MRI, all imaging is done in first that, and money is spent. Now, what is happening in the public sector? We have everything. We have a cancer treatment facility, we have got cancer institute, we have got everything, but ultimately patient is not happy with that. So I cannot say at this point, government doesn't provide system. Government has provided government hospital, but if the attendant and sweepers, they are not working well, then what can government do it? That the institute administration has to make sure.
So if again, we have to reduce that sometimes. the basic story from what I'm hearing, there's this but that. Okay, so actually that's the thing, that's the fact, that's the signal. Government is investing in public hospitals, but there is no impact from population. Period. That's the signal we're getting, right? Because we reduce the signal, then we get rid of all the details, right? We just need to quickly collapse things back into its essence, if you will. So that will be the essence if those signals get together. That's what I will keep. I will then have all of these as a sub, right? And then if we agree that's a trend or there is a mega trend, we will distill it into a smaller set, okay? I just want us to go through the methodic way of thinking it. So can you put those points down? You put government is investing on one hand, but the public has a perception of no impact.
Yeah, the another point that came to know in the morning also, the CAG report, that is the Computer Auditor General report, says that there is leakage. It's a audited statement leakage. There is also signal. Where does it fit in? You can giving X amount.
So that's evidence of what you've said.
Yes.
That's fine. It's all in the same bucket, right?
So what do you want me to write?
So government
leakage of these government sanctions, grants.
Well, that's one of the reasons. So the evidence is that there is leakage. So the trend is really that government is investing, but this is not creating the final perceived impact. And evidence is the report of whether to blah, blah, blah. But again, we're at the higher level now. We're gonna let all these things, details go.
That will come under either environmental or ethical.
Political.
Right now,
political.
Yeah, you can put this in political for now, okay? But again, I just want us to get clear things that then we can regroup until we get something that we can agree. Again, an agreement in the room, huh?
So
But I take all your points, we just reduce them, and we just keep continuing.
I added one to ethical, political, and legal.
Ethical, political, and legal.
Sorry, and economic also. You had
Economic.
Economic में ये है कि there are two class, one who have money and other they don't have enough money. जिनके पास money है, they are opting for the private without hesitation, and जिनके पास नहीं है, वो मजबूरी में.
And even there is another category, which is the middle class people. They don't have big money, but have some money, but at the same time they want to get little better treatment and ready to pay money from their pocket. Even in community medicine, there's a fixed term in health economics, out-of-pocket expense. Government always try how to reduce the percentage of out-of-pocket expenses.
So even they deploy middlemen, these private hospitals, they deploy.
Marketing. That is all the thing I'm telling you. They are marketing people only.
Yeah.
Their job is to fix. They have to fix with the government representatives with these patients.
Conditioning.
Okay, so again, let's go back up. Where are we?
Social.
So can you zoom out?
I think.
No, this is not social.
Is
Economic.
the internet working there?
Yes, sir.
नहीं कुछ.
It's so
I
much
think
better
कुछ
when
हुआ
you
है.
move past it than real life.
क्योंकि मैं यहाँ जो कर रही हूँ वहाँ हो नहीं रहा है. एक बार कहीं बाहर क्लिक करिएगा.
I will start putting some of these strands we're pulling there, and I will put the start of the points there so they can keep emptying this.
So this one, I just put
Just need a blank canvas, so we have just the trends in one canvas, because we need to get rid of this. Just start.
Around 1,000 patients per day.
So one of the trends is that government investments are not getting social impact. And if there is any bullets related to
कितना ये medical से 4 हैं कौन 4-5
हाँ सर, तो यहाँ पे 100 को ले जाइए.
आपको बस कौन सा स्कोप दिया उन्होंने?
Yeah, I know, but I would like to.
स्कोप आपका होगा? आपका स्कोप कितने?
2 है शायद.
2 नहीं, वहाँ तो 50-100 स्कोप होता है.
किस चीज में मैम?
हमारे
डेंटल में. मैं वहाँ तो पूरा
डेंटल नहीं, ई सर्जरी का नाम है. अगर मान लो ये इज हाफ, आपका स्कोप जरूर होगा.
कहाँ है? कौन कर रहा है?
आपको खटखटाना पड़ेगा उस.
आप ऐसे करिए, आप हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से पता करिए, इलेक्शन से पता करिए हमको कौन है बंदा बताइए. मैं आपको नाम देता हूँ।
देखा होगा कि यहाँ पे रेस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा है तो वो
So that's why
इससे बात कर दे। ना आप बोलो तब तक।
पता चल जाएगा कि हमारे
हाँ काफी कर सकते हैं।
मतलब कहीं और जाके वो कर रहे हैं।
रेस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा होगा।
So
And now you can share.
मैं तो Zoom पे की नहीं, वो उनकी लिंक से मैसेज कर रही थी।
okay, so we understand that there are slow moving trends that we know. Demographic is a slow moving trend. Income is a slow moving trend. And then there are trends that are moving faster. Right? So I think we'll have several type of trends and they have different impact on it. But so what we're doing is we'll just go through each of them and we'll see if we can pull a trend, reduce it in a set, put it on the side, then we come back, we consolidate all of them, okay? The first one we put down on the, this was on the political, they say government investments are not getting social impact. Can you put a tick box to all of the post-it that's on the board that's related to this? So we don't, or even that, I will bring them around this so we know. But I like to ensure that we have covered all the post-it. That's related to political leadership. Is it related? I would just bring it there actually, because I like to really see if they, which one is the higher level. What else is related to this?
उसके तो आ गए सर, कुछ के ड्यू हैं, लेकिन पता नहीं कब तक ड्यू। हाँ हमारा तो।
Why is it slow? Yeah, we should maybe just do this on physical, because honestly. This...
Okay, government policy, government lack of awareness, and government investing but not creating political will are also related to
Okay,
this.
so that's, yeah, take that up, yeah.
Almost here.
So we're just pulling the trends up now, okay? So we're going through it and just pulling trends that are related. Now, do we believe government spending is not getting a pack is a trend? Yes, I think we all agree to this one, right? On a very different, and yes, it may be different in private sector, but we say government, right?
Any other trends that we can identify from the
No, before that, let's get all the related posted from our canvas there.
So
By the
let's
way,
go through each of them.
Can you save a picture of this? Yeah, that's fine.
I'm copying it, that's why I'm not deleting.
Okay, great. Anything else that's on that board that related to this? Any?
Policies favor some disease over the other. Can I take this one?
Yeah, it could be, but I don't know. It could be a different one as well. Do you believe that's related to that investment? That signal about policies favor some or not others? That has nothing to do with efficiency. That's another thing. So I think it's this one is related to the policy, the approach to policy. Policy is not targeted efficiently at the right problem, something like that. Or policy is not inclusive. What is that? Because a policy, the statement is policy favors some disease, not others. So what is the trend? Is this a trend? Or what does it contribute to?
Government is prioritizing probably on some particular diseases of which are concerning the majority of population rather than investing equally in all. Maybe
so government prioritization of projects is not what?
Funding on specific diseases.
Okay. Government prioritization on funding on specific disease is not what? What's the impact?
So some diseases are getting neglected.
Huh?
That may be the concern. I have not written maybe that.
Yeah, but what's the impact? The trend has to have an impact. Like I'll need to know what's the impact if it's done right, what's the impact if it's done wrong. So like
so for example, he mentioned
for some diseases, the diseases that are getting focused, but then there are a lot of diseases also which are not getting that attention.
Okay, so government funding prioritization on specific disease is causing over inequalities. What is the impact? So what? If government does that, so what? Is leaving some people out in the last mile?
No. If you see from the public health approach, then it's fine because they are doing based on some data only.
Yeah.
So that's good. That will have some positive.
But this is basically demand and supply. For example, you give example, government is giving free vaccines to the hepatitis C patients, right? So people are registered and they take vaccine from this hospital.
There may be some private players in like for vaccine market.
So
vaccine companies will push.
Yes. So what happened actually to get more patients in the private sector? What they also they create artificial deficiency, or they can show it that there is a vaccine is stopped or vaccine is, supply is over.
Yeah.
So they can create that kind of artificial disparity in artificial deficiencies in the system. You know?
Yeah, but again, we're saying government is making prioritization based on some fact. So what's the impact? It's a simple question. What is the impact of that? Is that a positive impact, negative?
Positive.
Is positive impact? So is it a trend?
Yeah, it's a trend.
So it's a trend that's directional?
It's a trend definitely because hepatitis C is one of the diseases which can lead to cancer of the liver. So government is trying to give vaccine and control that disease so that the incidence of cancer will come down.
Okay.
So the supply of vaccines has to meet out the requirement.
I understand that, but is the trend unidirectional?
Yes, trend unidirectional.
Is unidirectional, then we don't care. If unidirectional, we will deprioritize it on our list of trend. You can put it, but it's unidirectional because the opposite is not happening. So I explained to you what we're doing and why I'm putting unidirectional versus bidirectional. This is what we'll do. At some point, we're going to take two trends. This is positive, negative, positive, negative. So what we're doing is we will come up with scenarios for all the positive and scenarios for all the negative. So we'll have a choice of options ideated. So if a trend is unidirectional, then I don't need to put it in there. I don't need to consider it. Remember the cone of possibilities? The cone of possibilities looks at uncertainty. If it's always going in the positive, I don't need to. It's my probable future. What I'm looking for is the improbable future, the things that are negative, so I can have a full view of the board. So if the trend is unidirectional and it's positive, pass.
So that will, if you think then that there is more of the governments are going for all free things, like there's a Delhi government which is giving everything free water, free. So those free things are actually compromising the government funding on some critical healthcare issues or somewhere.
Okay, so then if it has a negative, then I would like to know it, right? Then we can say the increasing idealization of free services is impacting investment in other needed areas. That's the trend.
Yes.
Now, then we can pose it to say, create a hypothesis. If this is happening a lot, then we know the impact. If this is not happening, this stops, then we know the impact. You see my point? So that's why I want you to think like this. Trends are not unidirectional, they're bidirectional.
So something over will actually impact something other.
Even impact, because then what it means, then you can drive which direction it goes. The combination of these two might create some good things for you, but it might also create some very bad things for you. We will do that later. We will look at the scenario later, right? You might actually be a positive trend, but when you posit the implication of the scenario, it might be very bad for you. So it's an onion peeling, right? Right now, we just want to determine what are the trends. Does that answer your question? So now, is that a trend we should put? We say the idealization of free healthcare for everybody is impacting the health system negatively. Is impacting the health system.
Yes.
So
partly correct.
Yes.
Partly correct. Partly correct actually, because if you just make everything free.
But rather than having a negative impact, we can say like compromising.
Thank you. Compromising, I like that. It's a trend. compromising good, bad, we'll decide later.
Limited budget. If you give
Okay.
free.
That is a global.
Compromising for who? If I'm a politician, that's great. It's a populist. It's like Donald Trump, right? If I'm not, you see my point now. You see how this connects to the other one? And basically, what will happen is we can create a mega trend because that trend is related to that trend. It's populism that's creating that. You see? So, okay, all right. Come on. You each have 110 trillion neurons. Please use them. What is that? Let us go. So what else can we decipher here? Did you write down this compromise business? Yes. Okay. What else can we determine here? No, go to the political one before we go back to social, technological.
One more political decision that government is making is like we had a system of sub-center, PHC, CHC, district hospital. Now, government is not able to monitor that some doctor is posted at the PHC, he should be there. He is doing private practice somewhere else. He is absconding. The government is not able to take any action. Now, people have lost faith in the lower tier of health delivery system. So they are just rushing into the medical. Only trust that is left is of the medical college. So medical college is now becoming the primary health center. Over rushing, all the patients are jumping directly to the
Hubs
medical.
are getting more strained.
Lower tier system has gone. There is
Lack of faith in the primary level of healthcare.
Lack of
Faith. Trust. Again, trust deficit.
Trust deficit is there in the lower level of health.
Okay, no, wait. There's different levels here. You're saying trust deficit, but trust deficit, you're saying the trend is trust deficit is increasing trust. I can bucket this under increasing trust deficit in the system. The why of that trust deficit, one of the signals you're putting in the trust deficit is that the government is not monitoring the project and the investment they make.
Yes.
That's one. Then another one could be something else, right? So the question is, which trend do you want to put forward? The trust? Or do we don't want to do the sub trends? The trust. So there is
second one, the sub-signals.
So that's again, we can make a mega trend later, but let's start with the baby step, right? So what is the second one?
They are not able to monitor those areas.
So investment made by the government,
lack of monitoring,
are not being monitored properly, right?
Trust is the byproduct one.
To achieve impact. But you know what argument I will make for you? I will actually make the argument that this is related to the previous one we made. You see? So we go by process of elimination, right? Process of elimination. We look at it from all angles, we triangulate, and we get rid of it. So that is covered already by, can you show?
Government investing, but
exactly. So it's just that you have cited another root cause. What you have cited is another signal. The signal that investment is being made but not monitored. That's all you have done. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that triangulation, then we can get rid of that, right?
There has been investment in the.
Yeah, you'll try. Who is a triage doctor here? What do you do in triage? Yeah, that's it. What's the first thing you do? You take the basic stuff, then after you send it to a doctor, and then the doctor. That's what we're doing. We're just triangulating, right? And after they send it to the real doctor, who will then make the final. It's the same thing. Think of it like this, right? So we can say the same thing 20 different ways. We just need to agree. Is it a signal or is it the same trend? In this case, it's clearly the same trend, right? Okay, go through that again. Let's go through the thinking.
Last 1 decade in Indian scenario, if you take India, last 1 decade, there is a heavy privatization in every sector. Very public institutions getting privatized.
Okay, so that is a difference.
That's an economic.
What I'm trying to say is that unemployment is all-time high, like 40 years old. So this will convert to some the lower strata population with the public sector is not developed. The lower strata like PHC, CHC. All these people will be, I mean, there is a higher percentage of poor people.
So increasing privatization of healthcare is compromising healthcare.
Privatization in every sector.
From last 5 years,
See, privatization has both good and bad also. Like, good is that now we have access to the best of medical care because the private sector has come in. But the disadvantage, the cost of healthcare has gone up.
So that is a valid trend, right? Because this privatization is different from the government spending. Also, we can put that, and then, Mr. Mosquito, leave me alone. I got bigger mosquitoes where I grew up.
Housefly.
The housefly. Yeah.
Is it a housefly?
Yes, yes, it is house.
Okay, so that one, the privatization, increasing trend in privatization, compromise the healthcare system.
Affordability.
Or has impact on the healthcare system, not to say compromise, impact positive or negative. Can you put that next to the other trend? We have to see if they're the same or they're different, or if they can be merged.
I think this is more of an economic one.
Yeah.
Keep it on the side, close to political, but on the side.
Okay, great. Let's go back to that box and let's see if we can pull something else. Data protection, yeah, this is definitely different. Okay, political will of achieving SDG. I mean, everybody will say there's a political will of achieving SDG. Does it have a negative signal? Is there a counter signal to this? Is that a unidirectional or is it a bidirectional? Political will of achieving the SDG, I think this is unidirectional, right?
Yes.
So we can put this on the side, right? Political leadership, I think we talked a little bit about that because those things we're bringing under political leadership. But we're also not looking to say, I mean, political leadership is already covered, yeah? And if you're in doubt, you can put it on the side. Zoom again. Lack of awareness.
Which one are you reading?
Are people in the politics actually thinking about the people? Okay, so we got the investment thing. You got are people in politics thinking about people?
Yes, they
They are
are.
thinking
But
for people for their benefit.
not everyone, but then yes. Like if 100.
Is that a trend?
Yes.
Is that a trend?
It is, but
We are seeing increase in medical colleges. One of the reasons is because they want to make an impression that we have opened a medical college, and government has, the public has a faith in medical college. So what they are doing, nothing new. They are converting district hospital to medical college and renaming them as medical college. Public is happy. They are getting the same thing.
Okay, so is this related to the increase in investment is not having an impact?
yes.
Or are we saying that if you want to say are politics thinking about people, there is something about politics there, right?
It's more around political will, I think.
No, even beside political will. There was a trend where you
Even
put
if
it
they
which
want to
was
do it, but then the trend is such that they can't do it. Even if they want to implement things, but there's something
Why
at
did
the
we
sub
put-
level where they don't want to
Wait.
implement this thing.
Yes, will, if they have bill,
They are able to.
they are implementing
Yeah.
in the different.
no, go to the trends, not this. Why do you have political will as a trend here?
If the people are crying, they are implementing.
You want to do something, but there are other factors which will never make you do it. And even if
You have to change color, I don't know which.
The blue is a trend, and everything else
Okay,
is just
yeah.
the posters.
Who is the trend?
Thank you. I need to distinguish.
Actually, I think.
So what, we have two trends right now. What is the other blue one?
Privatization.
Okay, so privatization is one. Okay, so do we have a new trend here that we have identified?
Yes.
What is it?
Government gets benefit more from
Privatization, yes, but there is we accepted the two big blue ones. What else did we?
We haven't accepted more trends yet.
Yeah, so we were discussing one just now, Udita. What was it?
Which covered, we covered that one.
We covered that one already.
Political will is covered now. Basically, two trends are the factors that we
Data
identified
production,
so far.
why is it coming under political? Data production.
Trust deficit in healthcare. Did we cover that?
legal
Trust deficit
production.
In healthcare.
No.
We have not covered trust deficit in healthcare.
And I think it's linked to a social one that comes here. This is the social one. Negative views about trust issues with prescribed drugs, overburdened healthcare staff.
Okay, so that's a trend, and make that a trend.
Which one?
Trust issues in healthcare. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
And put all these other bullets related next to it so we remember what it is, okay? Again, remember, trend can be both positive and negative. If it's unidirectional, we don't necessarily want to think about it, okay?
Anything else that we want to pick from here as a trend?
I think I don't see the demographics here. I think we cannot ignore the demographics in here as a trend, right?
One more thing, I don't know whether related or unrelated.
Yeah.
The government policy, government has all of a sudden, for the last 5 years, opened up a lot of medical colleges. I mean, the same point, lot of medical colleges.
Yeah.
So they have enrolled a lot of MBBS doctors.
So what's the trend?
So what I'm trying to say is,
so that's one signal, medical college. What else can add to this signal? And another one to create a trend.
Negative signal is that of the opening of a lot of medical colleges is that it is compromising on the quality of medical education.
So the trend we already have it is a trust deficit. So can you put trust deficits in the healthcare? And then you put that government opening more medical colleges, the colleges are, the quality of care is going down, the things are overburdened. That's the story. That's what makes it a trend, okay? And that's also the evidence we have.
Quality of not healthcare, quality of medical education.
Yeah.
Well, okay. You got it? Kapish?
Because earlier we used to have like 3 medical colleges. I did from Odisha, 3 medical colleges. And only 120 rank seats were over.
You can shut them.
Now there are
But they
10
would say
medical
now they are
colleges.
making more
But man, that happened that earlier the approach was that you don't select very few who are actually convinced. Now
So
everybody is getting.
Trust issue with prescribed care, that's there. The negative view of people and doctor, overburdened healthcare. Perfect. Education also is related.
Yeah.
But this is education at which level? Because it's the education of girls.
Not of the education. This is general literacy level of the population, not of the
Level is
population.
right.
That is about the population, not about the medical practitioners.
That is the social.
Okay, so this is the trend. That's why, yeah, the demographic. So let's have a trend on demographic. So demographic trends, I don't know what. Maybe.
Demographic population.
Yeah, but what demographic? What is it doing? What is the trend?
The demographic population trend affects because there are aging populations coming up and the dependent on the younger population. Younger population is not getting job employment. So naturally they're suffering because healthcare is not able to affordable.
One of the things is that government has still not focused on geriatric health issues. We are mostly concerned with the maternal child health and the newborns. Now the aging population is aging. 7% was earlier. Now it is still expanding. The older population.
Okay, so let's put a demographic trends is increasing and this is affecting lifestyle. But the point about geriatric care, I guess older people care, is a sub-trend in the trust. Is it in a trust? Which one does it belong? Is it in the
geriatrics is old age.
Okay.
We're talking about one side of the population increasing, focus on maternal child care, but not on
Demography has several connotations. One is the elderly healthcare. Elderly healthcare, aging population. Who is going to take care of their health, right? If they are not going to dependent on the top, it's a public health. It has to be 100% public health. Number 2 is even the middle age people. They are also healthcare is also a twist because the habits in middle age, smoking, alcohol, that's one. Same thing in the teenage.
Stress.
So stress.
Mental health
Right.
issues.
Mental health issues are coming up there. Because of this,
New challenges, new health challenges are
they're
coming.
never there before. Because of large scale migration of the people to the cities.
Focused.
Okay, so let me put it in terms of trends terminology. Demographics of population affect lifestyle. Is that a trend? No. Demographic population
lifestyle
is not the lifestyle, it's how the government is responding to the demographic trends, isn't it? That's the trend. It's like the stakeholders are responding well to demographic trend. What's the consequence? Yes, they're not responding well to demographic trend. It's the whole demographic trend is changing, and the government, or I don't want to say government, the stakeholders are not responding to this.
Not a policy stakeholders.
Everybody. It's not just policy. It's the government, it's private sector. But there's a bigger thing here. The bigger thing is like the ecosystem how the ecosystem is responding to demographic trends.
The lifespan is increasing, but the ecosystem is not built to support that.
Thank you. So then the
Check पर zoom low का है.
You can say, sir, it's moving.
a demographic trend is changing and is impacting the health future, something like this, right? As a trend. I'm just trying to boil it down to a language that we can process in our brain later. Positive or negative?
The demographic trend, what you are addressing is actually focused on two or three things. One is demography in the sense the elderly population is coming up. That's one thing, right? Now, how that is affecting the health is because they have to look after. By whom?
Yeah.
By whom?
Caregivers are not there.
So
The
that we
children
can
are
say, sir, that the social
Nuclear family.
cultural fabric is getting disturbed. From joint families
Now
moving to nuclear family.
Actually, now they are affecting them. Because that
and
also migration of the rural population to the cities. That is also a very known factor. People immigrate, especially immigrate to another place. Look for better salary, better.
India was better.
The best example is Bihar and Eastern UP. Running to Bombay and Chandigarh, etc. for jobs. So that also affects the social fabric. Who is going to take care of the elderly population in the back home? That's after demographic. That is one. Second thing, demographic is because of the aging population, our disease affected. You live more, live longer, cardiac, other problems coming. There's another trend actually. Other thing in demography is the social behavior of the.
All right. So let's look again. Why are you trying to go to technology? Let's get and we're done with social stuff.
Social is done, I think.
Let's talk in social
Education.
We are Indian, we can
secular, cultural. Secular, cultural.
Can I put this under demographic,
did
the
this
secular
secular-
cultural traditions?
Secular, how did it come?
They are different. They are different.
Where would you want to put it? Does that go on the demographic?
Secular, cultural. Where do you want it?
Demography is different, cultural is different, social is different.
Okay,
They are all part of social, but
So
they are
What
different.
new trend?
no, just demographic and social.
Social contract these, yeah.
I think
So put it
secular
there.
somebody has written, but
secular
social
She's using less than
social
In fact, secular nothing, no meaning in current discussion. You can remove secular.
secular can be
You
removed.
can remove secular. Just keep
Cultural factors are important.
Cultural factor, because that is known factor. Cultural practices affecting the health is important.
Okay,
I
done.
think by secular,
I mean-
maybe mean religious. Maybe a wrong,
Yeah, so-
maybe the intention was to use
That's
religious
the new
earlier.
one
They
removed.
accidentally.
But let me tell you, there is a lot of health studies in the secular aspects. Because in one particular population, you find that their health seeking behavior is different. Their disease diagnosed very late.
So under cultural-
And the women's sex in that particular religion, they are not taken care of so well. The last priority for that actually. So I don't want to make it
Changing
visible.
that to religious belief.
Yeah, but
That
look,
is religious belief
Look.
practices.
at the end, we're looking to get as many options as possible, right? If we just shove things under the rug, the problem is not going away.
That you can
right?
put it where religious.
So I
religious
know we don't want to
beliefs.
attach some words, but we're just doing this for ourselves to think right now. How we articulate it is a different story, okay?
Religious
We have to
practices.
come back to it.
All right, are we now done with social?
Yes.
Ooh,
Fact.
next, no, don't go to technological. We come last to that.
You want to go to which one?
Go down.
Economic?
Economic.
There are few indicators. So
मतलब few क्या कहते हैं सर, ट्रेंड तो अलग चीज हो गया, few
Cost of healthcare rising, disparity between haves and have-nots. I think
The cost of living also straight away we put it. Cost of living, where your out-of-pocket expenses are being met with healthcare. So economic condition of the people are, so the gap, the middle income group gap, that is become a lower middle class, upper middle class.
Middle class is gone, sir.
Where's gone?
Either very poor or very rich. Now they're moving towards two extremes.
okay, so income disparities are increasing.
Yes.
As a field. Income disparities are increasing. Or income, whatever word we use. So and impacting the what you know what I mean.
Access.
Yeah, and then access to perfect equitable access, impacting access to equitable health. Sorry, and then so there you will put cost of living out of pocket, cost of healthcare rising, capital issues.
GDP per capita. Actually,
Yeah, all of this could be there. Yeah,
I would
exactly.
put GDP per capita around healthcare expenditure by the public and private sector. I wouldn't put it on the individual. Because I feel
okay,
income
fine.
disparity is more people-centric and GDP and per capita is more
government-centric.
Yeah, by the way, there was something about human-centric. The government is not using human-centric. We should put that, but I think we
We'll
have
find
it
it when
there.
we get there.
But again, I don't want us to start blaming the government because remember, it's the whole ecosystem. This is what I want us to know, right?
Which one?
The whole ecosystem. No, some places we say government, that's specific. I say overstate, but we just have to be, because again, it's not, we're not here. Trust me, the whole ecosystem has to come together. Otherwise, we're going nowhere. Yeah. Cost, benefit, budget availability, okay, that's all the same because there's a more expensive budget. This budget availability should be in the, we had a point already there if you had not put it about the
This should go
investment is not affecting impact, that should be in that bigger bucket there, okay? Okay, economic, done.
That's on the demographic.
Is demographic.
You want to put budget availability or health financing? Health financing.
Yeah, but the government investment is not getting impact, which makes even less resources available for investment, etc., right? And also, government impact is limited and not getting impact. You can add that, right?
Like what?
Limited and not getting impact.
We have that.
We have the investment, but we don't have the limited, right? Increasing limited government, you spend less than anybody. Actually, we could just leave that, we just don't have to put it, but again, I'm just trying to reduce the set that's manageable.
I'm going to say GDP is increasing.
My point is just put one word. This is a very kind of universal word accepted in government document. Health financing. Health financing has a broader connotations. It lands in the health policy also. This lands in
so health financing then is government thing. Then you just no, we don't create a new trend. Just replace the word about investment to health financing. Okay, the investment. There is one on government thing already. No, don't put the GDPs in. It's not doing anything for us here. Is it?
Yes.
There is government investment. She wants to say health investment. I like that because it's broader. It doesn't include not only the government, but it also includes private sector, okay? Health investment, remove government, just say health investment. No, the trend has to be health investment.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And then government is not getting impact, you can put the same. It's already there, delete that. Yeah. Are we okay with that change? Yeah? But you see how we're going through the process of elimination, triangulation, and these are stuff you already know as a doctor. If you don't, then you're going to have the worst patients. And you're really going to complain that you cannot sleep, you don't have time, you don't have money, You can blame everybody else but yourself. Okay, next.
Political, we've done. So going to legal.
Yeah, we can go to legal. Okay, all right, so this legal and the data protection, you should probably put in legal as well as the data protection and privacy. Okay, so what do we have here? What is the trend here? So there is some things about negligence. There's some things about, okay, so let's step back. What is the law? The law sets some rules, and everybody is supposed to follow that rules. That those rules can help you experiment or not experiment, or those rules can apply to the rich or the poor. So what's the trend here? Is the law, but you need to understand it. So is the increasing complexity of law, or what is it? Give me a trend here. People don't know their rights. Is that a trend?
Lack of SOPs, I believe. There's no particular structured format, I believe.
For what?
For the processes to take place, I think. And that would lead to the lack of unawareness.
So the lack of processes within hospitals for patients to access healthcare.
And
to access their rights.
Or are you saying for doctors to?
Especially
towards their own rights. Right?
So misuse of these consumer laws, misuse of these consumer laws against doctors. Patients nowadays are over exploiting these laws to sue doctors.
no, it is
private sector
If you take two situations, I'm from Kerala. I'm from Kerala. Kerala has a good tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 system.
Yeah.
Best PHC in the country.
Yeah.
All these things are there. People are socio-economically well advanced. Better. So medical legal cases are 50 times higher than in UP.
Okay.
So the better socio-economic status of a population means more legal implications.
Better,
And
but
people
then
get
also the
awareness.
education levels are higher. Literacy is higher, so their legal awareness is higher.
So ma'am, there are
like in US everywhere, like it is the same.
We sue you everywhere. Whatever you do, we sue you. Give me hot coffee, I don't like it, I sue you. So is that what's happening here?
Will be happening
The
here.
Americanization of India.
Not yet.
That is
actually following America.
Well, you got all the junk food from America, and then you wonder you guys are busy.
In states
But
with
in
the
private sector, it is now very much relevant.
but that's not the same thing. In private sector, people are going to have higher literacy rates. Usually.
Yeah, but again, give me a trend.
Higher literacy
We're
rates
in
are
the
going to
box
better
for
legal
law.
awareness. Higher literacy rates leading to better legal awareness, and that is it's
So
not
what's a counter trend then? That's a one unilateral
No,
law.
it's not. The other thing is that's also
You want people to be
leading
illiterate?
to misuse. Also using
So that's not the trend.
ma'am, doctor is unaware of law, but the other party is very much aware. So this causing more problem for the
There's more
doctor.
literacy of the public than
Okay.
about the
All right.
Ma'am, some people is not
See, of course, I understand.
So they are trying to get monetary benefits from.
My friends, trends, two ways, unidirectional. If you tell me in Kerala you're all fine, but these people are too smart for themselves, that's giving you trouble, that's you. In other place, what do you want me to make them dumb? That would be the question, right? So that's not going to be the trend, right? The problem is what? The ultimate problem is that there is increasing complexity and response to, or there is increasing risk for medical professionals to practice.
Yes,
That's
something like that.
So that's one thing, and the other thing is
right.
That's the trend you're looking for. That's the real trend. I'm not gonna make people dumb like in Kerala. Sorry. I know. I'm just pushing your buttons. I'm just trying to be as visceral as possible, right?
the other thing is that these private hospitals they're not accepting these casualties and all because they are in fear that
they make you sign a law, the little legal thing too.
They are
when
in
we
fear
cut off
that
your limb, we're not responsible. When we give you wrong medication, we're not responsible.
No, but because of the fear of the case, they will reject the patient from even admitting that this could be high legal issue. That's
Okay,
what
so good.
That's what he's
So at the end of, so that's fine. These are all the supporting signals. Yes. These are the supporting signals. But the trend, I stand corrected, unless somebody can convince me, the trend is that there is increasing risk for the medical professionals. Yes, that's the trend, right?
Yes.
Of course, we can reduce that risk. We can inform people better. You can cover yourself with a very sophisticated lawyer, and you can sign your life away. You can do a million things. That's what they do in the US.
The negative effect of that thing.
There is positive and negative.
There was a
Positive.
Positive for the patient, negative for you.
Positive is that
If you're smarter, you will always tune it to
it's
yourself.
positive for patient also, doctor also. But the thing is that it is ultimately leading to increase in the cost of healthcare. Because now the doctor, even if he could have given the medication, he's
fine.
He orders 10 investigations, get it done first. Then I will touch you.
You will have a chance when we explain the scenario and we pick the scenario. There's something called implication wheel. In the implication wheel, we'll put all these trends, and you can make a judgment about all the implications, so we don't run into the Cobra scenario. Less basic. We're building I understand that's why, by the way, we're gonna keep all this so you can see which signals it was coming from. Then when you think through this tool, you get it. You can make a beautiful story. We can even make a beautiful video of the scenarios. Then it couldn't be as clear as that. But the trend, we agree, right? What's the trend?
Fear of litigation.
Increasing risk for medical professionals to practice.
Yeah, but please put his points too. Cost of, okay, you put it.
Cost of medical care, fear of litigation.
Great. Anything else around this trend from that we can pick up here? No?
I think we have it. I'll add it later if we need to.
Legal implication. Okay, now data protection is a different thing. And consumer protection. Data protection is a different thing. So I think the thing is there is increasing data available in the medical protection. I don't know. What is this? What's the trend? With the facilitator?
I felt like I was.
What is the trend? I know you're doctor.
There's only one.
Yeah.
What is it? What is?
We have data protection, data privacy. Is there a trend there?
Because government
will be like a lot of data, medical data is available now online or something like that.
So increasing medical data is underutilized and creating risk, because we know you have a lot of data. This data is not being utilized. This is increasing trend. Two, there is a risk with that data, or is being underutilized or misutilized.
So government
or misutilized.
Actually, government is promoting the medical research and.
No, earlier everything was on paper. No, now everything is getting digitalized. So now we have a lot
Digitalized,
of
and
data.
somebody is taking the data. They are not taking the proper sign or consent from the patient.
So,
and they are using it for their benefit.
So increasing data availability is causing underutilization or misuse. That's the trend, right? Those two are in the same direction. That's why I put them, right? Yes? Then can we eliminate those? You put those there. So again, trend, bidirectional, go bidirectional. And there's signals that needs to support it. So the signals is that, and that. Yes? Okay. All right, what else do you have? We're almost there.
Try one more.
One more. I want to finish with the technology, because this one we're going to have more fun conversation with it. And then we'll do the next
Anything
one.
else from legal?
Oh man, it is.
So then we go ethical.
Ethical. Ooh. All right. Who took the? What was?
I have added few comments. Can you go through the comments?
Oh, sorry. Can you show me the comments from the chat?
Yeah.
1 second. Sorry, we're just pulling up the chat. Enforcement of Clinical Establishment Act. Government has already taken care of geriatric care under NHM. All DH are having geriatric care ward. District hospital, right?
Yeah.
Geriatric
One of the main objective of UP population policy, demographic trends are in favor of India. We are having maximum number of 10 to 19 and 15 to 25 years old in adolescents and youth. There is no problem up to the year 2036. 2%. So you're saying, okay, one of the points here has been around counter to the point we were making earlier, I think some of us, that geriatric care has become a priority area. So thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
The other is there is no problem up to the year 2026. Can you explain that, please, Mr. Jain?
If you look at the population pyramid, which is there in the population policy of UP, it clearly shows the graph that there is an inverted pyramid, which clearly shows there is no problem as far as geriatric aging population is concerned. It will grow after 2036, and that too is not an alarming trend as of now. And since we are having demographic dividend.
Okay. What is the rate of employment up to the age of 25 currently in India? The population that we are looking on to support the geriatric population.
Yeah, so the problem is that the geriatric population is increasing and is increasing services, and that's a problem, right? So it's really a signal that just need to be paid attention.
As India has a younger population than the rest of the world, but the rate of unemployment currently is at an all-time high.
Yes, and that's also like, it's a bit of a step back from this discussion, but on the education policy side, when we study that, we realize that a lack of foresight is also a reason. Of course, there are institutional errors that have been made from government after government. Well, one of the things after independence, for that matter, was like, especially around 80s, there was a lot of push for education to like girl child education, every child, like free education till the age of 14, so on and so forth. Basically, the government was investing heavily in from 80s onwards in ensuring that children complete the education till 12th. The problem was when they were entering nursery, at that time, the institution should have also been working on when they graduate 18 years later. There will be an increased pool of educated mass out in the market for jobs. That process did not start because foresight wasn't utilized until they were already out, educated, and waiting for jobs to hire. So that also has a lack of foresight to it. But when you are thinking of education policy today for the age of for a child the age of 5, think about when they graduate 25 years later. Start thinking about it now. So for geriatric care is also similar. They may say that everything's sorted till 2036. That's 13 years from now. 13 years from
we
now,
set our
my
goal
parents are not
to
taken care of.
2038,
We
so
need to
you will
start
still
now.
fall short by 2 years, okay? And by the way, we'll see a bit, Jane, when we go to the Horizon Foresight, we actually project impact based on the horizon. So that will get there. So, but the trend is the trend, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. My point is, we are talking up to the DS level. Maybe we will have to expand up to CSC level. Then this problem will not be there.
Regarding geriatric
For geriatric?
that
Yeah,
we were
yeah,
talking.
yeah.
So for geriatric health, sir, government has just recognized, but the amount of investment that they have to make is still very, very less, considering the next coming 10 to 15 years.
That is what I am saying. We have to expand this service to CSC level. As of now, we are speaking that at DS level we have resolved this problem. But maybe what you are saying, the kind of projections we have to expand these services up to the CSC level or at the PSC level in the time to come.
यूपी में अभी केवल एक जेरियाट्रिक मेडिसिन का एमडी आया बीएचयू में, बस उसके अलावा अभी जेरियाट्रिक के लिए जो हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या वो चीज चाहिए वो नहीं डेवलप कर रहे हैं.
That's the point actually, Mr. Jain. I want to ask you that your information on the geriatric ward available in every district is not perceived by the public actually. The doctor sitting here is just say that there is only one geriatric ward recently come up in the KGM.
नहीं सर, MD geriatric
and MD geriatric has just come up
in only in BHU.
In BHU,
we see the NEET PG seat this year in 2023. There is only one MD geriatric in IMS BHU.
So what I mean to say is, Mr. Jain, in beginning health system, he's giving us information on different policy matters taken by the government. I think we need to study what is happening at ground level.
Yeah, exactly. If you go to Balrampur Hospital, you will see 30-bedded geriatric care ward, very well.
Sir, but as you know, sir, geriatric health requires a dedicated trained manpower. All physicians, central medicine cannot manage that. Government of India has already made 2 National Institute of Geriatrics, one is in AIMS, one is in Chennai. And now some medical institutes have on their own has started geriatric units, like in BHM, what do you say, VHU. And there is a MD program already running in AIMS and Chennai.
Only one, sir, no? Only one MD program
running already.
Yes.
Yeah, both in AIMS as well as in Chennai. Both are there are national institutes, right? But actually not happening to any medical colleges.
Yes,
anyway, so we cannot expect that proper geriatric medicine care can be given by internal medicine people without proper training. And second thing is, it's not only the physicians, also the paramedical workers and nursing cadre also has to build around that. The geriatric health is totally different. Third, the infrastructure for geriatric health is totally different. In the sense, their toilets has to design, their beds has to design properly. You know, everything has to be really designed in a proper way that is kind of facilitating for the aged population.
I think it is one of the parameters under IPHS that hospital has to be ready for the all these.
Yes, sir. I know very
We
well.
agree with that on the trend bit. We'll come back to the trends right now.
Can we continue the journey layer by layer? I know we have a lot of opinion on the sub signal, what they mean. You'll have your chance. We'll put you in a group, you can think scenario, you can put all that. Now we're at the ethical factor. Anybody take the hypocrite oath? All of us. All of you.
Personal data.
So what does that mean exactly? Don't answer rhetorical question. Okay, misuse of personal data. This is already on the other side.
Yeah.
Values, designer, what is it? Patient privacy, that's already there. Religious and cultural belief, we covered that. Technology interaction, okay, that stays. I think this is interesting. Lack of human touch, yeah. Designer babies, I like that. Okay, what is this trend? What trend do we have here? I think there's one on the technology, maybe, I don't know. But again, this is an open question. I'm just probing. Can somebody give me the trend you see in ethical area, in health?
Genetic cleansing led by artificial intelligence.
Genetic.
Why geriatric? I think we're all going to be cleansing. Gender cleansing. So there's biases as well. So it's not just gender, it's biases, all kind of biases.
No, genetic.
Genetic. Okay. I did not understand. I should listen more. Yes. So what is the trend? Increasing use of technology to do what? What's the trend? Increasing abuse of technology to what? Like, give me a trend.
So one thing,
I mean, genetic cleansing is
genetic cleansing. Huh? Genetic cleansing.
This is exactly
yeah, that's the designer baby.
Genetic, designer babies and genetic screening. They also need to, if there is challenged baby, then they can also or neurological problems and all these things. No. Some babies can diagnose.
Genetic cleansing. Why do we want diversity? A natural order, right? Okay, I'll give you another perspective. What happened in an ecosystem when you have no stability? You have a super species. That makes every other species subservient to that, right? Thinking higher, that's the ultimate thing. Is actually going to create increasing use of artificial intelligence or increasing use of technology or AI to create inequality with potential impact to equality, something like that.
Designer babies covers everything actually in that way. Except CRISPR.
Yeah, but it's more. Genetic babies, DNA. Now we're talking also about biases. We're talking about all these social biases. We talked about this earlier, marriages and all of those. Now, how is that related to healthcare? You're going to have the people who will commit suicide. You're going to be the psychic. It's all related. I just want you to think, if there need to be two trends, tell me. I'm okay with that. I'm just trying to find ultimately what is the trend. Okay,
Actually, the trend has not really picked up in developing countries. Trend has picked up in developed countries.
I don't think so. They're getting fooled. They're creating open AI, then they're open washing AI, then they're saying that you cannot trust the AI because people started talking, and now they want to scan your iris ball in developing countries and in developed countries. And it's like a whole narrative there.
Sir, we are talking on
Actually, this is
AI na, this time.
No, it's just there's genetic marriage. People are modifying genetics.
People are modifying the genetic
code. Genetic code or whatever you have said.
People are playing God basically. Not all doctors play some kind of God, but I think they also play
It can act in positive or negative way. It can cure thalassemia by doing that. Sickle cell anemia, positive aspect.
There is that.
Negative.
So, but this is actually why the trend is beautiful, because you can say increasing use of the trend is increasing use of technology, because not just AI, it's genetic, CRISPR, it's all of these can significantly impact healthcare. Positive, you fix all those diseases. Negative, you create a super baby, right?
And look at another positive aspect also. So there are some.
Is that a trend?
There are some diseases which are transmitted in inheritance, right? So then, especially nowadays, a new trend has come that you have to get a genetic testing of the both matches.
Before marriage,
That is another happening. See, earlier what happened, rheumatic factor, Rh negative, Rh positive.
So put all those sub signals, but the trend is what we talked about, is increasing use of technology, whether it's bracket, AI, CRISPR, blah, 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 has significant potential for health equity.
Health benefits has equity, whatever you say.
Yeah, right. That's the trend. Positive, we throw the disease we want to fix. Negative, we have the designer baby, we have all this craziness going on. Yes?
Yeah, another negative thing which is not been discussed, not been made public.
Put it as a signal.
Made it public. In vitro fertilization. What happens to those frozen eggs? It is going to become an issue in the near future. See, the eggs harvested and eggs utilized.
And so even so, it is creating long-term
It's harvested. We're gonna use the CRISPR to modify it, and then we're gonna
He's saying that eggs that are harvested and not always utilized, and the companies might use that.
Other persons you are, yes.
ये अभी भी पकड़ा गया सर अभी
It happens. It happens.
So what is that trend? That's a separate trend. That has nothing to do with technology.
That is corrupt.
That's to do technology.
Ethical practice.
IVF technology.
It is very much the technology.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my ignorance.
We are talking of
comma, AI, comma, CRISPR, comma, IVF, comma, whatever else you guys think of.
We are
not my
in
specialty.
the ethics vertical. In ethics vertical, we are discussing this thing.
Yeah.
In ethics vertical, there are other regular medical negligence, regular medical litigations. We are not discussing at all.
Yeah, that one.
What is the newer thing coming up is newer trends. The newer trends is going to come up. What he said is there are sporadic reports coming up. Like as IVF expert, I have harvested so many eggs, so many women. I use some. Then the rule is destroy the rest. I don't destroy it. I sell it. Or I do research, because to get live tissue for research, it's a big problem ethically world over.
So these are signals. That support this trend, okay? But what is the trend? It's the same trend, then we just put these are the signals, okay?
Yes, signals. So we don't have any evidence actually. Now people are talking about it. Research.
But that's fine. These are the signals. So once we come up with the scenario, and then we're looking for the positive and negative, and you need to relate the story. You'll see that a tool we'll use called the implication wheel. You'll be able to make the most beautiful story. Okay?
और सर ये like the stem cell, if we are generating clone, the rich people can use these clone as a organ harvesting. कि मतलब we can use their organ. We are rich. We have made 3 clone or 4 clone. If my heart is not working, I will take the heart from that people.
Yeah.
And
What will happen to that person?
Huh?
What will happen to that person?
So once
Yeah, तभी तो ethical
if there
issue
is
है सर, नहीं
signal
तो
for this already. Question.
तो क्लोन है उसको मर्जी उसको
Question. Is there a signal already happening for this?
No, sir, it is not already happening because there are ethical issues now. They have stopped to research on this.
Nobody will be able to stop somebody who is intent on making sure he lives forever.
Yes, yes.
They can try everything, they will not. But the signal is there already?
Yes.
Okay, so put bracket technology, cloning.
Actually में चाइना के 3-4 साइंटिस्ट जो हैं वो किए गए हैं.
Cover. Cover. With cover? Okay, what's left? Is tech the only thing left? Ooh, technology.
Do you fit it? There is scientists are talking about immortal. They want to make great. No, never die.
Yes.
Human beings never die.
वो मैंने एक में डाला था न्यूज वाले में डाला था सर.
I want to basically be able to download my consciousness one day in the robot. So I can continue coming in the room like you and bug you people. Your kids and your kids and I would like to do that.
And this,
who wouldn't want to do that?
Living forever. 200 years, 300 years.
Sir, actually what happened कि when cell divide, there is half-life limit, means telomere shortening is happening. So if we can restrict that telomere shortening, so cell will
proliferating.
Proliferating. And it's
aging. By the way, the same thing that happens to your signals in real life just happened here.
So it is scientific fiction. I know many.
No, it is not fiction, sir. In the cancer, the same thing is happening.
Not strong enough to stay on
The telomerase enzyme.
Cancer cells become immortal because telomerase become
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
If we can regulate all these processes, then we are immortal.
So what's the trend there?
If it is unregulated way, it is cancer.
What's the trend? Is that?
How many people?
Not a trend.
Except me and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Who else wants to be immortal? You convinced me to put a telehealth on my island. That I will do.
Possible is good.
Any trend?
No.
Okay, let's go to technological.
Technological.
What's the trend in the technological space?
Yeah, can we group any of them and showcase it?
Time to learn new technology, hesitancy to adapt technology.
Do you have some groupings?
Yeah.
So this orange color, sir, like
Nothing. There's just sticky note that I
Yeah, just different people put
People
different
use
color.
different colors. Yeah.
But usually we'll do with more precise instructions, especially online.
So I'm starting from here. I see something about people talking about AI, AR, ChatGPT, AR, VR. What does that trend look like? Does that mean there is an increasing use of
Yes,
artificial intelligence?
Yes, ma'am. They are using for the investigation, interpretation of the result.
Even diagnosis.
Like there is one machine, Tricog company.
Yes.
They are offering ECG machine. If you are just do the ECG, they will interpret it. What is happening here? Not only in the ECG, but also in the case of echo. They will fit all the software in your system. You will just move probe, and they will interpret for you.
So can I say increasing use of AI, ML
Yes,
for
ma'am.
diagnostics
Yeah. Machine led.
is improving preventive care?
Yes, ma'am. It is
preventive care.
You can improve the whole health sector. But the question is that the trend? Are those things really being used? It has a potential to increase healthcare, but it's not. It's not. I will not. If it is, then it's a unidirectional. So what I would put in the trend is has the potential to increase the whole accelerate the health, equitable health.
false interpretation.
But the counter argument to this is you have an expensive robotic thing. Okay, he said it's fully utilized, but I think in the future I would like to do more. You have AI that may not be used in all sectors.
Yes.
You have AI that's not used to help the education of healthcare workers. We have VR, that's not used to.
There are apps.
Let us be very clear. AI is not a machine separately. AI is built up in a system. If you are a radiologist, you are building up your AI into the. In fact, the companies are fitting AI into the system before delivering it.
So maximum use is only in diagnostic
I'm
sector.
going to that. What I'm going to say, AI per se, like it is not AI like this. It is just like the software that are putting in our systems. Even now also you get radiology equipment with AI built in. Not today, even yesterday. So now the AI getting more and more refined. Let's be very clear about that, right? So AI is there in the or cardiography also.
Refined for who?
What?
Refined for who?
Who?
Refined
in the sense, what I mean to say, AI is a technology, but the AI technology has to fit into different devices. AI doesn't come as a separate device. AI comes along with radiology equipment. If I am getting a CT scan machine, already there is a component of AI into that. Like earlier, we used to get the software analytics to analyze the image. We used to get that. Now AI also built in with ultrasound.
It is just like the pathway analysis. Means if
so whatever you say,
pathway can possible. If you have fever, it is infection or it is. So they are making like this. They ask some signal from you. So
that is based on software system.
Software system. You put the fever, they will ask the symptoms.
Whatever diagnosis.
Then you put the symptoms, they will see.
Either you built in diagnostic device or you built in the therapeutic device. So on all diagnostic devices, you have all the radiology machine, ultrasound, whatever you talk. Therapeutic, you have got the robots totally based on the AI system. So similarly, several other devices that AI is integrated into the system. Like I'm doing ophthalmoscopic examination. In fundoscopic examination, already AI is built in. They pick up diabetic retinopathy.
Ingredient that can be used in many tissues.
Right. So that is one part of the AI. The other part of the AI is totally kind of applicable. We can discuss further. There are several dimensions to AI. All these things are talking about chat GPT, etc. They are all part of AI only.
But do you think enough of it is being utilized right now?
Yes, it is.
There is an increasing trend.
This is increasing trend. It's a ongoing process.
Really increasing trends. We are using in most of the diagnostic
Even
process.
5 years before, it was not there to that extent with what it is now. And maybe next 10 years.
In microbiology, we have to do, मतलब सारे sample को हम वो करते थे culture. But आप bacteria में रखो. If there is really bacteria, then there will be signal. उसी को आपको करना है.
This is what is talking of. It is not only for yesterday. It is for last almost 10 years, if I know very well. It is getting refined more and more. Bactech machine is available more than 10 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But they are building AI into component to that machine.
Even for the diagnosis of the cancer, like not every patient has to go for biopsy. If they have the
Diagnosis
standards,
maximum application.
they have
Diagnostic.
Imaging maximum, like pathology images. In pathology images, the diagnosis done by human and done by a machine. It has been shown that in some cases it has in better accuracies. Even earlier they used to count even the genes one by one. Now that AI built in the automatic count. Earlier they used to put glass and do tick tick tick. Then report.
Yes.
Count manual counting karte the. Now it is all available with AI.
Sir, ये chest X-ray, everything they can
pre and post like
सेक्टर बना सकते हैं ना छोटे छोटे और हर सेक्टर को वो विजुलाइज कर सकते हैं.
एग्जाम में चला गया
तो AI augmented
कोई भी
by
क्वेश्चन
designing.
चैट वीडियो बोलेगा क्वेश्चन बोलेगा आंसर at the time. He'll be topper.
AI is part of the integral part of the diagnostic as well as therapy.
Smile किया आपने वो
So how much of VR is being utilized for surgery training?
So how much of AR and that is another thing. It's not AI.
They are virtual reality, sir. Virtual reality.
Now they are from other disciplines. They can categorize. In AR VR is mostly many basic science departments that are using of virtual realities. In anatomy.
Which medical institute trains its students with using VR? I want to know.
Sure.
Virtual reality की बात कर रहे हैं सर.
That is different. That is different.
अभी नहीं हो रहा है.
Yeah, so augmented reality, virtual reality.
It's also for teaching purpose.
No, that's what she's saying. It's not happening in any individual.
No, मैं VR कहाँ है?
That little shoulder.
Do we have a trend?
The perception is all AR VR are not head-mounted displays. That is one type of AI. That is metaverse. That is a metaverse. No, what my point is.
What about the simulation machine?
That's it. Now we come to the point. Now the aeroplane pilots are trained in the simulations, right? Now we have simulation-based training programs in surgery. Many institutes, I cannot name it, but many institutions have that kind of program where they teach their students, surgeons, in the simulation-based training program. They can do a gallbladder surgery. They can do a gallbladder surgery in the computer in the simulation system. In anatomy departments, I'm sure they have all 3D and virtual reality. They simulate the circulation of the blood.
The nurses are being trained.
Nurses have been trained.
Is it augmented reality or just 3D simulation? Because augmented reality is a completely different game. If I have my normal glass, right, and I have a patient and it's helping me real time with information with that patient, there's nothing, this is additional enhancement.
Also, simulation also has two levels. One is,
you know,
if I'm operating on simulation on the patient, okay, if it's a older pattern thing, if I make an error, it's okay, I can fix it. But if it's a newer method that's been already, by newer I mean already in use globally for 5-10 years, if I make an error, it will show process, patient is dead or whatever, process is completed. Is that happening? Do you restart? Or is that like a game you can just reset? Which part of it is happening in these AMCs?
Okay, well, I do not know how many institutions are having this facility. What you are saying, there are two parts to that. One is surgeon getting training in a simulated environment in the computer. Right? Another thing is, another what
we were doing like cholecystectomy and you cut her duct and then the thing.
So that's basically what she wants to know actually. Why is AI-based surgery? In the sense, I am doing surgery, so I am guided by the artificial intelligence. This step is wrong. And this is the way you should do it. Putting a head-mounted display. That is advanced person. That is not applicable in many institutions. But what is available today is a computer-based simulation environment to do surgeries. Like I can do a gallbladder surgery.
This is 20 years ago.
Yes.
Let me give you a future, my vision of the future of telehealth.
Like this is app touch surgery.
Yes.
You can do the surgery, etc. Medtronic.
This
touch surgery is basically this test touch surgery also. No.
That's a Medtronic then. I work for Medtronic. That's my only foray into Medtronic, but it was about pacemakers. I used to.
The touch surgery was sold to Medtronic by a surgeon in UK. So, but what they have done what he has done is he has put this head-mounted kind of display, and there's a camera which monitors the surgeon's steps.
Yes,
and whenever there is a problem, I'm not following the particular steps, they will alert me. But this is not the way, you should do this way. Right? This product was developed by So what his question was, is it available? Is it being done? So I said it's available. How many issues are doing it? I do not know. It's available, but by the cost. It costs money. It's not available free.
People, my friends.
Yes, sir.
We have to, there's an expression called the rubber meets the road. The scalpel meets the flesh. If you want another analogy in your language, for those who are surgeons. Technology, I can give you, we're not thinking scenarios yet. I can give you a very descriptive scenario about AI, about last mile healthcare, right?
Yes.
Which will say, for example, the barefoot doctors that you don't want. Get a AR glass, they've been assigned to a village. You, Mr. Doctor, monitors them. There is an emergency. The barefoot doctor can operate under your guidance.
So question.
That's a whole different area of telemedicine. Now, I don't want to get into scenario, but one thing is clear. AR, VR, AI,
ML.
Robotics, right? All of these are coming to completely influence your last mile healthcare, your version of healthcare, and guess what? What are you doing about it? You know what Mr. Musk is doing with those things? He's trying to transcend. That's his business. And he's trying to keep his money. What are you doing? Because only you can drive this future. So the trend, yes.
Can we say that technology adoption is fast in India and impacting Indian healthcare? Would you agree with this?
Yes.
Or would it be technology adoption is slow and impacting Indian healthcare?
No, it is fast.
It is fast.
Okay.
Maybe it's slow compared to other.
So the bid is closed. Put all the signals around it. The bid is closed.
Hey, can we discuss?
Any other point?
Can we discuss? We're not left. I didn't see any clip on technologies, IoTs.
Yeah, put AI, ChatGPT. You can put IoTs. We can have this.
Wearable devices.
You want the field? We can have a field. We can also have it.
Wearable devices.
My favorite one is
IoT, Internet of
the
Things.
little
Internet
chip. Yeah.
Internet of medical
PM
things.
chip. Between those two, I think we got it covered.
Even your Fitbit and all those things also. That basically goes under the two things. One is IoT or a wearable device. Wearable device.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can have another trend. We can say there is slow adoption of the technology, but this is already covered under this trend.
Can we also say that whatever the adoption from the medical health professionals, let's say technology is being developed, you have AR, VR, telemedicine, this technology has existed for 20 years. Do you think there is hesitancy or everyone is also adopting as quickly as it's being designed?
You're not accepting
At that pace.
So then how can you say?
No, ma'am. There is no hesitancy, but cost is important. No, if we are not नहीं अफोर्डेबल नहीं है तो AR VR पे प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं, बट अगर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में अवेलेबल नहीं है तो हम कहाँ से करें? प्रॉब्लम अवेलेबिलिटी की है, हेजिटेंसी भी उतनी नहीं है लोगों में.
But is there another trend? That's it. So is there any other trend in technology area right now? Do we see any other trends? What about technologies that are medical technologies?
What about adoption and adaptation?
Ma'am, we are ready to adopt the technology, but it's depend upon the availability. If it is not available in our institute.
So SGPGI has only the department that we visited is using telemedicine. They have the technology, infrastructure, laptop, video screening, bandwidth, but only one department is using it for telemedicine. So same hospital, same faculty. Why are the other doctors not adopting it? We had a 3-hour discussion on this yesterday. I can't understand.
They are not sensitized to it.
Sensitized, when
so
sensitization.
You आपने कहा कि if it's available, we will use it. And everything is available. They have created 30 crore building for telemedicine.
Yeah, I've seen that.
There are not enough people right now utilizing it after COVID. So it's available.
When sensitization.
No, not sensitization.
Sensitization. 20 साल में नहीं हो पाया telemedicine का. 20 years that this thing
because of other ego has.
Actually, no, there can be multiple reasons. One is that even in SGPGI, the OPDs and all are very crowded. They are having so much of work.
So then every specialty would have that. Right? So why only one specialty?
What they mean to that facility could have been utilized by many
because
doctors.
it was not mandated.
Travel left to go there and do it.
One specialty took it up and the other one also.
Like today, I am giving best example. Today, the entire technical team, Udita, today the entire technical team of School of Telemedicine is managing entire infrastructure or back-end video conferencing. So our hub is located in STPMI, SGPJ. They are all managing from here. So if this association would have been created there, would not have done this thing what they are doing today.
So what is the trend? Is there a new trend we need to put forward? Can you go back to this?
Now that to mention IoTs, IoMTs, wearable device.
It's part of the just add IoT. IoT, wearables, is technology. What other trend do we have that we missed here in technology? Teamwork and lack of interdisciplinary competence. What is this? What is it?
Mandate.
The hesitancy to adopt technology. That's what the team.
That's already covered somewhat.
Covered
what about access to internet and poor internet? What is that?
Infrastructure issues.
Actually, doctors have a lot of issues.
Okay, so let's put infrastructure then. So there is a increase. Is it an increasing lack of infrastructure or what is it?
दो चीज होता है कि realization
of the utility.
There are some things
COVID
about
में
internet,
utility
blah, blah,
पता
blah. And I know you all complain
लोग
about
जैसे
internet,
सर क्या है कि
internet.
उनके पास
So what is the
availability
trend?
टाइम भी था वो भी था
Increasing.
सब उन्होंने यूटिलाइज किया
Augmented reality और ये सब add है ना जब MBBS
We say that
के लिए वो हुआ था कि we can have that, we can develop a software जिसके लिए
It's not here in this room, we're struggling. Let's be
there is
honest.
something also we need to understand that sometimes
You have a simulation lab in this issue. You know the under anesthesia department.
sectors, most
Under anesthesia department.
Anesthesia department.
and you have seen it grow over in front of your eyes.
there is, but.
That does not mean it's in a good state right now.
और हमें mandate कर दिया जाए कि आपको जाना ही जाना है देखना ही देखना है
And now have better internet. But the
Everybody,
telemedicine here is still struggling.
let's
That's
step out,
because
step
of the
back,
network issue,
step out.
right?
Step out.
From your personal point of view, the connectivity.
Can everybody just stand up?
Yeah,
I think
But
we need
like if I look at it at an internet.
right, we need to do some exercise, stretching. Who likes to lead us through stretching? Who wants to lead us through stretching?
Just stretch yourself.
Please, lead us through stretching. What do you want us to do? 2 minutes. There you go. Yes. What else?
That's all that I can do.
Yeah.
अब नीचे वाले में तो बैठ जाएंगे
Yeah,
हम
do
लोग
that too.
मेरा नहीं
Okay, please.
The standard practice of WhatsApp.
And then
और ये भी augmented reality से कर लेते
please hold your breathing for 1 second. Just think about that beautiful vision you want to achieve. And think about some trend that we're missing. Let's do this for 1 minute. Take a picture of all this trend we put in and think about one trend we missed. And breathe in and out. All right. Now, let's sit back down, calm. Heart rate, 70, that's still high. I'd like to be around 45, 60, 50.
I saw a dangerous signal. Many of the young MBBS doctors getting useless because of technology.
Okay, so we're at our resting heart rate right now. Okay, Gurita, final thing, which trend have we missed? Did anybody have a vision of a trend we're missing? I can also start picking on people, huh? You know I can do that. Anybody has a trend that we think we're missing?
One thing people are coming up nowadays is storytelling. Storytelling is just for awareness of the health.
We have a tool for storytelling. It's in the visioning part. We'll do that.
Yeah. So nowadays you might have heard about this technology of direct to mobile.
So what is the trend?
The trend is not how to reach out to the beneficiary directly with some preventive and promotive health.
So what is it positive? What's happening?
Positive.
What are the signals?
So the trend towards how to reach out to the community, individual. Reach a community to individual on health promotion, on health prevention, or information.
So pervasive health delivery is a trend
to the new things.
Pervasive, sorry, not pervasive.
Information.
Personalized healthcare.
Healthcare, you can do that.
But isn't that what healthcare is about? Isn't it about personalized healthcare?
That is different. That is very different than what I am talking. I am talking of the preventive and promotive healthcare. I am giving information to the public.
Okay, so increasing preventive and
promotive healthcare information to the directly to the city.
Is that the trend? That's what you want. It's unidirectional.
It's coming up. It's going to coming up. In COVID time it started. In COVID time it started.
Actually, it was
So
there
there's
before.
greater awareness of preventive.
But it's unidirectional. Is it unidirectional right now?
Yes, unidirectional.
It's unique.
Okay, so there's no wishy-washy that thing is, right? It's not wishy-washy, right?
But at least
so that's a trend that's here. Is it gonna be okay? So I'm just looking. Is there a trend that's not covered somewhere? Is it a new trend?
I don't know. New trend. We can only talk of the new technology coming up direct to mobile broadcasting directly. Same thing what I meant to say.
All right. So what I would like to know is a bit more on because we talk a lot from our side, our healthcare side. Have we thought about the patient side? We did a bit when we talked about their sewing people and he was.
But the expected women, expected nursing mothers. So a lot of information is desired.
Do we talk about the trust?
Rural communities don't know many things about that.
But is there anything else?
Government workers are doing actually.
Practitioners, please give me a trend. Udita, have we covered everything? Can you look at the technological again? Teamwork.
We're pending infrastructure.
Okay. You know what I say? Oh, yeah. So we're planning infrastructure and we're planning services and processes.
Yeah.
I think we are seeing the services and processes here, which is to say there is a lot of inefficiency in the system, but this is on the other side. But it's not necessarily a trend. Infrastructure, do you have adequate infrastructure? Do you see anything in infrastructure that's not good?
That's evolving.
Okay, so is there any trend we need to capture here?
Yeah, we need a common platform.
Unified platform for healthcare delivery. Is that an increasing trend?
At least the internet activities network is coming up. So naturally there is a medium to reach out.
So seamless health delivery platform is a trend. We heard Tata talk about this.
Yeah.
Are others doing it? And then we can also pose it as to if that does not happen, what happened? Status quo, no teamwork.
The private sector is working on this, but in government they are working on segregation, like vertically.
Okay.
Like engineers are totally not in touch with
So
doctors.
the trend is that increasingly seamless platform for healthcare delivery is not reaching out to government, public sector. That's the trend, right? The
rural health delivery points you can talk about, CSC, PSCs, which I've heard from them also, usually you don't get the internet bandwidth at the CSO level. So this is the issue there. Because the project has been designed to reach out to the grassroots level, whereas the technological infrastructure at the delivery point is not available.
Actually, systems are in place. The problem is of implementation is there. As far as seamless connectivity, interoperability is concerned, ABDM has already introduced the concept of ABA IDs, HFR, HPR, everything is there. But the point is that at the pace at which things are taking place is not at the highest level. So it will take some time to place all those systems under, I think, under HIS.
The point that Mr. Jain is talking about, so if you just analyze this, many information he has given today actually. So what my take on this particular information is, see, there is a serious lag from policy to execution. Mr. Jain, just kindly correct me if I'm wrong. We feel there is a lot of time lag between the policy to execution. This is not only these particular projects. There are many other projects which Jain knows about it in Government of India. So you talk of today even the road construction projects. Now what India is very good in highways, right?
Yes, sir.
So why in America, many years ago, the highways are made 18-lane roads? Why in Japan, after let me complete. Why in Japan, after atomic bomb disaster, they completely remade their country and followed the American pattern, where the highways are also 18 lanes, 9 by 9.
Japan has been doing, they were actually the first.
So the point that I want to bring to a point.
Same into foresight, it's the Defense Department.
Whatever we have seen in
all
our
these were by those planners.
Yes. So why, I heard from Japanese that we really pray Americans as God, but they have made our lives. So that is different point altogether. Yes, I heard it. So the point that I want to drive, Mr. Jay, kindly give us a little more insight there. Many of the policies, forget about health policies, many of the policies of our government, by the time the policy is formulation, you are part of the administration, you know very well. By the time the policy is made, then it trickles down to the execution level, right? I'm not talking of finance available, not available, at the situation matter. What are the different elements to execute the policies? Now, you talk about these policies, coming to specific to our health policies. Here you want to reach out to the down below, up to the CSCPSs. we are not able to reach out because the technology is not available. That simple technology of network, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you tell me, technology is evolving very fast, right? How long years it will take to get that technology, just simple in mobile internet, to reach the health point? By the time you get that technology, already policy is changed. Some new policy is going to come up. So this is the kind of trend that we feel it. At the moment, we are not able to execute our basic policies of reaching out to the last mile. Our focus on ourselves is last mile. So please tell in that context, if you have some more information, that how you expect, when you can expect that all these CSCs, PSCs, all CHOs will empowered with a good broadband internet to achieve their goal.
Okay. I'll tell you the my real experience. So we have to, if you are part of government structure, you have to follow the guidelines issued from the government. Like you have to, suppose you have to buy 5-10 computers. So that means you have to follow the GEM guidelines, or you have to go through e-tender sites. So the real challenge is whenever you are you want to buy any systems, you have to follow all those things, and all those things are very time consuming. At times I have seen for procurement of 2-3 computers, you have to or there is certain value attached to each tender. So you have to tender, then retender, and then you are not able to buy the hardware part. As far as internet bandwidths are concerned, suppose you have to take a lease line connectivity of BSNL, Airtel, or everything, or any service provider, ISP's connectivity. Again, you have to go through the tendering process. So these are the real challenges which one has to face if you are in the government setup. So at times we lag behind just because of all those factors, and CMOs or all the authorities are very sensitive to all those issues, because they might face some kind of inquiries later on if they invite some quotations for those things. So
we understand.
Then you have to see the availability of power supply. It is not 24 hours power supply which is available in the rural areas. Then there are dark zones. If you look at the if you see the areas which is bordering Nepal or some other areas, there are certain dark zones and nobody is available other than BSNL. And BSNL connectivity has certain issues. Although lease line connectivity as well as RFP radio frequency connectivity we have provided, and at certain places there is network of SWAN and all those bodies are there. But still, I find at the level of at the villages or at the block level, there are certain issues which we have to see. So why we are not able to adhere to the guide timelines which are there? So we have to understand all those things also. Then, as far as implementation of other things are concerned, these things are flowing from Government of India side. It is not state government is deciding, because funds are coming through Government of India only. So we have to adhere to those their guidelines, and there you see the ownership level of CMS, CMOs, that comes in the picture. So you know, in some districts things will happen at a faster pace. In other districts, that will take some other time, more time. So these kind of challenges are there. So this is why we are not able to adhere to guidelines which are visualized or envisioned when we plan something.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jain. I know about all those things because I work in government system. I had a very good experience of implementing this project also. So the issue that I want to discuss in the workshop, and when the ITO people are coming with their toolkit, so we want to just fit into that. The theme of this particular point that I am raising is that policy versus execution. What are the issues that play in between? What are the players? What are the signals that Mr. Mo has been talking about? Everything is signal. These are the signals, right? I have money. The food is in front of me, but my mouth is sealed. My hand is tied up. So those are factors what he has said, right? I cannot buy a computer. I cannot buy, or I buy a computer through JEM, you know very well. What is JEM and all.
So even if we have, we can't condemn also.
That is not, these are all India specific thing. Nothing to do with international policy or neutral body like ITU. But they should know the only one thing, that policy is very good. But education is a long gap, miles ahead. So we are not able to reach out because health ministry has no control on the IT ministry. Health ministry has no control on the telecom ministry. I don't have any control on any other kind of local purchase system. We have to follow the government system. So these are, I'm not talking about micro level dissection. I'm talking about execution points. There are issues with execution. That's the reason why the policies are not being implemented in time.
So I think that's a perfect segue to the last trend we put in, which covers all this about the collaboration, the co-creation, the human-centric design, the human-centric infrastructure design, the human-centric service design, which will solve all this. So this is the last trend Udita put in. And with that, I think let's step back and review our mega trends. And then we can prioritize, say which one are important. How many trends we have so far? But you guys did fantastic, by the way, despite me pushing all of your buttons. So you should give yourself a very, round of applause.
We have 10 trends there.
10 trends. So that's a lot. Yeah, please go over them. And then we have to prioritize this trend. We have to see if we want to reduce them further. If some are in the same direction, we put them together.
Use of AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning is increasing in diagnostics to improve healthcare.
It's more than diagnostic, I think. It's in everything, the whole healthcare cycle.
Seamless health delivery platforms are coming into the system but not reaching the government healthcare sector. Increasing use of technology to modify genetics. Trust deficit in healthcare systems. Demographic and social trends are changing and are impacting the healthcare. Health investments are not getting social impacts. This looks empty because I forgot to track the supporting thing, but privatization of sector is improving access to healthcare but reducing affordability. Increasing quantity of data, quantity of data is suffering from under-analyzation.
Underutilization
and analyzation.
And misuse.
Yeah, I'll fix this. Lack of human-centric and collaborative approach to healthcare is increasingly impacting last-mile healthcare delivery. I'll fix all the typos. Increasing risk of for medical professionals to practice. And the last one is income disparities are increasing and impacting access to equitable healthcare. We good with these 10?
So, for a start, can you copy this into another blog? Because I think we can reduce this further because some of them are in the same direction. They can actually be collapsed. I'll give you an example. The one about data and the human-centric blah, 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 I think those are related because it's not because we're not doing the collaboratively that we're finding all these problems, right? The one about demographic is separate. The one about technologies, I think, is separate. That's technology, the way you're using technology is a clear demographics that's just need to be, yeah. So yeah, if you could copy all that block and let's put it somewhere so we can
just copying the trends there.
Yeah, if you want to do it that way, fine. There's no right or wrong answer, we reiterate it.
So we can see all of
So
them
which
together.
two you think are moving in the same directions?
Putting them all close by so you can read easily. I think trust deficit in healthcare systems, and that's my opinion, and lack of human-centric, I think they're related.
Yeah, they're moving in the same direction. Because it's a result of the trust deficit that's happening, because they're not doing that, the trust deficit is there. So let's see if we merge those two. Increasing use of technology and genetic, I think we can put that with the AI one because the same, it's just one is genetic, one is AI, it's all technology, right?
Yeah.
Demographic and health investments are not getting social impact, both are related.
Okay.
Socialization, they can put.
Sorry, which one?
Demographic and social trends is changing and health investments are not getting social impact.
Okay.
So that way you can also
Income disparity though.
income
Yeah, also might be there.
Disparity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Affordability can
For
also.
privatization of sectors also there.
Affordability, social and economic.
This one, yeah.
Economic.
Perfect.
What else?
And data is separate, increasing risk of, okay, this is different, but it could be also related to the
Can I actually,
policy.
what about privatization and the seamless one?
Oh, yes.
Will this fit better here?
Oh, yes.
What about increasing risk to medical practitioners?
Yes.
In trust deficit in healthcare system?
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
No,
So now you see we got what?
the seamless will fit better into this AI application. No?
That's AI application gives productivity. Those gives productivity. One generates data. You think of what they do as an
So I'm
outcome.
putting this data.
One
one
does
here.
data, one does productivity. One generates data, one does productivity.
The health delivery platforms, they are also part of the AI itself,
But that
technology.
is not necessarily working on data collection as much.
Yeah, then think of the outcome. If you're confused here or if you're struggling, think of, are they producing similar outcome?
They're
Right.
improving diagnostics, but maybe not data.
So by the way, we can just look at 4 right now, and then we can say what we can do. Okay, so please talk, everybody talk, because this is a collaborative process. Go ahead. Anybody wants to add? So let's review it. Increasing use of technology to modify genetic, fine. And it's not just genetic, but also to create productivity, because it's to enhance ourselves and to enhance your processes. So that's great. Increase capacity, and that generates increased capacity of data because we're using technologies, more data. So they're in the same direction, right? Then trust deficit has to do with collaboration, has to do with increasing risk to healthcare. I think they're in the same direction, and the way we design system, right? So that's what this thing is. The trend is the way we designing system. The top one is the delivery system, the privatization. So we cannot deliver, so we privatize, so that's fine. Then these are all related to the demographics and the changing demographic, the income, right? So that's good. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We're able to reduce to 4. Yes? Do you want to label those 4? And then what we do is we're going to do scenario analysis on all 4. Do you want to label the 4? You want to now have a mega trend that has this sub-trend? You see how we went from signals to trends, now to mega trends? Yes? Anybody want to take a pass at what the mega trend is called here? No right or wrong answer. When you put context to this, people will understand. We can call it, this is the echo trend. I'm just making it up because echo is in front of me. Right? You are creating now, please.
Augmentation trend.
Augmentation trend, so augmentation and productivity, whatever, right? That's what this is, augmentation and productivity. Very good. And productivity, that's the trend. Next one. What name do you want to give to it? This is
Quality.
Is it quality? It says delivery there. So it's delivery through private. We're pushing delivery through private sector because we're not able to do it anymore. So is this
Execution.
execution? Okay. So it's delivery really. This whole delivery mechanism.
Delivery of
Did you say
healthcare
quality
system.
delivery?
Delivery of healthcare system.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So we all agree on that one. And then this one. What is this one?
Health economics.
Health economics.
Health economics. Fine. I love it. Again, this is you know, this is, as long as we all agree or agree to disagree, we're okay. And the last one, trust deficit. What do we call this? Collaboration. Breaking the silos trend. The silos trend, what do we call this? Silos is what's creating this. The silos. Let's say increasing silos. Are we okay with that?
Silos.
or silos, whatever, the silo strand, whatever it is. Again, I'm just suggesting that please, this is your ecosystem, suggest something. What do you want to call it that would resonate with people? It's the silos and it has collaboration to it. It's like the common, it's silos and co-design. There is some co-design, co-ownership. Silos and lack of co-ownership. There is something here. There is a co-ownership, there is a silos, because they're not coming together. So let's give it a flashy name. It's
Lack of cohesiveness.
Co-ownership and silos, or something, or what do you call it?
Cohesiveness. Lack of cohesiveness.
Cohesiveness, yeah.
Silos, not many people would get it.
Okay, cohesiveness.
What about partnership or collaboration?
Now, why don't you write lack of ownership? That's the common word.
Lack of ownership.
Lack of ownership.
Ownership, I like that.
I don't own up a system. That's it.
I like it. Everybody push it on the other side, right?
The problem with
And hide behind the bureaucracy. Good. Lack of ownership. So that's the trend. We're determined together.
One of the cause for valley of death is lack of ownership.
Lack of autonomy.
I think that
Ownership
is also
and
one
autonomy. She wants to add autonomy to it, please.
Autonomy doesn't fit into this.
Make your argument.
Ownership.
My argument is question
Ownership,
sustenance is
one time, ownership, two time.
Lack of responsibility.
I have an issue with both the words, and I'll tell you my reason. It's on
You have no opinion here. You
outside
okay, put up your opinion.
lack of ownership. Sometimes we wait for somebody to take the ownership, and then all the responsibility falls on that one person who's willing to take the ownership, which again creates the silos. Get it? They've agreed to do it, now let them do it. Why should we get into it?
That's not the ownership. Ownership is making one responsible. Not person, it's system responsible. System. Why telemedicine is not being running?
Responsibility and understanding.
So I will make several arguments here. Ownership and accountability. But if it's ownership and accountability, you know what I will do? I will hold this here.
Accountability is
Ownership is not good. This accountability
is better word.
Better word. But ownership means
lack of accountability.
Lack of accountability.
Whom do you make accountable? There's no ownership.
Ownership.
Whom do you make accountable?
We have to. You can own it, but you're not accounted. You're not punished.
That's right.
Sorry, nothing will happen.
The ownership.
We're going back. What is it?
Honor.
We are custodian. We are not owners.
Ownership or accountability?
We are custodian of the.
Accountability better.
Today, focus.
Everybody agrees.
Last mile telemedicine. We are talking about focus of this workshop, right?
Yes, sir.
Who is going to be accountable in last mile telemedicine? Unless you make somebody own the system.
The whole system.
Let the health system own the last mile telehealth system. Then only make them accountable.
Sir, custodian responsibility.
Custodian who knows?
Want to take us to another.
It's not you and me. It is a system. Telemedicine has to adapt to
accountable hoga to
so whole system.
सबकी accountability लेगा.
अब देखो, he will make accountable to different people. Who is going to manage the system? Who is going to give health consultation? Who is going to give network management?
We have our mega friends now.
कुछ अटक गया. नहीं अटक गया.
फंस गया दिमाग.
वो निकलने को तैयार है.
I think he's feeling guilty because he's not being held accountable for something.
From all of these,
His subconscious is telling him to cop for that.
from all of these factors, we went to 10 trends, and then we've come down to 4 mega trends. Okay, so good job.
Okay, now I want us to come up with a couple of scenarios. How do you now want to? We can do 2x4 matrices, so we put 2 together.
What about driver mapping? You want to driver mapping or Prince? Are you doing Prince scanning or
Mine
driver
is full
mapping?
now.
अब ये लोग कर रहे हैं हमने
सर लेकिन आप बहुत ज़्यादा participate किए बहुत.
Okay. So we're going to look at this in a different way.
Now, I was just telling you something. I hope you have the energy to contribute something more. So you have to adjust it, at least for me. So So take it for another year, hour or so. Evening thing, you can do it tomorrow. Another hour you can. How much time will take?
Half an hour.
The point is actually.
What time do you want it to end?
Like, how much is it left? Like,
It ends tomorrow. So how much do you want?
Yeah, 1 hour is enough today.
So if you want to end at 5, you say? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. You can end at 5.
Yeah, 5 to what? You say 1 hour. I'm an engineer.
Yes, yes. I should know.
5:30.
You should be alert, you should be alert, yeah.
You should have negotiated something that's sold.
Yeah, yeah.
5:12.
Fine, thank you.
5:15. Okay, we're done. Now what? Next question.
Yes, sir.
We did here, what we did is we look at all the signals, we try to create trends. So with these trends, then we're going to take action. But I want us to step back. This is called, by the way, what we just did is a technical environmental scanning. We scan the environment for signals. To find those signals, we look for the various environment. These things political, what's happening in the political, that's what we did. We group them, then we determine some signals, some trends. Then we will figure out how those trends kill scenario. But we'll do scenario planning tomorrow. We have another way, which is called horizon scanning. Horizon scanning, we will do what's called weak signal detection. Weak signal detection is, for example, there's some things, as I say, the mastectomy business, the drug was way before. It was not detected until it got the signal. So what we're going to do is now we're going to focus on weak signals, put them in some horizon. Short-term horizon is 5 years, medium-term horizon is 10 years, and long-term horizon is 15 years. So we will map the signal so you can see if there is new signal coming, how you can plot what's going to happen. Okay? So we will do that. Now we have enough data. We have actually enough. We're just actually taking what we have, put it in another framework. That will teach you in the future, if there is a signal coming, how to behave and how to act. So it's another techniques. So with that, we should do, yes?
Private mapping or French mapping?
We'll do private mapping.
Okay.
Or we did, no, we'll do French mapping.
French?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we are going to do horizon.
Can you share the screen, please? So this is an ecosystem fringe mapping tool. What we're going to do is I'm going to zoom in. At the center of your canvas, you have the main trends. So we've identified, for example, the 4 trends that we have so far, right? Uske around, you can see academia, entrepreneurs, finance. I will. I'm just explaining how to use it. You have public sector, private sector, entrepreneur support groups. What we need to do is, one, identify the main trends. So prioritization a little bit of the trends. We will also place which stakeholders come under. Within the public sector, there are multiple stakeholders, right? There are hospitals, there are ASHAs, there are CHCs, PHCs, blah, blah, blah. Within finance, there are different stakeholders, possibly even the insurance company, right? The investor, somebody or the other. Entrepreneur. So we want to see who the different stakeholders are. Then what we want to do is, what are each of them doing? In what time horizon? Is it something they're looking at in the short term? Is it something that they're doing in the medium term time frame? Or are they doing it in the long term time frame?
And let me maybe put this in context for you. CRISPR, the genetic signal, that's a signal. So if we're looking to have anybody engineer here, like knows about signal amplifications, signal feedback? Yes.
Sir, we are not engineer, but we have read it in the class 12. We know the signal amplification.
So you know
through the transistor and.
Thank you. So there is there's something called passive signal analysis. So in fact, the way to put it to you, the environmental scanning we did is called passive trend detection. Passive.
Yes.
Passive because we already thought about some signals, we connected the trend, we made the trend. So that's passive trend detection. What we are going to do here is called active trend detection.
Okay.
And for the active trend detection, we have to start with a weak signal. In real engineering terms, usually the way this works, you will have an amplifier. You need to wait to amplify the signals. Until that point where all the signals come together, you know this is when things will hit. So what I give you a very simple example. So Udita, if you could put under academia, CRISPR was done. When was it first started? Under some academia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Some university. Do you know the university name?
Maybe. We'll have to Google it.
Okay, let's just say University X. Right, we can build this. University X. So this is the who. Then University X was experimenting with a technique called CRISPR. So put CRISPR next to it. Yeah, connect it.
How do you spell it?
CRISPR. Yeah, something. CRISPR.
CRISPR.
Yeah. So that's So the who is the academia. The weak signal is CRISPR. You can change this into put it here. So the weak signal is CRISPR. Yeah. Now CRISPR then, who used CRISPR to do something? The Korean used it to duplicate what? Korean used CRISPR to do what? The Chinese used it to actually clone a baby.
Modify. No, same thing. Korean also used for cloning only.
Yeah, but cloning of what? And then somebody used it to clone Dolly the sheep. Who used it to clone Dolly the sheep?
Just in England.
Okay.
That was the stem cell. That
so
was not the
have a branch that says University in England or somebody in England clone Dolly the sheep.
Yes. Clone.
Yes.
Clone what?
That is stem cell.
It is the genetic manipulation. Cloning is just
genetic engineering.
Okay, you're the expert. I'm just trying to tell you how we detect the trend.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even keep those things stored in my mind.
Tell me what I should write. Tell me what I should write, sir.
So,
stem cell.
I want to know everybody what they did with CRISPR. Give me 3 people who did something with it. I know the Chinese guy cloned a baby.
That is something written this day. Through this, they change the genetic
Mutation.
Somebody used it to
CRISPR technology developed with Korea. They developed the technology just to demonstrate it is feasible. But I don't think they have applied it on anything.
Okay, so tell me somebody who used it to do something we know. Chinese researcher to create genetic edited twin. Okay, so that's the one. So Chinese created genetically edited twin. England did the Dolly the sheep.
That is stem cell.
Stem cell.
Fine. It's still use the technology.
No.
Dolly the sheep was not CRISPR?
Not CRISPR.
CRISPR is the manipulation thing. We can manipulate the gene. But in the cloning, we are not manipulating. We are just
copying.
Thank you. Put another signal. Call what is that technology?
Stem cell and cloning.
Put another one called stem cell. No, not from CRISPR. This is from somebody else. Some England, some other guy.
Who is this from?
Actually, stem cell is not genetic engineering. Whereas CRISPR is genetic engineering.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'm not a doctor, so just believe the stem cell business. We'll stick to
stem cell babies.
Okay, universal stem cell cloning. And then now, what did they do with it? That already happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Chinese वालों ने क्या लिखना है पहले?
Chinese वालों ने CRISPR पे काम किया. ठीक है, उन्होंने बेबी को एडिट किया.
Okay. Chinese and who else?
Korea discovered, Chinese applied.
Okay, so can you put somewhere Korea discovered before the CRISPR? So here, the who, Korea, University X or Korea discovered. Somebody discovered CRISPR, right? That's CRISPR. Then the Chinese use it for genetical aid. Now I want you to think, Elon Musk wants to create, not Elon Musk, somebody wants to create, what was the term? Genetic babies, engineered babies. But when do we think that will hit?
Yeah, designer babies.
Designer babies. Okay, so there is already evidence. There is already a signal of that. But somebody wants to make designer babies.
Yes.
What year do we think this will? Because this is already the now. This is the 1 to 5 years. 10 years? Do we have designer babies in 10 years?
Yes, sir. We can.
10 years? Okay, so put designer babies in 10 years. What about in 15 years? What will we have?
Basically, they want that my baby should have black color hair or my baby should have more intelligent. They can buy something like that.
Designer babies. So what would they have after?
Manipulation.
Do not know.
Designer baby ऐसे लोग आ जाएंगे
We get rid of all the geriatric population. We create another pandemic to get rid of them. Again,
These designer babies could be immortal.
this is not what you think. I don't know. It's the same technology. Why couldn't somebody modify genes to create a virus to blah, blah, blah?
Yes, they can do. They can do. It is easy to do.
Thank you. Put it in. Again, I'm trying to tell you how we will take every weak signal and we're going to map them in this. This is our short-term horizon. So they remember what I say. What we did was passive signal detections. Now what we're going to do is active signal detection. And this should teach us similar trends are coming up. And actually there will be complementary information between the two. Not only that, but this will also teach you in the future, if you do this map, you have it ready, a new signal comes in, at some point you will know the connection is made, then you can react. So this is what we call active signal detection. Do you see my point?
Yes.
Because it's much longer horizon term, and it will help you prepare for your responses better. I'm trying to teach you both so that you understand actually. With what we have in the short term, we can actually go forward. But I want you to think about this in another dimension where it's changing. It's a very weak signal, right? With the same data we have, okay?
Yes.
Okay, having said that, now I want to take all the weak signals you know, or all the signal you know, or all the trends we have done and talked about now, put it here in the short term, and then let's see if it's a longer term. Yeah, what's the next one? You have to predict. This is the bit of the prediction of what might happen potentially. I want to be cloned, not cloned, but to be transcended. It's probably going to be later, but I can start plotting something to get there, or I can start seeing signals that are coming. First of all, I think for me to be a cyborg, we have to have quantum computing. Quantum computing, which will then be able to put the machine in a body. We have to have processes and improvement in the skin covering of robots so they feel like me. Or maybe I want to change myself to something else with the mind. Then I'll have to have fully map all of my memories into and be able to transfer that. We already know that the mind, there's already, you can probe the mind and actually tell like things, you know what, there's so many, this is actually the way you do it.
Consciousness is our identity.
Well, I mean, but you get my point.
Yes.
So maybe the short term for me to prolong life will be more of a maybe go buy a dialysis place and find enough young people to donate their blood. I'm just kidding, of course. But you get my point. So the point about this tool is you have signals and you are all in the right field to detect those signals because you're reading all this medical research. You're doing the medical research yourself. I want you to start plotting that. If you're academia, put it here, like academia research center, just put it here. Start plotting it. Then we can put the other things happening. Public sector, what's happening in policy. The same thing we talked about, you can start plotting those signals. And we extrapolate. Like when you were talking about some of them, you say, yeah, but this leads to this leads to this, but it leads to it when? Is it now? If the impact is now, fine. Put it in the short-term horizon. But longer term, can you predict the impact?
Think of it also as CDAC. Like CDAC has e-sanjeevani. What about it going forward?
That's a signal.
Like
so if CDAC here, let's put a stakeholder, public sector, CDAC. No, here, public sector. You can put it in anywhere, but usually it's understanding your ecosystem, okay? CDAC. How did e-sanjeev come up?
Essentially came up as a software development or indigenously to practice telemedicine. That's the way it developed first.
Yeah. So there was a and then what?
Health 1.4.
But was not zero, no one, 0, 0, 0. So that was the technology development. Any technology, the development takes time actually. So in the development, there's the evolution also.
Yeah. So here, I want you to think what's happening, roll out the play, and then after we can figure out the whole thing. So this exercise is again just for us to get started. You know, maybe we get started now and tomorrow we can come back and analyze this a bit more, okay? So again,
in public sector, you can ask some feedback from Mr. Jain also, if he's there in the line.
Yeah, would it have changed this into the curve one because this thing is.
Yes, sir.
Jain Sahab is there, just ask his view also.
What curve are you saying?
No, we can change it to curve.
Oh yeah, this is the automatic line. That's why I've taken.
Yeah, I know.
Jain Sahab up hai?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, my point is this. So for example, the finance part. How do we make it better?
So he's speaking right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Jain, can you just see that public sector? What are the points you would like to contribute?
Yeah.
What was your question?
Basically, they are now plotting.
So here you want to really think long-term trends. No, we're just trying to figure out like what trends, signals are out there that you think are weak. They're not relevant, but at some point they would be very strong, right? Like we know, for example, all the AI stuff is already here. But what we have not discussed with all of the AI trend that we have, what will it be 5 years, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? We have not discussed this part. So I can take any signal, it could be a new signal, or I could even just take the 5 trends that we have and try to detect what will happen 5 years, 10 years from now. So the two techniques are actually complementary in its thinking, right? So if I've done a good job already with the signals or the trends, I can start with that one because this today is happening today. But what I want to do is to say how this is evolving in the future, right? So again, this is just a technique. Now the question is, so what do you want to start thinking about this? The working group again, right? And then you put it out, put a couple of signals in the beginning and then see if you can plot them 15 years from now, okay? Including, for example, how can you plot AI in healthcare? Can you plot that? Via augmented reality in healthcare, could you plot that, right? Robotic in healthcare, could you plot that? All we have said is it will impact, we did not plot the path to the impacting. So then I will give you the segue into when this is happening, okay?
And you can also choose who you think should be the key
The main
stakeholder
driver, yeah, for this. Who will do this? Who will, for example, take AI or augmented reality?
Should it be entrepreneurs, the government, the private sector, or medical institutes? Who do you think would take that ownership?
I guess government, as far as government side is concerned, you don't have that kind of capacities there. But ultimately, government will be hiring some private provider, and it will be ultimately their responsibility. It will be part of the contract which government will be giving. So I guess the major responsibility onus will be on the private sector, and the implementation part will be on government side. So we have to visualize what kind of requirements will be there down the line, say after 10 years or 15 years. And those kind of things have to be built up in the RFPs or the EOIs or whatever tender which are to be published.
Let's say company Z, as you said, has some foundational technology which can use AI for healthcare.
And where is company Z? That signal should be visible today. Who is that?
Not many. Not many in health sector.
So who can we name?
Not many in health sector. But once the government make policies, then there will be a lot of companies come up overnight.
Yeah.
There's somebody already using AI, which private companies already
Well,
using.
we have the
Not a
Volvo
startup.
who's using AI.
Evolvo is Silicon.
Huh?
Evolvo is not Indian.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Indian. You understand? This is the point. If it's happening already, it's a signal to you whether it's here or not. Let me tell you something about technology and globalization. Technology companies, the minute you put it up, you're global. With globalization, there's no borders. Try putting up a pole to those companies are coming. So they're gonna come drive your future. And you'll be happy to open the door for them because guess what? I mean, you're not driving it. Do you know what they're doing with the data? Do you know what they're doing with these algorithms? So what did we say earlier? Data is one of the biggest things in India. Mr. Krishna said that, right? Say India's got the biggest profile of data. So if they come in and test that for some other purpose and not for your purpose, so then what will be your role? My point is very simple here. Once we put the technology up, let's see what you know about what's happening. If it's happening in your ecosystem, great. If it's not, you also need to know because it's a signal to you.
I can only clarify your point that you're talking about. Today, there's no policy guidelines received from the government, though Government of India has made a lot of policy guidelines on artificial intelligence, in particular healthcare also. But at the same time, no kind of execution order has come from government trickle down to in the Indian system. It's a kind of federal decisions and which is being implemented by the state government, right? It's just like your e-Sanjeevani.
So then what's the signal? The signal is...
Coming to the point. So now what they have done is they have identified few institutes, 3 institutes in the country, collaborate with the company. It's called Bhadwani AI, something like that. So that they have collaborated with 3 medical institutes.
Okay, so the signal then is the government of India, the stakeholder has known that signal, so we need to put that down, and then that signal is leading to something else. This is what it is, because that's your signal. Why did the government of India start getting involved?
First of all, government is proactive. Government wants to integrate AI into healthcare. Number 2. Number 3, government has laid down guidelines as far as AI concerned in this country. As far as health AI, they have hired a particular company which is to be collaborate with 3 medical institutions. And what will happen next, we do not know. But definitely, AI in healthcare to be implemented in public health has to be schedule driven, not of India driven initiative.
So that's fine again. Just to go back to our tool and how you use this. AI, okay? Stakeholder government in India. You have government in India?
I will now.
Okay. Government in India.
What did I do?
Okay, what did they do?
Who?
What did they do? Government in India.
Government of India.
GPP.
What did they do?
They make a policy.
They make a policy.
Did they make it already?
You didn't make it, Government of India made it.
So they made a policy on AI.
They have made a policy on AI, not AI in healthcare.
Okay, they made a policy on AI, but not AI in healthcare. Write that down. At least verbatim.
AI in different service verticals, And for the healthcare, they have now made a POC kind of thing along with the company. They hired a company for that.
So, thank you. POC for healthcare. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to follow, it's called follow the breadcrumbs.
Yes.
Right? To find the mouse, or to get the mouse to you. That's what
I can only talk about the 3rd point. Many of the medical institutions, the engineering institutes also has developed programs on the clinical AI. For example,
who has
some of the engineering institutions like IIT Kanpur.
Can you put a new stakeholder and write down
IIT Kanpur has developed a center of excellence on the clinical AI.
Okay. So center of excellence. So that's again another sign.
Sorry?
There is government institution, but thing is, what I meant to say is, government institutions starting AI programming engineering background is not going to become a application-oriented scenario.
Yeah.
They are going to develop knowledge creation scenario.
Yeah, but that needs to be adopted by somebody.
Adopted by somebody. Like IIT Kanpur has developed a memorandum of understanding with this University, University as well as HGPJ to share them the data.
So you're saying that the COE on clinical AI that they built is adopted now?
Collaboration. MOU has been signed between RML and HGPJ to share the patient data, clinical data. Because AI has to build on data,
Okay, so write it down again. We're following the breadcrumbs, then we'll see what that means.
Yeah.
And then we can also project what the next step is 5-10 years, because
With
that's
HPJ and RML, they have signed agreement to share clinical data for the AI research, AI in health research, or clinical AI research, whatever.
Central data.
And next, anything else you know in this area? Anybody using robotic to do something funny? We had King George University, or is it medical?
Yes, Medical University.
Medical University is already using robotic, along with 30 some plus people, organization for robotic surgery. That's the fact. So that's one fact, because if you take the robotic signal, that's happening.
Is KGMC doing that? SGPG.
SGPGI.
Not KGMC.
Yeah, sorry, SGPGI, sorry. SGPGI.
What are they doing?
If they're using robotic surgery to reach for very delicate surgery. For very delicate surgery, right? And then we can project where the signal goes next. Okay. And this is, I understand there's over 30 robotics, such robots in
there around the country.
Yeah.
Around the country.
So,
and robotics utilizes AI technology.
Yeah.
Fine. Just to segue that. But what they're not doing is what we're saying is that this can now be thinking of being used in the next application. So you can see there is a missing next step. And we can posit that missing next step because it's inevitable. So if we know it's inevitable, after we'll identify all the ones that are already happened. Maybe the ones that are happening and now we keep them yellow. The ones that we think will happen, we keep them red or something. So we give it a different say. So we have the visual of how the signal is evolving until such time where we can say, aha, this is ready, right? And we're not surprised. That's what we're doing. We're doing weak signal detection. But from very practical, what's happening today. Okay, so again, we have our living signal resident, right? He is a living signal resident in telemedicine, so he needs to tell us more, and others as well. So tell us more here. What else is happening? Anybody using AR, VR technology?
AR, VR technology is used for your anatomy and other kind of basic sciences teaching. That's one. Second thing is simulations are being used by anesthesia departments in different.
Hold on, slow down. Udita needs to.
AR, VR being used
By who?
for basic science. There is medical colleges, not all. Selected medical colleges. Just been enrolled for education anatomy.
For nursing also.
And nursing colleges also. Basically, they teach anatomy.
Yeah, so basically for that.
So they have anatomy and all those things, right? Second thing is the simulation labs have been used for clinical skill training, like one in All Institute of Medical Sciences, then in RML Institute also for anesthesia departments, and also in the HPJ. This much I know. I'm sure there must be many more also. But this is the trend is there. There are simulation labs in the medical colleges for practicing clinical skill.
Okay. Okay, and what else? Again, let's go back to our signals, our core signals that we started up with, the weak ones, and then we can also take some of the trends. Now, we haven't started doing this for the political parts. Some of the ones that we were looking at in the political part. For example, I think I like the one you mentioned about what the political decision were, about this conversion of clinics that
district hospitals to medical colleges.
Yeah. So who did that?
It's a government policy.
Okay. So government, can we call out the stakeholders, the name of the stakeholders, like who and what they did?
Government did.
What department? Can you say?
The whole district hospital into the medical college.
The district hospitals are gradually being converted to medical colleges.
District hospital is the secondary care. No, sir. उसको उन्होंने टर्सरी केयर में करना
नहीं, district hospital is also tertiary.
नहीं सेकेंडरी
Then
डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल
after that.
उसको पीएससी को फर्स्ट रेफरल सेकंड रेफरल सेकेंडरी केयर
डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल का कंसेप्ट ही खत्म कर रहे हैं उसको मेडिकल कॉलेज
No district hospital.
So mostly they are converted into medical colleges.
What about the primary health
They
center?
already have a hospital. They are setting up infrastructure for medical college.
That I know. I know about
I
district.
think both of them changing that to medical college.
Actually, this trend has started many years ago in Karnataka. All the district hospitals, these private medical companies, they used to business, they got an order that those hospitals or district hospitals will be utilized by them for the clinical beds for MCIs. And there is two cadre of doctors there. One is for medical college level, but there is a ENT professor and all this thing for medical college level. Also there is a ENT consultant, ENT surgeon. But they cannot become a professor. No?
They are not faculty members.
So there are two cadres sitting in the, for some time here also happened. Army also happened the same way.
Now NMC has changed, sir.
I don't know what has happened. But I'm talking of Karnataka when we started 20 years
can
ago.
become faculty.
So
With some years of
Nobody
experience.
there. What
So let me use this opportunity to then ask you, what signal right now is there that you're worried about? And who is doing that signal? And then let's trace the path to that signal.
Positively worried or negatively?
Negatively and also positively. But what signal is there that we think we have not captured? That needs to be here. But negatively probably is one we wanna.
Positive in this, but what we are discussing positive is that they are strengthening the district hospital by converting them to medical colleges. But negative is that they're destroying the lower level of.
So that I understand. So then you wanna put that in. But is there any signal there that you're worried about that nobody really think about this implication?
Quality.
Quality.
Education.
Quality of medical education as well as healthcare.
So that will eventually quality if they are.
Jain wants to say something. You want to say something?
And who is responsible for this?
One second.
Some government in India is big. Tell me, it's the Ministry of this, Department of this.
This is the government of
Ministry of Health and Family.
Ministry of, okay.
This is a state government initiative. Why Ministry of Health? It's a provincial government initiative.
Okay, so the signal.
No,
The-
MOHFW, sorry. That is
State
the
government.
central government. That's the central ministry. The state government.
So the quality of health is lower because of what? Of the education is lower because what action did lead to the signal?
Because we are providing.
This is because, can I say?
Yes.
This is because of the lack of teachers actually.
Okay, so the government India has not adapted to the what is it?
Sufficient HR.
You can say lack of skilled manpowers actually, which is intended for a medical college.
Yes.
That's fine. So the signal is.
mentioned that.
Quality and
That's fine,
quantity
that's
of
the
skill
signal.
that has been created is not going to be enough for the number of medical colleges that are now being planned.
Yeah,
in the
okay,
current
that,
scenario.
okay, so it's not gonna be, okay, that's fine. You could have actually left the thing because these scenarios are interrelated, in fact. So we want to see more signals again. So the more signal is to say, is this getting worse? Is it becoming a trend? Is it, so this is.
It's getting worse, no? Like, I
Because
think
it's
from-
expanding. It's further more and more colleges.
There are 75 districts in this state. Am I correct?
Yes.
75 districts. Now there are 52 medical colleges. There's 52 districts governed now.
Okay.
Now when you become 75, imagine what will happen. Where are the medical teachers?
So doctors, absolute number of doctors is increasing, but the absolute number of quality doctors may not.
Doctors are there already increased. This is medical teachers are increasing.
Actually, what
But
happened?
the teachers are increasing, the students will also, no?
Yeah, but the quality of medical education.
Quantity versus quality.
Because to run a medical college, you need a faculty of some different categories like professors. and all. What they are doing is to run the new medical colleges, they are disturbing the old medical college. They are taking the faculty from there, transferring to the new colleges. The old one is also gone and new one is also gone.
So they're disturbing the.
And how they grade the existing specialists? of the civil service.
Now they have.
What are the equation? What are the balance that take?
Policy has come up. That is like some years of experience if they have worked and they have post-graduation degree.
Okay.
Worked for so
But all throughout they work in the civil service only.
It's the same as for
directly
DNB.
qualify as professors.
So in DNB also they are demanding the same thing. If you have minimum 5 years of experience in clinical services, then you can become a consultant. And you can have for one seat they require 2 consultants, and at least one should have 5 years of experience, the other ones should have 8 years of experience. Then they are eligible.
Now, how I'm making a professor's associate?
Associate to become assistant. So
they don't have to become
directly become assistant.
senior consultant, junior consultant.
And NMC has become very flexible in that.
But they wouldn't have experience.
No being permanent.
They don't have teaching experience, but they have the clinical. They know how to live.
Teaching experience.
Government needs manpower. There is a lack of manpower.
Also, like manpower is contractual complete. So the
teaching experience is very
for the
different
manpower to actually do some quality work in a certain
So they are permanent, not contractual.
डिस्पैरिटी भी है पेमेंट में दिक्कत ये भी है ना कि आप
Yes, that's fine.
Contractual, actually the future is only contractual. The government does not want to own anybody. So in the future, everything.
Okay, so this is a signal.
Yeah.
That's a signal. The manpower is being
एक चीज सर और दिक्कत है, जैसे गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि आप पेरीफेरी में जाओ, लेकिन पेरीफेरी में पेमेंट भी कम देती है। मतलब जैसे आप मानिए RML का पेमेंट और पेरीफेरी कॉलेजेस के पेमेंट में लगभग 40-50 हजार का अंतर आएगा। हाँ, मतलब कुछ उनको फिर इंक्रीज करना चाहिए कि आदमी जाए किसके लिए जाए।
I heard government has made special consideration. People in 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, something like that.
सर वो केवल एक जगह था, वो केवल ये था कि जो इनकी एक है रूरल हेल्थ मिशन NRHM, उसमें कुछ लोग 10-5 लोग 10-15 people only.
Out of favor or out of requirement?
Requirement के लिए उन्होंने निकाला बिडिंग किया,
but sir in Uttarakhand they are practicing this for hilly areas. They are recruiting consultants.
Okay, so any other weak signal we have not detected that has a significant potential to disrupt this whole thing. We can make it a trend yet, but it's just a weak signal that you know how this, your gut feeling tells you this is going to be trouble. Like really.
I think there is
already in trouble. Already in trouble.
One is there is insufficient focus on research, particularly.
Okay, put that insufficient focus on research.
और रिसर्च में एक सर मुझे और प्रॉब्लम है, there is no research audit. If you are doing data fetching, it's okay. So how we can मतलब
for research you got research infrastructure.
Sir, if there is an infrastructure, but if you are creating the data, तो it should be submitted same time. ऑनलाइन कहीं भी आपका डेटा सबमिट होना चाहिए, ताकि आप जब बाद में अपने डेटा की एनालिसिस करें और योर डेटा इज नॉट सपोर्टिंग योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, देन यू कैन नॉट मैनिपुलेट इट.
For your clinical research, what I meant is clinical research, your data has to be secure data.
Yes, sir. Like in telemedicine, if we see, for telemedicine, we require research also to see, like, why is it not working?
Right.
So that component is not getting done. Nobody is working on that.
Nobody is thinking that line. No?
Can
you have heard
that
from
in
everybody.
words, please? Put that in words, because we want to start detecting these signals to see if they're going to become good.
Like to just
like, why is it not getting implemented? What are the factors? Why?
So the research is not translating to commercialization. So research is not translating to commercialization.
Before you draft, can you listen to me? Well, there are 2 types of research. One is prospective, one is retrospective, right? So you have a hypothesis to prove, then we have to work on that. For a hypothesis to prove, you need to have a path, research path methodology in which you have to prospectively collect data.
Yes.
Data can be various kinds.
Yes.
Whereas retrospective, that you have a hypothesis developed much later while you are in the process of implementing thing. Oh, that is there. Let us study this thing. Then what have you miss out all those parameters that you're making you frame that time? I make a questionnaire. In my questionnaire, when I put a survey, then so many points have already been left out which cannot be archived at this point of time. Right? So then that's the reason why in retrospective projects, the results are poorer and not acceptable by the journals. And prospective, what is talking about, for example, telemedicine hypothesis. We have deployed a solution for X. I'm not naming particular solution. That solution is being implemented in the state health system. Right? Now to study that solution effective or not, the platform effective or not, then we have to set up a questionnaire or set up parameters.
No, I understand that process.
Let me finish. Set up parameters I laid down from the beginning in the methodology. Right? Now, if you have not done that, I cannot do assessment of that particular technology. This is called health technology evaluation systems. So now you tell me, go forward.
Like for what is called operational research or
Yes.
implementational research, that research is not happening for many of the systems which are actually working.
That's the point of operational research I want to connect. You showed me, Dr. Anjali showed us a
What he's saying
picture.
is that it is not the research is not happening at first place, and whatever is happening is not translating
into action. Yeah.
Because the feedback, what we were discussing yesterday, that there is some data, some feedback is available, but nobody is ready to take that feedback.
We saw that photo of Dr. Anjali that showed of you basically having that video conferencing. That was ISRO computer. That was through a CHO kind of thing as well, right? There was a CHO mediator there.
Yeah.
We're here. Which year was that?
Satellite technology many years ago, maybe 2010 or 12.
No, but which year was that photo from?
2010, 12.
2010, 12. We're here. We're doing e-Sanjeevani through CHO on a bigger bandwidth from the hub. But the problem at the CHO level is still the same. Unke paas tab 286 kbps nahi tha, they don't have 100 kbps. That operational research between 2010 and 2023 hasn't impacted the commercialization.
No, so they're not
That
looking
is
at
the
the consumer. No? You have to see the changing preferences of the consumer. Why the consumer is not taking your service. So we are not working on. We have set a system. We have set an agenda that we want this much high number of referrals. Increase the referrals anyhow.
So we covered a bit in the human-centric thing on the environmental scanning.
No, but I can only
collaboration, right?
At this point of time, what you can mention as a kind of trend, that any schemes deployed by either government or CSR projects, any funding agency, it has to be built in for the day one. What should be our parameters to analyze this result of this study, right? Then only reach out some positive conclusion.
So again, we covered this in the impact and in accountability part of the trend, right? Remember what I told you. Basically, what we're doing to make it a big visual. I know we're repeating some of the signals, but what I'm looking for, if you have two circles, right? This is the environmental scan, right? And this is the horizon scanning. That they're working together. This one tried to take the longer view to detect the signal, to very weak signals. These signals are visible, they're not so weak, right? We just collected them into trends, right? So in that sense, sometimes we talk about things that are already we've covered here. So I'm looking for scenarios that helps us map really weak signals that can get there that we did not cover there. That has a potential for impact, right? So that's why I'm trying to sort of bind the story to say, okay, because the environment scanning is much better if it's visible by detecting trends with the other tools. And this one is really the weak signal, like what you said about the what was it, the last one about the
Research commercialization?
Yeah, the research part, which by the way, even then could have been a signal because they're not making investment. The commercialization part, yes. Actually, to be honest, it shocks me a little bit because there are a lot of investment and it doesn't translate there. We saw the couple of things that fell in the valley of death. I was joking about it, but I have the picture. And the skeletons are still lying around in the death closet of data center.
Just between you and me.
I'm not going to say what. But I saw actually the head in one place, and I see the rest of the body in the other place. So we have a lot of skeletons like this.
Yes.
I just want to add two things. Number one, we should have some robust monitoring mechanism in place whenever you introduce any new system. Number one. Number two, whenever we are speaking of research, you should have three kind of research: baseline, midline, as well as the endline evaluation of the things has to be done. So once you have these things in place, you will simply catch the negative signals in between during the course of the actions.
Since in the same breath, let me tell you that in the health system research, you have been associated with health system research. Like you have done some analysis of your devices that you deployed in the ASA workers. So, you know, those tablets used to give them with a lot of this maternal child health educational content. So you have done a beautiful analysis of that thing, you know. So all this analysis you could do it in the same system that you are working with. But whereas in so many interventions have been done in health technology interventions, many have not been followed this kind of system to analyze impact.
See, when I was working with SIPSA, we have done more than 150 evaluation studies in the health sector. So I guess most of the programs have been evaluated, and it has been communicated to the concerned divisions to take corrective actions. So what I was emphasizing on having robust monitoring tools to measure the negative, positive signals, which we have been talking since afternoon. So you can in addition to research kind of thing, you can have the monitoring kind of signal also.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this point, what he says, you all understood, I think, what he says actually, monitoring. But this monitoring has to be done at different levels, right?
Yeah.
So it's not possible only at central level. So, for example,
at every step there should be some indicators.
Some check and balance mechanism also, right?
Sir, for vaccination, they have good monitoring system. ऐसे monitoring system और जगहों पे हो कि अगर आपका cold chain maintain नहीं हो रहा है तो सबके पास मैसेज पहुंच रहा है.
It is already there. Even has that capability. The cold chain, everything is there in EVN. And I just want to apprise everyone that government of UP has introduced e-Kavach application, under which more than 18 crore people have been enumerated and by the ASHA workers and ANMs. And RI has been completely transformed to e-Kavach module. So now everything is computerized as far as MH side is concerned. The point is, gradually things are being introduced. So RI has been converted to e-Kavach now, and we have taken this model from Gujarat, who they have taken 9 years to become paperless, and we are running into third year. And in second year itself, we have already covered 18 crore population, and baseline data of 18 crore population is there. I guess 4.5 crore families have been enumerated, and each family is having 4 to 5 members. So we are trying our best to have a centralized system, but I guess within 2-3 years time, you will have a centralized database, and everything will be governed by that only.
Good, thank you.
All right, so I think everybody's running out of steam right now, even though we started late. But what I will do is that maybe we can stop here. You can go back to what you need to do, relax, think through weak signals. I'm really looking for weak signals that we may have missed, that we know is going to be a trend, because we need that before we go to the next step, because I want to make sure that if there is something that's out there for the longer term horizon, that we can map it out when we do the scenario planning. So then we'll be comprehensive, right? On that note, we did that. What's next?
Go.
That is the most nice word.
Done for the day. Yeah, and again, apologies for pushing your buttons, but it's intentional.
insightful.
You will get less opportunities to work like this.
So tomorrow at 9:30?
9. Is it at 9 or 9:30?
9:30 to 9:30.
9:30? Okay.
We should learn
So
from
give us
our
a no,
signal
actually,
today.
yes, right. Tell us a time.
9:30.
So we come at that time. We were here since 8:45 today, guys. Sorry. I know you also have work. That's what, because I know you have OPD, so you give us a time and we'll come at that time.
9:30.
9:30 is work for everyone?
Many days we've not got.
No, I understand. That sounds like 9:30. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. If you think any of your colleagues will find this useful, you can have more, because tomorrow we'll do scenarios essentially. Tomorrow we'll the possible futures for you.
Thanks, Emma, participants.
Discussing like, is there some?
Is there uncle involved?
We'll share the link of this with you. There's no article on this. There's a.
Like the methodologies.
We'll share that with you. We'll share the links of this.
Yeah, and we have to really congratulate our people online because you're missing all the fun here. I know it's not good to sit on the other side and just watch and have all the fun. So that's a lot of patience. So
we'll meet tomorrow.
All right. Bye.